Can you keep a secret? Because if you can, we're about to show you something that the world at large has no idea exists. Inside Jim Cornette's vault at Castle Cornette, the most outstanding, massive mound of Matt memorabilia that's ever been compiled anywhere in this country or around the world is now going to be on display for the very first time in front of your eyes. So shh, keep an eye out. We're going to peel back the locks. We're going to turn off the security system, and we're going to take a look inside the vault. And like I said, this is all flea market shit of stuff that's listed on the website or going to be listed on the website. But actually here, this whole chest is nothing but
clippings,
wrestling newspaper clipping. Now this is mostly just the Tennessee territory. This top drawer, Memphis, Evansville. I have all the Louisville clippings for about a 10 or 12 year period for the Memphis or Louisville wrestling history book that we're going to do. But as you can see, I got to get them together. But Mark James's publications have pretty much made these immaterial at this point because he's reprinted everything. But yeah, somewhere in this chest of drawers, you can find a clipping for almost every wrestling event that's taken place around the country or around the world over the past 30 years, from Japan straight on up. And this is one of my projects that I'm going to work on when I'm fully retired, is putting all that stuff together. This is a genuine sumo wrestler's belt from the 40s that my dad brought back from Japan right after World War II. And then this is my collection of wrestling shirts, which, as you can tell, goes back a long way, including that Dick the Bruiser shirt from 1976.
Wow. By
Cracky. And my good friend Svengoolie.
So what age did you start watching professional wrestling?
I don't remember for sure. Probably 9 or 10, because it just, I didn't write the day down and memorialize it. But it was when I was about 9 or 10 years old. It was like 71, 72, right when Bobby Heenan, because it was Bruiser's show that I saw first. When Bobby Heenan, the Blackjacks were there, and Baron von Raschke and Bruiser and Crusher and those guys, then I was hooked. And then I found wrestling on TV here in Louisville. And speaking of which, this was a full-page article in the Memphis newspaper, the Commercial Appeal from 1977, when Jerry Jarrett was splitting off and forming his own promotion, splitting off from Nick Goulas. And it was front-page news and ongoing news in Memphis because wrestling was so popular. And that article from the Commercial Appeal prints statistics that got right from the TV stations. For example, the viewing patterns of TV wrestling, they mentioned that even the World Series game that quarter was the only sporting event that drew more people than Memphis wrestling. And I believe it's in here. Let me take my glasses off. The average gate at the Coliseum in 1977 on a Monday night show was $15,852.99 and an average attendance of 7,000 people every week. Week in, week out, year in, year out. For example, on this run, Tuesday, February 15th, the Coliseum crowd was 9,003. February 20th, 10,526. March 1st, 11,257, which was a sellout. And from July 1st, 1975 to June 30, 1976, wrestling took in $792,000 for 50 dates at the Coliseum.
Jeez. That's a lot of money.
And that was at $3, $4, and $5 tickets. This is a cool poster here. During the World War II years, this is from 1946 in New Haven, Connecticut. But during the war, wrestling wasn't drawing. A lot of the guys were in the service. The girls drew, and also the freaks. That's where the freak show matches started drawing. The Swedish Angel against Martin the Blimp Levy. Is
that Gino Moore?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, it looks quite a bit like him. Maybe he has purple bomber on the back of his pants. But the Blimp and the Angel worked everywhere all across the country in their program, which was the first kind of freak show, really, well, there's been freaks in wrestling as long as there's been wrestling. The first really freak show main event, traveling main event. And this is a program from Tulsa from 1963 when Bill Watts was a rookie, autographed. That down there, I've always been fascinated by Don Fargo because Don Fargo is one of the only guys, he started his career, he was on the Dumont Network in the 50s and was around for so long under so many different names and under so many different gimmicks that he finally ended up working on ESPN in the 90s.
Right.
At 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 5 different decades, the guy was on national television. This is from the early 60s. For some unknown reason, he was dressed up as a rib like this for somebody, right? This is from the mid-70s when he was working for the AWA for Vern Gagne as Jack Dillinger. Look at the swastikas. His name tag says Fat Christ.
I don't think that will get approved on TV today.
And then here he is in 2009 with me at the Charlotte Fan Fest. And he looks like Keith Richards. He's 82 years old there or whatever. And he's ageless. He was one of the first guys to have a pierced dick. So when young guys like rookies or new people in a territory would come in, they'd look over in the corner and there'd be Don Fargo with a ball-peen hammer and a 10-penny nail nailing his dick to the bench in the locker room just to get a rise out of the,
Right.
This was a letter written to Jim Crockett Sr. in 1950 from this guy who was a referee. And he had been talking to Earl Wampler, who was an old-timer. It was figured into the office in the Carolinas about coming in for a week and refereeing in Crockett's territory on his way through. Oh, and by the way, his son is a wrestler also, and here's some pictures of him if you can book him for a week. That's the way that guys used to get booked back in those days. And of course, it went to his office at the Wesley Heights Grill. He sat in the back of the grill at a table and did his business all day. Some great posters from the Carolinas. They had classic, window posters. But look at the talent on, Race versus Steamboat, Flair versus Dusty with Buddy Rogers as referee. And then this, and I'll back up so you can shoot it better. Down on the door, that's the LA Coliseum show with Tolos versus Blassie that drew the record crowd that stands to this day in California. And look at who they had on the underneath card. Bobo Brazil and the Sheik, Shibuya and Saito against Gordman and Goliath, Paul DeMarco, Frankie Lane. I'm pretty sure Moolah was definitely on there. Peter Maivia was on the undercard. Giant lineups at that time. And the Ali and Inoki match there. That's a promotional poster. Starting down this side, the Fabulous Fargos. I got 2 of the 3 of them signed this one. I didn't get all 3 of them on any one picture. The Starrcade 83 program that started the whole thing. This is actually also a sumo wrestling program from the 40s that my dad brought back as well. And yeah, I got to bag a lot of this stuff, but Wild Red Berry. This is from the Coliseum in Cedar Rapids, Iowa from 1953. And in the semifinal, Iron Mike DiBiase.
How did you come about getting a lot of this stuff?
Fan fests, conventions, especially up in the Northeast, those conventions that John Arezzi used to do 20 years ago.
Yep, in 86.
When the stuff was only 30 or 40 years old, instead of now 60 years old. What I would do is whenever I would get booked, I'd get there early and I would spend my payoff before the doors open, compiling shit like this. This was an autograph book that was done by the Nashville office in the 60s. And I love this. Basically, there's the Hippodrome that was the home of wrestling in Nashville for so many years on West End Avenue downtown. But if you open that up, there's the best picture, and actually one of the only ones that I know of, but the best one of Christine Jarrett, Nick Goulas, and Roy Welch, all 3 together. And I would say that this is probably, especially since there's a picture of Thez wearing that belt, I would say this is probably about 1965-ish or thereabouts. but they had great, 8x10 pose stuff of all of the top guys. Lynn Rossi, Sam Steamboat, Pat O'Connor. Anyway.
A lot of history.
Boom. And some of this stuff sits out just because I liked it, but there's other stuff on the shelves too. We could be here a while. I'm trying to think if there's, is this? Yeah. This is the program from Bruno winning the title from Stasiak's second run from the Garden in December of '73. This is Pedro winning the belt from Koloff in the Garden in '71. And this was Andre and Bruno in the main event that did a job for the Valiant Brothers for the World Tag Team title, which you ain't going to find that very often.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
Doesn't happen very often at all. The Shea Stadium program from 1980. Here's obviously Bruno losing the title to Graham.
So you never got to travel to New York early on when you were a fan for any shows, correct?
No, I never. And actually, I never seen any. We obviously read the magazines, but we didn't get to see any WWF wrestling at all down here, obviously, until finally in like late 1979, early 1980, Madison Square Garden Network. There was no cable in Louisville at that time, but across the river in southern Indiana, a friend of mine had cable, and he said, because we're thinking, okay, Georgia Championship Wrestling, we're going to get to see the Freebirds on TBS, right? But he said, I just looked in the TV guide, the Madison Square Garden show, the house show is on Monday night, blah, blah. You got to come over. So I drive 20 miles over there, right? And we get the popcorn, and we get the potato chips, and we get the soft drinks, and we sit down, and we're thinking, this is the greatest wrestling of all time, right? It's Madison Square Garden, it's New York. We've read about this in the magazines. It's going to just blow everything away. And we sit there, and after the last match, we looked at each other, and every wrestling show that we saw every Tuesday night at Louisville Gardens was better than the wrestling show from Madison Square Garden. I never even drove. It was 20 miles away. I could get to see it for free. I never even went back over again. We'd go watch Georgia wrestling on Saturday night on TBS, but I didn't know that, until I found out then that the WWF was mostly, hey, we're not going to go too long, or we're not going to work too hard, and we got these boxing rings, so we're not going to take the big bumps, and it's all about, gimmicks and etc.
Some things don't change.
And some things never change, but, it was disappointing to find out about that, because I thought, oh, wow, you see Madison Square. Now, if we'd have seen the Omni, I would have crawled on broken glass to see the Omni shows. But anyway, yeah, every Tuesday night wrestling show at the Louisville Gardens was better, unfortunately, than what you saw in Madison Square Garden. These are different comic books with wrestling and boxing, covers for the most part. Although if you notice, Jimmy Olsen was always in a wrestling match for some reason, more so than Superman or Lois Lane or anybody else. Well, I guess Lois, unless she wrestled Mildred Burke or Moolah. This is a wall chart that Al Costello did, the Fabulous Kangaroos, right? Australia's greatest. But since Al Costello was a man of 1,000 holes, he was also really into merchandising at the time, hence the souvenir boomerang.
Oh, wow.
But look, he actually did a wall chart demonstration of all of these shoot professional holes. And it goes on and on and on. But that way you could learn, just like the Fabulous Kangaroo, Al Costello, how to be a great professional wrestler. And this is the way Al Snow learned to work. Ask him, he'll tell you from reading this chart.
It's like the first way to expose the business.
Well, but the thing is, all the holes are shoots.
Right.
See? So that, it's what they don't think of these days. Let's see. Just the old Ringsider from 1967 in Atlanta. But this, if you notice, a fan actually gave me this, and I didn't want to turn it down, but he brought it 20 years after the fact and had Dick Murdoch and Jim Ross sign it, and there's Missy Hyatt and Mike Jackson and Bonnie Blackstone and Ivan Koloff and Bob Caudle and myself. I signed it, so I ended up with it after I signed it for the guy. And this was Irish Mike Clancy in Birmingham in 1962, who was a big baby face at that point. But as you can see, on the opening match was Mario Galento, who was you've heard the Memphis Heat story, right, about Mario Galento?
No, go for it.
Coming in to watch. Well, it took Lawler 10 minutes to tell it on the Memphis Heat video, but Mario Galento was nuts. And he was brought into the business in the days when you didn't necessarily smarten everybody up, even when they were already in the business.
Right.
And I don't know whether he ever quite got smartened up. But years later, after he had been a big card in Atlanta and Birmingham and in the Memphis territory, Jerry Jarrett wasn't using him, and really his time had passed. Somebody put Mario Galento up, and it's conjecture who it was, but somebody put Mario Galento up to hitting Memphis TV one morning on live TV and attacking Jerry Jarrett while he's working with Jerry Lawler. And Mario Galento hits the ring, and he's a giant. I've got some good pictures of him around here, but he's a giant, huge face, earrings and tattoos and all this stuff. And he jumps on Jerry Jarrett and starts going for Jerry's bad eye because he's only got the one eye, right? And Lawler and Sam Bass had to help him out, so it was a big deal of babyface, and a heel working together on Memphis TV. But anyway, they ended up, by the time I think Tojo got involved, and they beat the piss out of Mario Galento. Well, then a couple weeks after that, he came back in Jonesboro, Arkansas, because Lawler had got involved. So then he was trying to hit the ring on Lawler with a straight razor.
Oh, wow.
And Lawler ran back to get his gun that he had in his bag in the locker room, and Mario Galento's waving a straight razor around. So Mario Galento, he once chased the assassins around the Atlanta TV studio with a shotgun on the wrestling show. So anyway, he was a very colorful person. The second annual David Von Erich Parade of Champions from Texas Stadium, because this is the one we were on. This is the one that big fucking moron, Silo Sam Little John Harris, whereas a Little John in the corner fucked up the finish in front of 25,000 people in the stadium.
Now, when something like that would happen back then, what was his reaction be?
Bob, we never saw Fritz that day. I mean, he was off, with the high muckety mucks entertaining people, but they knew it was doomed from the start. The guy was a fucking idiot, and we didn't want him involved in the match to begin with, but we'd been wrestling the same two guys, Bobby and Tommy. The matches were always great, but still, we'd been wrestling the same two guys for 4 fucking months because they only had 12 people on the crew, so they were trying to spruce it up a little bit, but it didn't work. This is one of the early wrestling books, and fantastic. Friday Night in the Coliseum was done in Houston at Paul Bosch's promotion by this photographer that did some great work, and he shot the fans, the show, the building, the whole 9 yards, and made a souvenir wrestling book for the people that went every Friday night in Houston, which were many of them. And you do not see these anymore. Johnny Valentine. And the people, when's the last time you saw the people? I think that's Jose Lothario. Look at his toes curled in. But when's the last time you saw the people worried about a babyface down selling? Heavens. Danny Hodge in a title defense. The World Junior Heavyweight Champion defending against Mike Clancy, who was in Birmingham a minute ago, in 1963 in Oklahoma City. And then Big Bill Watts in Tulsa, former Oklahoma football star. I like, it's not possible to have, like one of every program that's ever been made. It would be completely impossible. So I like to have like Danny Hodge on the cover of a Tulsa program, or over there Dory Funk Sr. on an Amarillo, or these. These are the programs for the first 2 wrestling events at the Omni in Atlanta, May 18th, 1973 and May 25th, 1973. From Gordon Soley's personal collection.
Wow. How did you acquire them?
From Gordon's daughter and son-in-law. They were there in Charlotte last year and selling Gordon's book and the book they did on Gordon. They had a bunch of cool stuff there. I got that. And as a matter of fact, wait a minute, where is it? Right here. This is cool because Amarillo, Texas, Dory Funk Sr. and Cyclone Negro in a Texas death match on the cover. That's the house, $9,036. It was a sellout, and this is from Gordon's collection also because it was sent from the West Texas office to the Florida office because Dory Funk Sr. and Eddie Graham were very close.
Right.
So basically, since Eddie Graham couldn't go to see the match, it was probably Dory Sr. saying, hey, we sold out. Yeah, see, boom. And that's from Gordon's personal collection also.
That is awesome.
But back over this way, this is a classic example of, Minneapolis, late 50s, early 60s, Gene Kaniski and Wilbur Snyder. And Bob Geigel on with hair on the back cover. This is the manuscript for Paul Bosch's book before it was edited and shaved down and pretty much represented more of his true thoughts. This is the manuscript of Thez's book before that it was published and autographed to me. This was the souvenir Muhammad Ali Antonio Inoki fight book that they did after the match. And once again, they do such great work in Japan, or did in those days. Look at the photography was a step ahead of everything, the paper quality, the reproduction. They just did an insane job over there of these things.
Were you a big fan of the Japanese style?
Well, yeah, because in those days, it was, if you watched Baba's show, it was like the best talent in the NWA in main event house shows, but on television. You didn't get to see top main event matches on TV here in those days, and you couldn't see talent like that. The matchups that they would make, because they'd have guys on tour at different times, were unlike anything you'd ever see here in this country because of the territories and the political blah, blah, blah. But you'd see matchups over there that were different, but they were just like, top NWA main event house show matches on television that you could see on tape. So I loved it. Inoki had more of the Japanese style, but I liked Tiger Mask and Dynamite, revolutionizing the junior heavyweight division. So those, it wasn't. It was still American enough that you could just see it was just high-level wrestling. It wasn't just completely. Now there's a little bit of charm left.
Who did you used to get your tapes from?
Actually, a friend of mine named Walt Wolanski. If you remember Walt,
I remember the name. Yep.
He had a hookup in Japan, so once he would get them. Then he would send them on to me, and then I've traded with a few other different people, but mainly from Walt.
All right, I want to first thank you, Jim, for having us in your house today. It's been a great experience so far. We're here on the debut.
Thank you very much, and remember, I counted all the silverware, so I'll be checking it again before you leave.
I was wondering what the metal detector was by the front door when we go out.
Yeah, when you have to pass through that just to make sure, yeah.
Well, I want to thank you for being a part of our debut DVD series, Wrestling's A to Z, and we're here in probably one of the greatest collections I've ever seen ever is definitely in Ever. It's a museum. I want to talk about some of the early territories that you worked for and where you got your start. Obviously, it was Memphis Championship Wrestling. It was the first territory that you worked. Jerry Jarrett once said that as a photographer, he realized that you were getting under his skin. And if you could do that, you would be a great manager. So we'll start with Jerry Jarrett. What are your memories of working for him and how, I guess, he first guided you and advised you during your career?
Well, the thing is, Jerry Jarrett, getting a compliment from Jerry Jarrett was like getting blessed from God, As a matter of fact, Kenny Bolin one time said, you see that guy standing there and talking next to Jerry Jarrett, or standing there talking to Jerry Jarrett, that's God. That's a punchline of an old story. But anyway, Jerry was great because he saw, once again, he said, if Cornette can get as much heat with the fans as he can with me, then he'll be great, because he was able to take the things that people might dislike about somebody and magnify them, or take the things that people might like about somebody and magnify them. So that's the way he could get baby faces over as baby faces, or heels over as heels. And, he had a great way of looking at things that you could do anything in a business where most of the things that you do are implausible. And where it's it's a stretch of credibility sometimes. If you explain things in the right way and had a certain type of logic, you could make even the most implausible things seem plausible, and make even some of the most ridiculous things seem credible. And that's how he was able to take Memphis, which was a wacky world of wrestling, but at the same time, he was able to draw so much money with it because people, regardless of how crazy things got, it was rooted in a logic that people could believe.
I was going to ask you, what was the secret to his genius?
Understanding his territory and the fans that he was trying to sell tickets to. It might not have played in Florida. What played in Florida might not play in Texas, and none of that stuff might play in Minneapolis. It was all different. But in Memphis, for Tennessee wrestling, Jerry Jarrett understood what the people wanted to see, the kind of types of talent that would get over, and the things he needed to do to keep people coming back.
Talk about Jerry Jarrett and Jerry Lawler trading off when it came to the booking position and how that prolonged the health of the company.
Oh, well, there was always somebody fresh. Nobody had time to get burnt. Jerry would... especially in times where business was bad. Like one time Robert Fuller was the booker, and he brought in all his Knoxville crew, Professor Tanaka and the Stomper and Gorgeous George Jr. and Jimmy Golden, et cetera, and they were all great talent and drawing money in other places, but it wasn't working in Memphis. And when it finally got down pretty brutal, I think the house was like about $12,000 in Memphis, which back then was less than 3,000 people. Well, on a Monday night in Memphis, less than 3,000 people. The bottom has fallen out of the business. That's before wrestling got big. So he fired Robert. Robert took all his Knoxville guys, went back to Knoxville, and in 3 days, Jerry Jarrett reassembled a crew, including Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham, the Blonde Bombers, did the Tupelo concession stand brawl with Lawler and Dundee. Teamed up Tommy and Eddie Gilbert against Buddy and Ken Wayne in a father-son tag team deal. Brought Jackie Fargo back as the area legend. And within 3 or 4 weeks, he had tripled the houses in every town in the territory with a skeleton crew because he shot that angle and started filling things in underneath with guys that he wanted to get over. And he was able to do it and saved the summer.
So it's safe to say that Fuller never had the book again?
Robert Fuller never booked Memphis again. No, he came back and worked Memphis, but he didn't book Memphis again. No.
I want to get your overview, history of your favorite memories of the following talents and personalities who were important to the general Memphis scene. They were obviously they were there before you were there. Guys that like Roy Welch.
Well, see, here's the thing. To me, if you're a baseball player and you didn't play in the same time period as Ty Cobb or Lou Gehrig or Mickey Mantle, you still knew who the fuck they were, right? If you're in the wrestling business and you don't know who people were that came along before you and don't know why they drew money or why they might not have drawn money or what led to their success, then you're not doing your fucking homework. Roy Welch is a name that a lot of wrestling fans today might not even ever have heard, but he was probably one of the 10 most important figures in professional wrestling in the 20th century. Because not only was he a wrestler himself, along with his brothers Herb and Lester and Jack Welch, that started a dynasty, a family that at one time had like 30 or 40 members between his son Buddy Fuller and Buddy Fuller's sons Ron and Robert Fuller, and the Goldens were cousins, and the reach of the Welch and Fuller family went from Indiana all the way to Florida, and from close to Texas all the way over to the Carolinas, from a period from the 30s through the 70s. And Roy was a pioneer in tag team wrestling. Then he was a pioneer promoter. He and Nick Goulas out in Nashville for 30 or 40 years had one of the biggest booking offices in the country. He invented, pioneered a lot of staples of professional wrestling that, you see, stipulation matches or whatever that you see these days to this day. So Roy Welch was the patriarch of the Welch family that not only as wrestlers, but also as promoters and bookers and ownership, principles, they had a hand in almost every wrestling office in the southeastern United States for 20 or 30 years. It was, it was an amazing dynasty. So nobody remembers him these days, but if it wasn't for Roy Welch, wrestling in the South may not have either have existed or existed at the level that it did.
He was pretty much the guy who put wrestling on the map down there.
He was the guy.
Okay.
He was the guy.
Nick Goulas.
Nick was the heat man. Nick was Roy's partner, who basically was there to take the heat and to be one of those colorful characters. Chicago had Bob Luce, and everywhere had Jack Pfeffer. But Nick Goulas is one of those wrestling promoters that if if he didn't exist, you would have had to make him up because you would have had to just tell the story. He was a Greek immigrant, started in Birmingham and moved up to Nashville, and was never an athlete, was never a wrestler, was always in the business end, but he was the guy that Roy was the brains. Roy Welch was the brains and the heart and the soul, but Nick was the guy that got to heat with the boys. Roy was the one pulling the strings, but Nick would just relay the bad news to him.
Christine Jarrett.
Miss Christine started in the late 40s selling advance tickets at the shoe store that was a location for the matches in Nashville at the time, and as a part-time job, and did so well, and they liked her so much that she became one of the office workers and worked in a variety of the offices they'd have in hotels in the Nashville area back when all the sports promotions were in hotels back in those cool old days, and finally she became, Nick and Roy's right-hand woman. And when the time came that Jerry wanted to open up the northern end of the territory, Louisville and Evansville, Lexington, and got TV up here, he installed her as the promoter so that she could take care of the business end of his towns while he was booking Memphis and wrestling in, a variety of different places. I would say, business-wise, you might say that Mrs. Baba was the most successful female promoter of all time, just from the sheer amount of money that they drew and the size of Baba's office in Japan. But as far as success goes and longevity, Christine Jarrett was the most successful and the longest running female promoter in the 20th century in wrestling. And nobody's been able to touch her. Ann Gunkel certainly didn't touch her for longevity or success.
The Fargo brothers, there we go. I redeemed myself.
And once again, and Dave Meltzer has talked about this when he put Jackie Fargo in the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, and a lot of people from different parts of the country go, "Oh, why did you put Jackie Fargo? Why, he was just that Tennessee guy." Jackie Fargo was the man, was the name in Southern wrestling for 3 decades. And if you added up all those crowds of 5,000 and 6,000 people in Chattanooga and Birmingham and Nashville and Huntsville, Alabama and Louisville, Kentucky and Evansville, Indiana, and et cetera, for the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and into the 80s that came to see Jackie Fargo, he probably sold more tickets than half of the guys headlining the WWE right now. Jackie Fargo was the guy. And the Fargos got over so strong as a heel team when they came into Tennessee in the 50s that then Don never stayed in one place too long. He always, took off and left for greener pastures or a different gimmick or whatever. But Jackie stayed, brought Roughhouse in. Roughhouse had a unique gimmick, and it worked for the Fargos because they were pretty unique anyway. But Jackie gradually, he was the Stone Cold Steve Austin of the 60s in Tennessee. He was a heel for so long and so good at it that finally he became a babyface because people figured he was the toughest guy in the world. And by the time the 70s came around, Jerry Jarrett got the book in Memphis, and Fargo had been somewhat semi-retired and kind of on the outs with Nick, and Jarrett brought him back and gave him his biggest run. And the legend is that in 1971, working for Nick Goulas, right, Jackie Fargo made over $100,000 in the Tennessee territory. That tells me that he drew a ridiculous amount of money, because for Nick Goulas to pay somebody $100,000, especially in 1971, that'd be like $16 million in real money to anybody else. Right. Fargo was one of the biggest box office attractions in the 20th century in wrestling, and it just happened to be in a territory that didn't get the mainstream publicity and so, didn't get the respect.
Sputnik Monroe.
Sputnik was the guy who saved wrestling in Memphis.
How so?
Well, in the mid-'50s, in the early '50s, there was a wrestling TV show on that broadcast some of the matches from the Ellis Auditorium in Memphis. But then, for the rest of the '50s, Memphis had no TV. And then a couple things happened in the late '50s. The Fargo brothers came in, and they came in the Nashville end first, because Memphis was different. Memphis was separate than Nashville through most of the '50s. Les Wolfe was the promoter in Memphis. They got a lot of their talent out of the St. Louis and Central States, Kansas City area. They weren't on Nick and Roy's circuit. And then finally something happened around, I believe it was 57 or 58, where suddenly Buddy Fuller came into Memphis as the new matchmaker. And I think what happened was that Roy Welch was sitting up there in Nashville seeing that Memphis was a great town, but the houses were down, business was down, something needs to happen there. We can annex that son of a bitch. And that's what they did. And so then they brought the Fargos down. And then at the same time, they got TV on WHBQ, and Lance Russell started doing the announcing. He had already been a ring announcer, but he started doing the TV announcing, and Sputnik Monroe came to Memphis. So all these things happened at the same time within a couple of year period. Roy took Memphis and took it into the Nashville office. The Fargos came, and they were doing some business there. Buddy Fuller's the matchmaker for Roy. They get TV. Lance is on board, and all of a sudden here comes Sputnik Monroe. And Sputnik's thing was he was a heel, but he knew how to get over with people, and he knew how to get publicity and call attention to himself. So business was on its ass, and the Ellis Auditorium was segregated. The white people could sit down to bottom. Blacks had to sit up in the crow's nest. Well, they noticed that Sputnik would go down to Beale Street, and he'd go in the black cafes. They called them, there was bars, but they called them Negro cafes. And he'd get arrested because he was a white man drinking in a black business. And that was, if not illegal, certainly not done, and the cops would arrest him. And then he'd make the papers. Wrestler Monroe arrested for drinking in Negro cafe. Then he was the first white man in the city of Memphis to have a black attorney defend him in court when it came about, and that made the papers. And so all of a sudden, Sputnik became a hero with the black fans. And they were selling the crow's nest out, but they were getting turned away while the white section was still mostly empty. So legend has it that Sputnik Monroe went to the promoter and said, hey, unless you let my black friends in, I'm not going to wrestle here. Now, of course, smart money has it that Roy Welch was the promoter and didn't want the heat. He wanted to let the heel get the heat, but some way or another, we have to get these people who want to buy tickets into our building. So they integrated the matches in Memphis and didn't have any trouble. And so they gradually spread to other sports events in the South. So to this day at the Memphis Rock and Soul Museum, Sputnik's jacket and his boots are on display, and a plaque honoring his efforts in helping desegregate sporting events in the South. And it's all because Memphis territory of Memphis was on its ass, and they needed something to get the people in. And then once he got finished with that, he had the run with Billy Wicks, where they had a tournament for the Tennessee State Championship, right? And it came down to Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks. And in the summer of 1959, they actually had to leave the Ellis Auditorium and go outdoors to the old Rustwood Park baseball field. And they were doing outdoor shows. They were still weekly. Right. But they were doing shows at the auditorium that were selling out, and then they'd have to go out to the ballpark. And they did the finals of the tournament outdoors and drew over 10,000 people. Finally, they went outdoors for the big grudge match with Rocky Marciano, the former boxing champion, as a special referee, and the legitimate paid house was almost 14,000, but the fans tore the outfield fence down, and according to the newspaper reports of the time and the police estimates, about 3,000 or more got in that weren't supposed to, that didn't buy tickets. So somewhere around 17,000 something, it's still to this day the most people that have ever seen a wrestling match in the city of Memphis, Tennessee, to see Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks. And they got over so strong because of that. And so many future mayors and local politicians and local big business executives were kids seeing, this go on, that Sputnik Monroe to this day is pretty much a household word for anybody at least over 40 in the city of Memphis. And then after that, how's he going to get back in the papers? Gene Barry, the actor, was playing Bat Masterson on TV. So Sputnik Monroe, being from Dodge City, Kansas, right, Bat Masterson's hometown, tries to go to the Mid-South Fair and see Gene Barry and accuse him of trying to rip off his hometown. He's going to punch Bat Masterson in the jaw, right? Well, between the security and the fact the place was packed and he couldn't get anywhere near Gene Barry, and also because Sputnik was drunk by that time, he says the wrong thing to some cowboy that's there at the rodeo, and the cowboy knocks him out. Well, so then He shows up on the front page of the paper the next day with a black eye and stitches and everything. Sputnik was knocked down between 1 and 7 times by this cowboy from Paris, Tennessee, right? So Sputnik, of course, claims that either he said the wrong thing about the guy's horse or he was taking his new hat off and setting it aside when he got sucker punched or whatever. So they make an angle out of it, and they challenge the cowboy to come down to the Ellis Auditorium the following Monday night for the matches and fight Sputnik in the ring, and the guy thought it was a setup. Oh my God, they're going to kill me. They're going to get me down there and kill me. I can't go, and he didn't show up, and they sold out for the fictitious match so they turned Sputnik getting knocked out at the Mid-South Fair to a sellout house for a fictitious match that wasn't going to happen to begin with.
Well, what happened when the guy didn't show up?
They said he didn't show up, he's a coward. And they brought some other cowboy in and said he was from Paris, Tennessee, and Sputnik beat him.
Awesome. Tommy Gilbert.
Tommy Gilbert was, once again, a local guy from Lexington, Tennessee. It was a tremendous worker. He had trained a lot, like guys, the old timers like Al Spider, Galento, and those guys. Tommy was great. I got a chance to manage him just a little bit right when I got started, and he was, almost finishing up. But I watched him when I was a kid a lot. He was very underrated because he worked that, it's hard to explain now to somebody that doesn't know what it looked like, but he worked that old-timer style that really looked legitimate. You couldn't see through it. It was exciting, and he did a lot of high spots, but he just had a style and a way of working that looked like everything was really real. And he knew how to lay shit in, and he knew how to change gears and everything. He was a great heel. Didn't get a chance to show it a lot in this territory because he was always a baby face. But I enjoyed working with Tommy. I always, he was a top guy when I was a fan, and then later on when I got the chance to get in the business and just to get the chance to learn from him was cool.
Any valuable lessons that you still remember to this day?
Stay on me, because one night we're the finals of a battle royal. He's a babyface, and me and I think it might have been Jimmy Hart. We're the last ones left, and of course he was going to eliminate us. But as I'm getting on him, he's like, drop the elbow, and I'm blowing up. He's like, stay on me, that's it. And he blew me up, but he kept encouraging me to stay on him. And he said, that's the way. You got the fire now. You got the animosity there.
Eddie and Tommy Marlin.
Eddie Marlin was invaluable to the Memphis territory, not only as a talent in the 70s, but later on in the 80s as the promoter and the authority figure on television. But he was Jerry Jarrett's father-in-law, and he was the guy trusted with bringing ridiculous amounts of cash back from the shows, advance tickets, TV tapes, anything. He was the guy that you went to, anything from building a special ring for a battle royal to to getting the bear to the matches. Eddie Marlin was the guy that could get it done.
And the right-hand man?
Yeah. And Tommy he wasn't really in wrestling full time. He was actually in politics in Hendersonville, Tennessee. But he was a referee for a long time, a very babyface referee. Couldn't get much heat with Tommy around because he didn't want people to think he was on a take or anything. But they were part of the family.
Don and Al Green.
Oh, hold on here 1 second. Don and Al Green were another classic Tennessee tag team. They were the original Heavenly Bodies, which they weren't really advertised as such. It was more of a nickname. The Mean Greens, the Heavenly Bodies. And here are these two rough-looking, especially Al Green, just an ugly face, that huge belly, those big telephone pole broad arms like Lance Russell would say. Don was more of a wrestler. He was a little more technical, but he was still, a rough-looking guy with a big hairy chest. And Al was just a mean-looking bastard that would just beat the shit out of you, and there's no finesse whatsoever. And they were a top team for 20 years. They started their run in the late 50s, and then Don did a lot of good work as a single for Nick in a lot of the Tennessee territories through the 60s and 70s, but whenever they would team up, they'd usually be heels. And Jerry Jarrett was able to bring them back again in 76 and have a last run on top for the people that remembered them. They weren't as young and spry as they used to be, but they still had the name value, and they had the look, and they knew how to be heels, and they could get a ton of heat. And Al Green and Jackie Fargo is the first ones that sold out the Memphis Mid-South Coliseum for wrestling. The hair match that they had where Jackie Fargo put his hair up against Al Green in a single, but if Al lost, both he and Don had to leave town for a year, and their manager, Sir Clements, too, and they had to do this and that and the other thing. Because everybody, okay, we've seen the last of the Greens, because Jackie Fargo's never going to get his head shaved, right? And it sold out almost 11,000 people in I believe it was April of '72. And that's how that they realized that Memphis was going to be, the Mid-South Coliseum, they'd only been running there less than a year. But they realized then that Memphis was going to be big business, and they put in an extra seating setup. That's how they were able to jack up the capacity of the Mid-South Coliseum. But it was all because of that crowd that Fargo and Al Green drew.
Ricky Gibson.
Ricky was... It's a shame he got cut short because of injuries. When I saw him in '74, working with Lawler for the Southern Junior Heavyweight title, and just the athleticism that he showed, and he was way ahead of his time as a worker. He was NWA World Title quality, at least considering that title. He could have worked on top in any territory. He had a ton of fire. He was quick. He did shit that you didn't see people doing missile drop kicks off the top rope then, but he did. He would run to the ropes, and instead of jumping through the ropes, he would jump up to the top turnbuckle and then jump down to the floor and land flat foot chasing the manager. He took huge bumps. He sold his ass off. He bled like crazy. But he ended up with bad neck and bad knees and bad back and started gaining a little weight in the early 80s, and then had a car wreck that pretty much finished his career off. But in the 70s, he was probably the hottest young babyface, and especially physically, athletically. He should have gone a lot further than he did because of his talent.
What about The Rock's father, Rocky Johnson?
Rocky was great too. And, see, that's the thing. In those pre-communication days, Rocky Johnson had been wrestling since the late 60s, but he had never wrestled the Tennessee territory. So when Ali was wrestling Inoki in '76, they got the idea, well, let's find us a boxer and have a mixed match with Lawler and the boxer. And since Rocky had done some boxing and could fit the bill, they brought him in as a boxer. He's been wrestling for almost fucking 10 years, right. But, in other places, California, right. Calgary, wherever. So they sold out. Actually, Lawler and Johnson, boxer versus wrestler, did better business than Ali and Inoki, boxer versus wrestler. Because they did the weigh-ins, and they got the local publicity in Memphis, and everybody was watching the wrestling show, so it got publicity in the newspapers. The newspapers didn't shoot holes in the thought that Rocky Johnson had been wrestling for 10 fucking years. They treated it just as it was presented. And they did great business, and then, of course, now, Rocky wants to come back and fight Lawler on his own terms now if we've had the boxer-wrestler match. And he just segued right into a spot, and for the next, 5 or 6 years would come in and out, and it was seen as a top guy. And especially, it was hard. Sometimes guys would get over in Memphis, like, for example, I hate to say this, but the Magnificent Zulu, right? He actually has a couple of sellouts of the Memphis Mid-South Coliseum to his credit against the Mongolian Stomper. Because Zulu was one of the worst wrestlers of all time, but he was black in Memphis. And he got on TV and he looked like that, and he had a couple of sellouts, and then people said, oh boy, he sucks. But with Rocky, even though initially it was the boxer-wrestler thing and they wanted another black star on top to appeal to that audience because Lawler got all the title matches, and now we can have Rocky wrestle Harley Race or whatever. But Rocky got over because of his talent, not just because of his color. He got over in Louisville too, he got over in Lexington too, he got over in Evansville, etc. So it wasn't just a flash in the pan, thing. And his agility, he could land on his feet from the backdrop and throw the drop kicks, the fire he had, the shuffle, etc., etc. So he's one of the few guys that got over to the extent, I would say it'd be only Dundee, Dutch Mantell, Rocky, and Handsome Jimmy as single guys that could get over in Memphis enough to either get the world title matches or the main event in Lawler's place.
Yeah, I'm going to talk about some of those guys coming up. I got 10 more names.
Only 10?
That's before you came in as a full-time employee. Tojo Yamamoto.
Tojo, once again, it's almost impossible to explain Tojo's appeal to people who didn't grow up here. He was maybe 5'4" and 200 pounds and looked like Buddha. And even when he was younger, he looked older. And of course, people thought he was 100 because he'd been around for so long by the time he died. But Tojo was a main event, money-drawing name in this territory because he started out as a heel, and he was so sneaky and so ingenious at coming up with ways to get heat that he just had a ton of heat everywhere he went. And then finally, when Jerry Jarrett saw that, there's money to be made with Tojo, he's been a heel for all these years, but he's over. Tojo ended up being the guy that was revealed to be Jerry's secret mentor. And he came out and saved Jerry Jarrett from getting the shit kicked out of him on TV one day, and suddenly was a babyface. And suddenly, after that point, it was Tojo Yamamoto, Jerry Jarrett, and Jackie Fargo. That was the holy trinity of Tennessee wrestling. And the heels would fly for his chops, and he'd whack people with his Japanese wooden shoes, and the heels would fly for that. And it was preposterous, but it worked. And once again, to this day, people in Louisville, people in Memphis, people in Nashville that have no clue who the WWE champion is would instantly know the name Tojo Yamamoto.
Ricky Morton's father, Paul Morton.
Paul, he was a great referee, the Bald Eagle. Paul had wrestled years and years and years ago, but had done every job in the world for the Tennessee office, hauling the ring, and running shows, putting up posters, whatever. But primarily as a referee, he would work here most of the time. He had a few stints where he went to the Carolinas and refereed for a while, but he was pretty much an institution. And he wasn't a heel referee, but he was the referee they would put all the heat finishes on. Right. Because he didn't care whether people were mad at him or not. And where Tommy Marlin was a babyface, he didn't want to get people mad. Paul didn't care. So most of the time, as a matter of fact, it got so bad at one point, every time people see Paul Morton coming in the ring, they'd go, "Oh, the fucking bad guy's going to win. God damn it."
What was Guy Coffey's role in the company at that time?
He didn't really have a role in the company per se. He had a role in Memphis wrestling. Because, once again, back in those days, not only in Tennessee, but just in any promotion, it was like, well, who's Bob Luce? Well, he was a guy that was around. And he was a guy that did publicity, and then suddenly he was the guy that they called the promoter. There were a lot of guys that were around that helped out. And Guy Coffey, he had been the manager of the Ellis Auditorium, the building manager. Right. And then later on, when they left to move to the Coliseum, even though he didn't have anything to do with the Coliseum per se, he would come and work the matches on Monday nights. And his wife Bonnie would sell the merchandise, and Mr. Coffey was always just there. He was there at TV. He was the cue guy at TV. And they would send him out at Channel 5 when it was time to go home on the matches, until finally people got smart to that. They'd be like, "Oh, Mr. Coffey, go on back and let him wrestle." Right. But he did a lot of things, politically favors in Memphis and etc. But he was just one of those guys that was a Memphis wrestling institution without having a specific title.
Jack Eaton?
Jack Eaton was the sports guy at Channel 5. He had a peripheral, association with wrestling just because Channel 5 was the TV station that Jarrett ran on, and they covered the show a lot. And he had years before that some flirtations with doing play-by-play and things like that, but he wasn't really a full-time wrestling guy. Okay. But he was one of the most popular sports guys in Memphis.
Billy Wicks?
Billy Wicks was Sputnik's opponent. Billy was a pretty good amateur wrestler and was a local guy, in Memphis that was more or less the hometown hero at that point. And he made a name for himself off of those matches that people remembered for so long that that was the late 50s. In the 80s, they did a special, or was it the 90s? They did a tribute show and brought Billy Wicks back, and people still, "Oh my God, it's Billy Wicks."
Who was Len Rossi?
Len Rossi.
Len
Rossi was one of the classic baby faces. He actually, to this day, he had a car wreck in the mid-'70s. and fucked up his ankles and things and had to quit wrestling, but he's still alive. He owns a health food store in Nashville to this day. But he had a great body back in the days when guys didn't have great bodies, and he was in with Nick. He was in with Nick's end and the Nashville end more than the Jarrett end in Memphis. But he was a top guy for Nick out of Nashville for years and years.
The Von Brauners.
Kurt and Karl von Brauner. Classic German heel tag team. They probably drew more money than any German heel team. There was the Von Steigers and the Von Stroh, there was the Von everything, but the Von Brauners were if not necessarily the originals, the most well-known, especially when Saul Weingroff was their manager. And they'd worked Florida and Georgia and Texas and California and everywhere. They were a main event team for years.
Now, you made your debut.
Bob Eaton used to say he was scared to death of Von Brauners. The Von Brauners scared the shit out of Bob Eaton when he was a kid. When he was a fan, yeah, he was like, oh, Germans, they're mean. I don't mess with them.
Now, you made your debut in Memphis in 1982. I want to go down a list of names that you were heavily involved in, either inside the ring and outside the ring. You know these guys in and out, so you probably have a lot of great stories on this list from A to Z.
Yeah, I was about to say from A to Z.
Yeah. Bill Dundee, let's start off with Bill.
The superstar. Bill was the booker when I started, and actually it was great for me because the first 6 months I was in the business, I got more experience really than the second 6 months because I was featured in a lot more angles and programs when I was managing Adrian Street. Because Jimmy Hart was Lawler's guy, and when Lawler booked, he featured Jimmy Hart. Well, Dundee, just to be different, wanted to feature me when he was booking, so I had a little more to do when the superstar was the booker. And also, he throws the stiffest working punches in the history of working punches.
Everybody says that.
Ricky Morton used to say, Bill, I wish you'd just haul off and punch me in the face as hard as you possibly can. Bill say, why is that? Because your working punches are killing me.
Jimmy Hart.
Jimmy was, Jimmy only came a couple of years before I did. It seems like it was longer because he had that great run, but he started managing Lawler in '79. Jimmy had been a singer. He had obviously had a million seller with the Gentrys, and he also had known Lawler and had been a lifelong wrestling fan. He used to, sneak in the Ellis Auditorium and sell programs when he was a kid. So he knew Lawler and had worked with him on some of Jerry's records and had started promoting some spot shows. And Lawler said one night, hey, you ought to come out and manage me. And then boom, and they picked it up that way. And then if you remember, Jimmy really never did any promos until Lawler broke his leg. And then all of a sudden, and Jerry Jarrett was mad about that because he had warned Lawler about these football games that looked more like drunken brawls, than touch football. And he said, Jerry, you're going to sink the territory if you ever get hurt. And so then Jerry hears, oh, now Lawler's broken his leg. What the fuck are we going to do? So he had Hart turn on Lawler on TV the next week and give Lawler's crown to Paul Ellering, I think it was at first, and uttered the immortal line, what do you do with a horse when he breaks his leg? You shoot him. Well, Lawler sitting in the hospital bed hearing this, did not know this angle was going to take place and got so mad, he swears it was an accident, and Jimmy Hart swears that it was on purpose, that when he came back, he punched Jimmy and broke his jaw. And I got the picture because it was in Louisville.
Right.
And Jimmy swears that he was getting even with him for, that broken leg line about the horse, shooting the horse, and Lawler swears it was, just one of those things that happened.
Was there ever professional jealousy between you and Jimmy Hart at all?
Not really, because he was already established. He was a main event guy, and he was great then. Jimmy in Memphis was just incredible. And of course, he had the run of the place, do anything he wanted. So I couldn't be jealous of him because in my right mind, there's never a way I would think that I was going to replace Jimmy Hart. I was glad to be on the cards doing my own thing. I was not necessarily happy the last few months I was in the territory when I was just going to Osceola, Arkansas to help manage Jimmy's first family. I wanted to do my shit, but I couldn't. A, it wasn't Jimmy's fault, and B, I couldn't be jealous of him because if there was a guy between the two of us that should have been in the main events, it would have been Jimmy. He was better, he was over, and he had more experience.
Jerry the King Lawler.
Well, now there's a guy that nobody wanted to see in the main events. Fuck, I could have been, Lawler, I don't know that anybody in this country, maybe Inoki or Baba in Japan or El Santo in Mexico or whatever, maybe, the Rougeau family in Montreal, but I don't know that anybody in wrestling in the United States of America has been so over and so popular for so long in their hometown and drawn so much money in one place over so long a period of time as Jerry Lawler. And you know, now I hate it that most people just see him on Monday Night Raw and he's a commentator, he doesn't say that much or whatever, but one of the best workers of all time in the history of the business, inside the ring, as a heel or a babyface, one of the best promos, master of psychology, stuntman level bumps in his day, incredible hand-eye coordination, tremendous work, always doing the right thing at the right time, and the body language was off the charts. I mean, he's a clinic. The only time I've watched Raw in the past several years was if Lawler would be wrestling. I'd hear it, I'd say either somebody get me a tape or I got to catch this because Lawler's in the ring, because you can still see at 60 whatever years old, he just looks completely different than everybody else. You can see that he's a level ahead here. There's something else going on here than everybody else's shit. And no matter what he does, and he doesn't have to do anything. He's a master.
Dutch.
Dutch, once again, people, I'm glad he's got the spot now, and people see Zeb Coulter, and people saw Dutch as an announcer for so long over the past, 15 years or whatever, the different places he'd pop up. But in his day, especially in the 80s, when he was lean and in shape and he moved like greased lightning and his matches were incredible, he'd tear the house down. He got over almost as strong as Lawler and Dundee, and that's something, and Handsome Jimmy, that's something that pretty much nobody else for 15 years did. I love Dutch's promos. His matches style was different, and he looked like somebody, that you wanted to pay to see. So, overall, and plus he was the first guy I managed too for a week and a half until he fired me because he was only trying to sucker me anyway. He wasn't like all the other baby faces. He wasn't above taking a rich putz for his money.
Was there a lot of animosity between Bill Dundee, Lawler, and Dutch? Did they fight over the top spot?
No, because
everybody worked together to draw the house.
Yeah, see, they were smart about it. It's not like Dundee and Lawler were best friends and going over to each other's house and having cake.
Right.
But they didn't actively try to sabotage each other because they knew that they needed each other. They might look at each other over their shoulder like, there's Lawler listening to his new fucking record album again, or there's goddamn Dundee with his new Elvis Presley jumpsuit again. But they drew money with each other, against each other, or as partners. And there was no jealousy with Dutch because he knew the situation. Lawler's in the office. He's part owner of the company. He ain't going anywhere. But at the same time, there was room at that time for more than one top babyface to still make money. And then also, Dutch could go either way and could be a heel. And the way that the guys were kept good, you had room for everybody. But Lawler and Dundee especially, they respected each other, and you never saw them having an argument or yelling at each other or anything. But at the same time, you could see when they wrestled each other, they relished the thought of potatoing the shit out of each other because the people would buy it, and so would they.
Dennis Condrey.
Dennis, I got a chance to watch in the ring from the time I first started going to the matches live. He had just come into the territory for the first time as an underneath guy in '74 when I first started going to the matches. So one of the first autographs I got and one of the first post pictures I ever took of a wrestler was of Dennis Condrey wearing this awful maroon leisure suit and tinted sunglasses in 1975. But Dennis was a step ahead of everybody too. You could tell even when he was younger and first got started, his first couple years in the business, he didn't have that great of a body. That would come later, but his work, he had body language that made the matches more exciting, and his shit looked good. And as he got more experience, that only continued until pretty soon, he'd be one of the best workers on any show.
Bobby Eaton, his tag team partner.
Holy shit! Well, and they were. Bobby and Dennis spent most of their careers in the Tennessee territories, either working for Nick or working for Jerry Jarrett or working Southeastern for the Fullers, because at one time there was 3 full-time territories in Tennessee.
Right.
never teamed up with each other, wrestled against each other, but just somehow accidentally had never teamed up with each other in 8 years until they got together as the Midnight Express. And even when Watts came to Memphis to see the matches and look at the talent, Bobby was a babyface, Dennis was a heel, and they had other partners. But he kind of saw, I could put those guys together. But Bobby was a natural. Everybody knew. That's why he never trained, you know.
Never.
he started coming to the matches in Huntsville early to set up the ring because they'd let him in free if he helped set up the ring. And if they got it set up early, he and his friend Orville Hutto could get in and fuck around. And they were just kind of imitating what they did on TV. And the guys saw him and was like, Jesus Christ, this guy don't look too bad. And by the time he was, 15 or 16, he was, starting to do some jobs or fill in here and there. And then they put him on TV under a mask of the Brown Bomber.
Right.
Should have been the Drizzling Shits. And then by the time he was like 18, 19, he was teaming with George because that's the thing. George Goulas was a shitty wrestler, although now...
That was the son of Nick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's what caused the split because Nick had pushed George to the moon and killed his own business and then wanted to send him to Memphis. And Jarrett said, no, you're not gonna do that. But Bobby had to be George's partner because George sucked, but Bobby could sell and get the sympathy and then give George the tag where the heels could fly for him on the comeback and it looked like he was doing something. And so Bobby, he's a teenager and he's making the world's worst wrestler look good, although now George would be kind of average. Before then, he was putrid awful.
Right.
But now with what I see passing for wrestling, he would be average to maybe almost good. But anyway, then Nick liked him so much, Bobby, that, he kept using him and his matches were incredible. And there he's wrestling Dutch and Randy Savage. I mean, they're in Nashville. Bobby Eaton's going an hour Broadway with Randy Savage in 1979 or whatever before anybody knows that either one of them exist. And they're two of the greatest wrestlers in the world working in front of almost no one.
You just mentioned him, so we might as well go in that direction, Randy Savage.
Back at that time, he never worked the Memphis territory until the ICW closed down and he made up and came to have the big grudge match with Lawler. But he worked for Nick back in the late 70s in the Nashville end of the territory. And, you always tell he was always a great athlete. And he had a great gimmick, and it wasn't a gimmick. It was him. But he was always, because of his father's transgressions, and they ran an outlaw promotion, he was always on the periphery of things till he finally got the spot after they folded up, and he made up with Jarrett and worked that program with Lawler. That's when Jimmy Hart put the word in for him up there, and he went from sleeping on the floor in his apartment in Lexington to making, $1 million a year as a WWF champion in about 18 months.
Very intense guy?
Yes.
Outside of the ring, as always, or did he change over time? Did he get worse when he went to WWE?
I wasn't around him that much because, like I said, he didn't work Memphis. He worked for Nick. And then when they were running the ICW opposition, geez, if we saw him, I would have run because the guys were carrying guns at that point. Of course, he caught Dundee in the parking lot of the gym in Nashville and broke his jaw. Of course, there was 2 or 3 people there, and the stories have varied on whether Dundee went for his gun, and either Savage got it away from him and clocked him with it or had something in his hand or whatever. But anyway, people took their wrestling wars seriously back in those days. That's another thing we've lost. God damn it. Can't have a goddamn wrestling war. Now people pull each other's posters down and make prank calls and prank emails. Back then, they carried guns and threatened to shoot people. Like God intended fucking wrestling wars to be waged.
Coco Beware.
Coco was actually, once again, I hate to keep saying this, but so many of these guys, he was such a great athlete. And he was a good underneath babyface when he first started out. But finally, after about 2 or 3 years, they switched him heel. And Lawler gave him the chance to work on top against Lawler, who, Lawler was his idol anyway. And God, his bumps and his drop kicks and the fist drop off the top where he'd get this far off the top rope and he'd go 3/4 of the way across the ring. And the backwards over the top rope bumps he used to take and just the way he attacked the match as a heel. He really, And then when he teamed up with Bobby, Ebony and Ivory, they had some great tag team matches. He really had a drive and determination. And that lasted all the way up until he got the job in the WWF. They gave him a bird. He gained like 40 pounds and he could barely leave his feet. So Coco had a short window there, but he was one of the best athletes in the business at that point. He was like Snuka-like. He was animalistic at one point on how great an athlete he was. And then suddenly he's there with the fucking bird, and you know.
The rest is history. Memories of Sherry Martel.
Sherry actually came through Memphis. She had lived in Memphis before she got into business, and some of the guys knew her. But she came through as a performer for that one glorious week period, just in time to be the first person I managed. It was her and Leilani Kai were the women's U.S. tag team champions. And they were going to be working a week in the territory, and I got to TV just to do my kind of, you know, what I thought was my weekly, yes, I'm going to be a manager in Bobsey's contracts interview. And they said, oh, we got somebody for you today. Sherry and Leilani, but Lonnie wasn't there. She didn't make TV. She was something, I don't know, sick, whatever the fuck. So it was just Sherry. And then I managed them the next day at the Cook Convention Center. And then the following weekend, I believe it was, in Jackson, Tennessee, it was a battle royal where it was 19 guys and 2 girls. Or 19 guys, yeah, 19 guys and 2 girls. Sherry and the babyface girl she was going to work with on the show. Anyway, Plowboy Frazier got pushed over and landed on Sherry's leg, broke her leg. And she's out. So automatically I have a week with my first protege. She didn't even get a chance to finish her 2 weeks in the territory. Broke her leg and she's done. So that was, but I've got a picture around here somewhere on the wall. It says, as a matter of fact, we'll find it here in a minute. But just remember, Jim, I was your first, Sherry.
The Moondogs.
You know, the Moondogs were not the Moondogs until 83. In Tennessee, and that's, you know, I'd already gotten on the cards, but got a chance to thankfully be on their cards with the Fabs because they did draw some good money. But, you know, a spot was Larry Latham, and he had been teamed up with Wayne Ferris as the Blonde Bombers, so that's we knew Larry in the Memphis territory from, you know, the 70s as himself. And then Randy Colley was the other Moondog at first, and he had been one of the assassins with Roger Smith and different mass teams and etc. So then finally they come in, and some people kind of recognized Larry, but at the same time he'd gained like 80 pounds or whatever and all this extra hair. And they got over just by beating the shit out of people. And it was not for the squeamish, but the Moondogs, that was the thing. The Fabulous Ones could have been, they could have been, viewed as a teeny bopper, you know, girls' idols, and the guys could have been, it could have backfired with the guys, but it didn't, because between the Sheep Herders and the Moondogs and all these fucking big, mean teams that the Fabs had to fight, and they bled, and Jarrett really did recreate the Fargos. They were baby faces because even though they were good-looking guys, they were tough, and they were in fights. And they were bleeding and sweating and all this shit. It wasn't like they were these fucking, you know, girly boys.
Right.
And so it worked. And part of that was the teams like the Moondogs that were giving them such a fucking challenge.
Now, when they first came in, weren't they going to be eventually, were they supposed to be heels, I believe, at first?
Yes.
And then they got it so over?
Yes.
Okay.
That was the deal, is that's why Jarrett wanted me to be a manager, because Jimmy Hart couldn't manage Stan Lane and Steve Kern, because they'd spent the previous 3 years fucking fighting and fussing with each other. And he didn't think that was legitimate and nobody'd believe it. But he wanted to recreate the Fabulous Fargos. And the way the Fargos got over was by being the unbeatable heel team that gradually people, you know, started liking because they were so tough. So what he wanted to do was put Stan and Steve together as the Fabulous Ones, the second coming of the Fabulous Fargos, with Jackie Fargo to bless them. And after about 8 weeks or so, they would lose their fucking, they'd get all egotistical, and they would turn their back on Fargo, and the rich kid manager would sign them, and they'd be the unbeatable heel team. And they'd run with that for however long until they'd switch back, and then they'd be over and they'd be icons. But the problem is, Jackie Fargo was so over, they didn't need the middle step. As soon as Fargo blessed them and came out, and there they were with the music videos and the long blonde hair and everything, and there's Fargo in their corner, fuck, you'd had been a raving lunatic to switch them heel. You didn't need. They got over quicker, more instantly than anybody I've ever seen. So after the first, 6 weeks or so, Jarrett realized, and he said, well, I guess we're going to go to plan B with you. And I ended up, which was better because at that point, for me to get a main event spot, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. So I went through guys like Jesse Barr and then Adrian Street was great. And I got a chance to manage a bunch of different people without having to be the main event attraction. That would have been fucking brutal at that point.
One of my favorite personalities to ever come out of Memphis would be Austin Idol, one of the best promo guys of all time.
Austin Idol, baby, the universal heartthrob, the man, the idol, the Las Vegas leg lock. Darling, I'm going to drag you from post to post to post to, I'm talking post. Idol was great. I wish he'd have been around more. You couldn't get him to stay in the same place at the same time. Why
is that?
Well,
was he that difficult to do business with?
He was difficult to do business with. He first of all, he was in a plane crash, and I always heard he didn't want to travel after that because he didn't want to, fly a lot. But at the same time, he had to fly to get up to Memphis because he always lived in Pensacola. I think it was just, he'd get in a mood where, hey, I didn't get the right money or I didn't get the right this or that. I mean, just last year, they were trying to get him for a casino show in Memphis. And first he said, all right, but then he didn't really want to. So then he went back and held the guy for more money. And then the guy said, I'll give you more money. And he said, all right. But he really didn't want to come because but his promos were tremendous. His work, he was not a great wrestler. He was a great worker. His wrestling skills were lacking, but his working skills were amazing. Threw a great punch, great kick, great elbow drop, cut a great promo, and had a great looking body and great head of hair. So, that's all you need. But actually, he was so good. I've heard this, that The Rock had never seen him really before, but he took a bunch of old tapes on a movie set or something to just look at and study, and saw Austin Idol and flipped over him. And he once again, he was a guy that was ahead of his time.
He was awesome. Ricky and Robert, the Rock and Roll Express. You could talk about them as a tag team or individual.
Well, I worked when Ricky and Robert first got put together as a team. They were the Fabs' second bananas, right? They were the teeny bopper team that was going to go to the spot show while the Fabs were in the big town,
right?
Because they were running 2 towns a night, and so in your home area, you never really. People always remember you as the kid, right? You never get over. So they didn't draw money in Memphis because it was the secondary team to the Fabulous Ones, and it was Ricky and Robert, and we've seen them forever. But as soon as they left and they went to Mid-South, where nobody had seen a rock and roll tag team, and nobody had seen these teeny boppers, nobody had seen Ricky Morton sell like that before, take 4 bumps off 1 punch, and look like he's crying and asking the people to help him, and every time they went somewhere where people hadn't seen something like that, it just blew up. So, but when they first put Ricky and Robert together, guess who was there on the underneath card to manage their opposing team and work their first tag team program with? That would be me. So actually, the Rock and Roll Express started in March of '83, and I first worked a program with them with Danny Davis and Ken Wayne as the Galaxians in March and April of '83. So I worked the first Rock and Roll Express program, and it was a flash of things to come.
Norvell Austin.
I always liked Norvell. I didn't get to spend a lot of time with him because he was mostly gone by the time I got into business. He was from Memphis and was a great worker and just didn't want to travel, didn't like to leave, go too far away from home, and haven't seen him in ages. Don't know what he's doing now. But he was, in his day, he was an excellent worker.
The Boogie Woogie Man, Jimmy Valiant.
Handsome was one of my favorites, even before I met him. Obviously, the Valiant brothers were a huge team, especially for Bruiser in Indianapolis. I'd seen him up there first. Bobby Heenan managed them. And then when I found out that Jimmy Valiant was coming to Louisville, holy shit, this is great. And he and Lawler worked a program literally 5 months straight, every Tuesday night at the Gardens, every week practically, was Lawler and Valiant in a pile driver match or a dogfight match or a chain match or a first blood match. It was one of the great programs of the 70s. And Handsome got over so good. His promos were different. His whole style was different, and he had a tremendous amount of heat as a heel, but later on, once again, as often happens in Memphis, the people started liking him, even though he was a heel, so he would turn back and forth, and it pretty much became an icon, whichever side of the fence he was on.
Kamala.
Kamala was great because Jerry Jarrett actually told this story in his book. He booked Sugar Bear Harris, and the report on Sugar Bear Harris was that he was the worst wrestler that anybody had ever seen. And so Jerry Jarrett said, anybody that size and it looks like that, there's got to be some way we can do something with him. So basically, they came up with an idea where the guy's gimmick was that he did not know how to wrestle. So they made the guy's gimmick, he's the worst wrestler of all time, but he also is a Ugandan giant that could possibly be a cannibal. And they took a guy who'd never drawn a diamond, couldn't wrestle, to a guy who was a main event attraction who drew money instantly and everywhere he went and still couldn't wrestle. And that was the whole idea of the thing.
It's incredible, right?
Is only in wrestling.
Eddie Gilbert.
You know, I'd known Eddie since we were both like 14 years old. He was a photographer just like me at ringside. He would handle the Memphis and Jackson, and I'd shoot Louisville and Evansville, but we coexisted, and every once in a while we'd see each other at the big shows. And I was really excited for him when he first got into wrestling. He started when he was 17. He couldn't get a license in Kentucky or any of the commission states, so he started wrestling the independents around Memphis until he turned 18. And you know, he loved Memphis wrestling especially, but he studied the business. He had a great heart and a great aptitude for it, did not have the greatest size, was always trying to get bigger, but, you know, was another guy that, especially for, I think if the Memphis territory had hung on longer as being a big money territory, he would have been the perfect guy to book Memphis because he understood Memphis wrestling better than almost anywhere else. But he had a great mind for the business and loved it and ate it and slept it.
Uncle Elmer, Plowboy Frazier.
Lawler liked Frazier. Lawler was entertained by Frazier, so he was always around in one aspect or another, and they did the most ridiculous things with him. Like he lost a loser leave town match, right?
Right.
And came back as the Lone Ranger. And he had the Lone Ranger mask on and a cowboy hat on top of Plowboy Frazier. Nobody looks like that, right? They had a Playboy Frazier where he was throwing out hotel keys to women. He wore pink for some reason one point in time. He was a Confederate general at one point in time. Kamala number 2. They painted him up like Kamala, with, you know. But Frazier was one of those unique characters. One night we're in, where was it? It was Osceola, Arkansas. And to go in the locker room, you have to go underneath the bleachers, right? And this tiny little hallway. So the bleachers are up here and on either side, and there's a tiny little hallway goes underneath, and then you open the door, and there's this small little dressing room. And I come in one night, and Frazier's sitting on the bench, and his hands are shaking, and everybody's making over him, and Jimmy Hart's patting him on the back. What had happened was he'd come in, Jimmy's in front of him carrying 5 bags and 6 canes and 4 hats on his head, and Frazier's got that stupid Lone Ranger mask on, and he's carrying his bag, and he's walking through all big and bowed up and everything, and somebody says something to him, oh, shut up, and he walked right into the top of that hallway thing and knocked himself out and fell in that little hallway, and he was so big and massive that he was like a piece of human cholesterol stuck in the hallway there. They couldn't get him out and they couldn't get him back. They couldn't get him anywhere. They had to grease the sides up and finally pull him in, and he's all upset, and I don't think I can work tonight, neighbor.
Now, did he sell gimmicks backstage to the boys, like fake watches and shit?
Yeah, fake jewelry and shoes, and I sat down next to him one night in Tupelo, and he had this mason jar. It was like about this big, and he set it down, and it had this yellow liquid in it. I'm like, is that his fucking urine specimen, right? And he's got the top gimmicked, and he kind of unscrewed it about halfway and splashed some out, and it was his cologne. I said, that's cologne? He said, yeah, I'll buy it by the gallon, neighbor. You get a better deal that way. He just put it in the jar. That's
ridiculous.
He had fake jewelry, fake shit. Well, you can't have fake shoes, but he had a lot of cheap goods that could be had. He was a pioneer of the bootleg bowling industry.
What are your memories of the greatest intercontinental champion of all time, Wayne Ferris, the Honky Tonk Man?
Well, Wayne started obviously in Memphis because he's Lawler's cousin. They don't get along, at least from what I can tell from what Wayne says. Lawler never mentions him too much, but when he started out, he was a young kid and he was green, but gradually he kind of got it, and they started feeding him into a few different angles. And they switched him heel, and he was on Jimmy Valiant's side at one point against Lawler and all the baby faces. And then finally, when he got teamed up with Larry Latham, and they'd gone to Florida, and were working as an underneath team down there. But when Jerry Jarrett needed a top team real quick, they were headed back up anyway. In that direction, they just stopped in Memphis, and it clicked, and he was a main event guy from that point.
Mongolian Stomper.
Oh, I was a big Stomper fan when I was a kid because Archie nobody looked like that, right? I mean, he had that incredible body, but that severe face and the bald head, and he looked mean. And his matches, you believed his matches. And he got a ton of heat. And, I saw one match with him and Bob Armstrong in Louisville one night. I was convinced they had killed each other because Bob was a master with the blade, and so was Archie. And Archie came off the ropes and stomped Bob with that big boot, and Bob sat up right in front. I'm on the front row, right? He sat up, and the blood just went. Of course, now, having seen a film 20 years later, when I'm a little bit smarter, I can see that as Archie was coming off the ropes, Bob did like that. And then he got stomped, but it was amazing, and the people were just jumping up and down, and they almost started a riot. Stomper had so much heat in Knoxville when he was Southeastern champion. When he would go to the smaller spot shows like in Eastern Kentucky, Harlan and Hazard, some of the high school shows and everything, they would run him into the ring. The babyface would run in, hit the ring, and beat him up for like 3 or 4 minutes, and Stomper would leave and get counted out. Because if he took over, the fans would start hitting the ring. So he had so much heat that they had to just do count-out finishes on spot shows rather than start a riot if he tried to start getting heat on somebody or, God forbid, actually won the fucking match.
It's crazy. Bobby Fulton.
I like Bobby from the time I first met him. We're still friends to this day. But he was a big wrestling fan, just like me, except he's from Ohio, so he had grown up watching the Sheik's show. But at the same time, Memphis wrestling in the old style, the Wild and Willie stuff, was right up his alley. And at first he was an underneath baby face, but then as he got in a little bit better shape and got a little bit more experience, they started doing a little bit more with him until finally they picked him to be the second coming of the fabulous ones, the fantastic ones for the Georgia circuit in '83 with him and Terry Taylor. And that didn't work out, but by the next year when they needed another babyface team, he and Tommy Rogers worked as the Fantastics, and they got a chance to go to Louisiana, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Terry Taylor from Memphis.
Terry was incredible. He was a great baby face. He was, he wasn't the greatest promo, but he was a good-looking guy. He could work athletically. His work was good and solid. He was exciting. At one time, the Memphis territory had literally pussy magnets up and down the roster on the babyface side. Terry Taylor and Stan Lane and Steve Kern and Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee, and even Dutch was a ruggedly handsome young man in those days. And just the picture sales and the programs and the fact the crowds were 60% female, and guys like Bobby Fulton, who was a good-looking young guy. So, the Memphis territory was loaded with great-looking young baby faces, which is one of the reasons why when they made the talent trade with Mid-South, who had been used to fucking these giant, big, ugly heels and giant, big, ugly baby faces, it turned the business around because now the young people and the girls had somebody to go and drool over.
Andy Kaufman.
Fantastic wrestling fan. Didn't want to do anything disrespectful to the business. Was glad to be there. I remember the famous quote that got passed around was after the first time or two he'd been down to Memphis wrestling women, and then finally he did the match with Lawler, and it drew pretty good and got some notoriety and everything worked out. He said, "Do you think I could get paid for this one?" He was coming down on his own nickel and doing that just to have fun and do it.
Right.
And then finally, they said, sure, Andy, we'll pay you for the, and I don't even know if he cashed the checks.
What do you think his payoff was?
It wasn't what he was getting for network television.
Right.
But he didn't care. He had been a lifelong wrestling fan, and plus he appreciated what the guys did because it's performance art. And Andy wasn't a stand-up comic, he was a performance artist. He wanted to get a rise out of people, good, bad, indifferent, regardless, whatever. And he recognized that the wrestlers of anybody in the world were the most accomplished at doing stuff like that.
What are your memories of WMC and the TV studios?
It was great to be able to, once again, it's something we've lost, studio wrestling. And to go to a TV station, a professional TV station, every Saturday morning that was going to broadcast your show for an hour and a half live on an NBC affiliate, the top-rated show in the market, not top-rated wrestling show, the top-rated TV show of any kind in the market. If you were on Memphis TV for 3 weeks, you were a celebrity in town. And they paid the wrestling promotion for the right to telecast that program. So,
it's crazy. It doesn't happen anymore.
It don't happen anymore, no.
What were the most important lessons that you learned in Memphis?
I learned what to fucking do. I learned,
That's where you learned the business.
Yeah, but not all of it, obviously. I was there for the first year and a half, but what I could comprehend at the time. And then I went to Bill Watts's, military school for wrestling. But, you learned, obviously, how to make the towns, how to keep things interesting, because you were in the same place in front of the same people every week. And, you had to be on your toes. And plus live TV, it's not like you could do let me do that promo over again. 300,000 people just saw you do that promo the first time, so you're not going to do it over again. It was live.
Right.
It was a great place to learn.
What is the legacy of that territory?
To this day, like I was saying earlier, you can go anywhere in Louisville or anywhere in Memphis or in Nashville, and if you go to a place where a lot of people gather, like a local flea market or the fairgrounds or amusement park or whatever, you get a large group of people, more people will know who Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee and Jackie Fargo and Jerry Jarrett were than know who the WWF champion is today on national television, by far. The legacy is simply that it was one of the hottest territories in the business for an extended period of time and gave a lot of guys their start and drew a ton of money, and more people remember those guys from 30 years ago than know what the fuck's going on in wrestling now as a whole.
Shows you something.
It shows you something. And here's a rare one, Vern Gagne with hair. This was the wrestling calendar for 1955, and there's Rocca on the cover for 1956. A valued friend. As a matter of fact, be a valued friend. You are a valued friend. Rocca's writing probably was forged. I think he was illiterate.
So growing up, where you were from the magazines, you were pretty much a fan of all the different territories. You followed it because you didn't get the TV of it. All the different territories. You just followed it through the magazines.
Well, yeah, and see, that's the thing is you always wanted to see the guys that you read about in the magazines finally come to your territory, so it was a big deal, and sometimes you'd wait a year, and sometimes you'd wait 5 years, and sometimes you'd never see somebody, right? So when you did get to see somebody that you'd anticipated, it was a big deal, and then sometimes you get let down, or sometimes you'd be excited. Sometimes you'd be let down, like when you saw the Madison Square Garden show, right, and you'd read about it, and like, this is all there is to it. But other times, it'd be great. Yeah, this guy is insane. He is great. It just, that was the thing. All these territories, there were literally dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of main event wrestlers that you could look forward to seeing, and you'd get a few of them every year, and that would be enough. And the Vern Gagne wrestling game, see, that was when Gagne was a huge star on the first round of network television. As a matter of fact, that's why they made Gagne the United States champion, because there were so many demands on Thez as the NWA world champion. that he couldn't be everywhere, and Fred Kohler had the TV in Chicago and put the U.S. title on Vern Gagne, and he started touring as a secondary kind of world champion, so, not in world champion in everything but name.
Right.
So he could make all the dates, and that's why that he never really had a big rivalry for the NWA title, because they had a few matches with Vern being an NCAA champion. They had some matches, then he got the U.S. title and being booked a different direction, and then when network TV went off the air and the territories formed from all the network stars going home to their home territories and either buying into the promotion or being the top star or whatever, Vern just started the AWA and never had anything to do with the NWA title again. So he wasn't going to get it, but he avoided it being obvious that he wasn't getting it. And these are some of the books that were printed in the early 50s during that time that, when wrestling was so big on network television. And they would even have a section in the back where, you could read about the statistics on all your favorites. See, it's like, it's like a baseball book or anything else, right? Wait a minute, hold on here. See if I can find a good one. God, this is 19... Is this a 52 or 53 edition? I'll tell you here in a second.
Looking at this stuff now, does it bring back a lot of memories?
1952. Well, no, it doesn't bring any memories because I hadn't been born for 9 years yet. But but I should have waited to find somebody that might be remotely fucking. Well, hold on. Would Gagne be in here? Gagne ain't even fucking. No, there he is. Vern Gagne, 26 years old, 6 feet 215. In 1952, so that means he is almost 90 years old now, is Vern.
Yep.
Good heavens. All right, here's one for you. Wrestling Dallas Style, January 13th, 1953. This is the program for the Dallas Sportatorium. And Ed McLemore, the promoter, and of course the Sportatorium was still presenting wrestling even back in 1953. On the corner of Katie's and Industrial, but if you go to, I believe, page 7, you see why this is more unusual than any other Dallas program. Jack Atkinson debuts against Mr. Muscles. This is the program from Fritz Von Erich's first pro wrestling appearance in the Dallas Sportatorium.
Wow.
And it was in an opening match, preliminary match. Boom. And Atkinson weighed 238 and his opponent made 198, so they were already trying to favor old Fritz. But he was a hotshot football player from the Dallas area, and it was before, obviously, he became a hated Nazi heel. And here is... I just like this old lucha program from Mexico, but it has Gory Guerrero on the cover, the Black Shadow, and Yukon Eric, Johnny Valentine from 1954, Buddy Rogers when he won the NWA World Championship. I love those old Wrestling Life magazines too. And here this... Actually, I just love these old strength and health magazines from like the 30s, but it looks like
pornographic.
Yeah, somehow it looks like he's flossing his crotch with that chain.
Did you get to know Buddy Rogers at all after his heyday?
No, I met him once again at a Resi's conventions when he would bring Buddy Rogers up, and one night I'm going to the hotel desk to get some change for the Coke machine. And there is Ric Flair and Buddy Rogers in the bank of phone booths, right, that all the finer hotels had in those days. They were both exactly the same. They had the same gimmick, but they were both exactly the same. As 1 o'clock in the morning, and they were drunk dialing people, waking them up out of their beds to browbeat them about something, guys that they knew. This is a magazine that Capital Wrestling put out. Who's Who in Wrestling. And Capital Wrestling obviously was Vince's office back in the early 60s, but Vince McMahon, Phil Zacco, Joe Toots Mondt even got listed on on the front. And they sold these for $1. Yeah, here we go. There's Vince Sr., Phil Zacco, Rudy Miller, Toots Mondt. And it just, the Sheik of Araby, as they called him, Slave Girl Moolah, the Graham brothers. So, this was a hot piece of Ray Morgan, the voice of the Capitol Wrestling Show. So this was a hot piece of merchandise for $1. You got all the top stars here. These were all newspaper articles in Charlotte, obviously about Crockett, but that was when he bought the UWF and had bought Kansas City, and everything was sunshine and lollipops and brand new vibrators. And then this was a year later.
Wow.
Talk to TBS on selling wrestling interests. But I mean, it was a big news story in Charlotte, the potential of Jim Crockett selling out to TBS and wrestling going away. And then this was all stuff from the Kaufman match. Sports Illustrated, the Memphis paper, various press services and etc.
What year was Kaufman Lawler? That was
1982. April 5th. Poor Andy.
What year were you there with taking pictures?
Where?
In Memphis.
Oh, in Memphis, I was there. I was at the, I was ringside at that match. As a matter of fact, that was I was there, and a commercial appeal photographer was there, and we were the only ones that got pictures. So, damn it, Newsweek actually called me, but they wanted a color picture, and I was shooting black and white for the program, so I didn't have anything. But Andy wasn't supposed to go out originally in an ambulance. It was supposed to be pile driver, boom, and that'd be the end of it. Well, the pile driver got over so good, Lawler said, okay, one more, boom. And then he gets his hand up, and it was halfway through the show, right? There were still other matches to go, and Jerry Calhoun goes back over to Lawler and says, Kaufman says he wants an ambulance. What? Says he ain't going to get up without an ambulance. Tell him, get up, we don't have, no, he wants an ambulance. Well, call an ambulance. Well, they called an ambulance. There was an ambulance depot right around the corner from the Coliseum, but they were busy on a run. So he had to lay there for like 25 minutes while the nearest ambulance got there. People were throwing garbage in the ring. It looked like an ECW show.
Right.
People were throwing garbage about that deep, and they hated him. And when they were loading him up in the back of the ambulance, people were like, I hope you die. And that's what Danny Davis came up with the line, and he fed it to Lawler. He said, hey, instead of an ambulance, maybe we ought to call him a taxi.
That's actually good.
And Lawler got credit for it, but it was Danny's. I saw him whisper to him.
Did you have any interaction at all with Andy? Any interaction?
Yeah, a little bit. I took a couple of pictures. I actually got a couple of pictures of him and Lawler on his first appearance there in Memphis when he was wrestling the women. I got them posed because they didn't know they were going to do a big angle, and they were all friendly. And that's the only time you've ever seen pictures of Lawler and Kaufman friendly together. Here's some the Carolinas we were just looking at. Well, wrestling stars. Remember Jack Brickhouse?
I've heard of the name.
He was a famous sportscaster with Channel 9 in Chicago, but look at this byline, Wrestling Stars by Dick Axman and Jim Barnett. Because Barnett that was his first job in wrestling, was as kind of a PR and publicity guy for the Chicago office, and this was printed in Chicago. So there's Brickhouse on WGN, the Dumont Network. But this is from, I'm going to say let's see if they got a date on it. Probably not, but I'm going to say 52 or 53. And there's Vern Gagne, the United States champion, Baron Leone, the world's junior heavyweight champion. That's the Crusher. Look at the hair.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Art Nelson and Reggie Lisowski. Mildred Burke. So these things were, as a matter of fact, special offer.
Now, I wonder if you were to mail to that, what would happen?
Well, Chicago 13, Illinois. Probably wouldn't go too far. But yeah, Wrestling As You Like It, 33 issues for only $3. Huh. So...
Is that where you got Smoky Mountain Wrestling? Wrestling the way you like it?
Yeah, as a matter of fact. By God, the way you like it. This is from Charlotte from the early 60s, the Crockett territory. And that was George Becker, who was the top babyface then. And then he was also one of the bookers. And then they brought Johnny Weaver in as the young, fiery babyface to team with Becker. But this is from 1958, because he had been operating in Charlotte for 25 years at that point, Jim Crockett Sr. And there's Gory Guerrero, Chavo, and the whole clan's father, Luthez and Strangler Lewis. Moolah. Moolah got in her picture everywhere. And there's the wonderful George Becker. Exciting baby face. Now, where's my lid? And then, it's enough of this new stuff. Let's look at old stuff.
This is old stuff.
No, this is old stuff. This is George Zaharias, Babe Diedrichson Zaharias' husband, who was the promoter at that time at the Olympic Auditorium after he wrestled, but this was January 1941. And they had weekly boxing and wrestling at that point in time, and this was right before World War II started. So they actually, they have all of these, this was the New Year's program. So all of these various different promoters, Hugh Nichols, the matchmaker at Hollywood Legion Stadium, and this guy's a judge, and this guy has a boxing club, and this is a boxing promoter in Seattle, and they would all take out ads because boxing and wrestling were covered in the same publications. And they had, look at all these different boxing and wrestling clubs that they had in the Los Angeles area. So they had wrestling several times a week in the Los Angeles area, and then pro boxing several times a week. And I was trying to find if they had a lineup in here, but apparently we're not going to see that. Anyway.
This collection is amazing.
I've got some really iconic programs from San Francisco. There's Peter Maivia on the cover of a Roy Shire program, Bearcat Wright on the cover. You know the story about Bearcat Wright, right? In San Francisco. Well, he was a huge drawing card, and they made him the world champion. He was actually the first black world champion, at least of a recognized, major promotion at the time. The WWA in California in the early mid-'60s was recognized as one of the big world championships. And Bearcat Wright was a huge drawing card, but they put the belt on him, but he didn't want to drop it. And so one night, according to the story, which may be apocryphal, but the point is that it's basically something like this happened. He goes to the ring for his match, and instead of his opponent, it's Judo Gene LaBelle that comes to the ring. And he just got out of the ring and took off and got in his car and drove off, and that's the way he gave his notice to the territory, because they were going to get the belt back one way or the other. This is classic, a Lucha magazine with El Santo and Hurricane Ramirez on the cover. This is from the late 60s. These are really nice. These are arena magazines from the early 30s. And you can see Henry DeGlane, who was the victor in the original Montreal Screwjob, when the biting bit with Strangler Lewis, when they screwed Lewis out of the title in Montreal the first time in the 30s. He was a former member of the French Olympic team, and he was a big drawing card in Montreal and anywhere there's a French-speaking audience. John Pasek, who was one of the classic old shooters. Dick Schickat, who was a world champion and a classic shooter, but looks a little bit like Eric Cartman there on that. And I think they took the same picture and just changed his hairstyle here.
Now, how did you get so smart to the business as far as the stuff from like the 40s and 50s? How did you study that?
Read.
Just read?
Read and be able to figure it out, because if you get familiar with who the talent was, and then you see names in specific places, okay, so-and-so must have had an interest, or so-and-so must have been booking, or this is where they were getting their talent. Like in Memphis, Before Memphis was part of the Nashville territory, they got their underneath talent from the St. Louis and the Kansas City area, because you could see the same names. So read, be a detective, surmise, suppose, and then you can put it together.
Is there a gap at all for you, or do you pretty much know everything about the business?
No, there's all kinds of gaps. I just found out something that happened. I'll tell the story later, but something that happened in Louisville wrestling history that I didn't know ever even happened until I went to the library and was researching with this guy for the book we're doing on Louisville wrestling history. So there's a lot of shit, but it's when there were that many territories and that many promotions and that many wrestlers, nobody can know everything. But at the same time, all you have to do is find this shit and read it. Look, Jim Londos. Londos, I guess I would probably have to say Londos, Sammartino, Andre, Austin, and The Rock were the biggest drawing cards, and Hogan in there. But Londos probably adjusted for inflation and the sake of the times was a bigger drawing card in the wrestling business than Hulk Hogan was. He was a household name in the 30s. He was filling up baseball stadiums. He was setting attendance records everywhere, and in the middle of a depression. Of course, the tickets were 10 cents a piece, but that's what happens when, you're wrestling in the 30s. So every time that we would go when the WWF was on their real hot streak and we'd be at a new pay-per-view and the place would be sold out, they'd say, we can announce an all-time record for Boston. Well, no, you can't, because Londos actually drew more people. You can announce an indoor record or whatever. Kevin Dunn used to hate it. That's why I used to like to do it, because he was so full of himself. He's such an arrogant, obnoxious prick. Well, we'll announce that we've sold out again and set an all-time record. May have sold out, but so-and-so drew more people in 1946 or whatever. Anyway, I like this section here, especially these old wrestling and TV sports, because there's a Terrible Tessie, Roller Derby, etc. These are classic magazines from the late 50s. The Fan magazine, Rocca, the Duseks, Gene Stanley, Women Wrestlers, and more Roller Derby. Here is Londos again from, I believe, 1938 on this one. And he's in this, he's above build, above Jack Dempsey. And this is one of my favorite pictures of all time. Doesn't that just say this guy's a wrestling champion? Buddy Rogers, just the way he looked. The tan, the belts, the fucking way he carried himself. That's why he was the biggest box office attraction in the business at that time. And, of course, iconically, Ray Stevens versus Pat Patterson from the Cow Palace on a Roy Shire show. Have to have that one out. And this, I just got this at the Louisville Flea Market. Ertles Beer was a Louisville beer company in the 50s. And after Leone had the match with Thez in Los Angeles that set the $100,000 house, they got, actually, there's a Thez one of these too that I haven't been able to find yet. But they got this sponsorship business with Ertles Beer. And those are quite rare. The first issue of Wrestling Review, autographed by the Graham brothers, from 1959. Danny Hodges' hometown phone book, Perry, Oklahoma, autographed, the cover. He's the only wrestler ever in history to get his picture on his hometown phone book. And this one is autographed by Rocca and Red Bastine. It's a late 50s program with them teaming against Valentine and Zebra Kid in New Jersey. And this is, get a close-up of this one. This is unique in the world. The Battle of the Century, they were teasing trying to put together a match between Bruno and Thez for the NWA and WWF championships, and it was a big deal in the magazines in the 60s. But Bruno didn't want Thez's schedule, and Thez wanted $100,000 to do the job. So they never had the match, but I had both these guys autograph this magazine to me personally, and it's fucking clean, too. It's very nice. You can't find them in that shape anymore. This is a New Jersey program autographed by two of the Dusek brothers, the original Riot Squad, Emil and Joe Dusek. along with Sam Mineker and a couple of the other guys that were on the card. They were like the first original heels. St. Petersburg, the Bayfront Center, Briscoe and Funk, autographed by Briscoe. This is an article from the 40s of a wrestler named Jim Clinstock that was murdered in his dentist's office.
How'd that happen?
Alcohol was involved. They said he suddenly became a rave. They were there at the dentist's office after hours, and alcohol was involved, and suddenly he became a raving maniac, and in trying to subdue him, they killed him, and there was court trials and all that other stuff. The Crusher, there's Art Nielsen and Reggie Lasowski, but he signed that for me in like 1999, and the magazine is from 1953, and when I handed it to him, he said, well, that looks like that'd probably be about 1953. Oh, yeah. He 46 years later, and he remembered it. Oh, we didn't even do the posters down this side.
Look at all the magazines. The magazines are impressive.
Well, I love these old painted color covers. Let's try that again. They took the black and white pictures, but they would hand color them. And it looks so cool, actually, that way. Primo Carnera, Argentina Rocca, Yukon Eric. Oh, this is a classic cover. It's Primo Carnera knocking the shit out of Gene Stanley, but Gene Stanley gets the cover tag. So, but what a picture, right? The wrestling magazines, they started in 1951 when wrestling got popular on network television. Everybody wanted to cash in on it. So wrestling started in 1951, just a couple of months away from official wrestling. And then you had World Wrestling. But the NWA official wrestling actually was tied into all the different NWA offices, and they all got publicity out of it. But then in the 50s, really the early and mid-50s, these Wrestling Lifes and Wrestling As You Like It magazines were really more widespread because they were on every newsstand and every rack.
How often did the magazines come out back then? I remember when I was a kid, it was like once a month every Tuesday.
These were, for a while, in some cases, they were weekly.
Wow. See,
like this one from July 26, 1952. See, they were weekly, so they were dated, and it was just, it was a 15-cent magazine, but it had all the wrestling news in it. Pat O'Connor. O'Connor was a big cover feature on the early stuff, but well, I thought I'd find one. Oh, nevertheless. Oh, there. Bob Orton Sr., Randy's grandfather. He looks nothing like him. But yeah, these were weekly magazines for a long time there. Then the bigger, the full-size magazines were monthly, most or bi-monthly. But then they started spread out till in the 60s. This was the precursor of Pro Wrestling Illustrated. This was before they did The Wrestler, Inside Wrestling or whatever. London Publishing did Wrestling Illustrated for just a short time in 1965 and 66, and they were really cool magazines and had great covers. Thez versus Valentine, the Graham Brothers. But it wasn't the time then, apparently. And then they started.
Do you have the first PWI?
Yeah. Hold on here. There we go. This is the first edition of The Wrestler, 1966. And let's see, where's the inside? There we go. That's the first, one of the first issues of Inside Wrestling. I don't have the number on the back. But that came along a year or so later, and then Pro Wrestling Illustrated. Is this it? Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah, there you go. That's the first one.
Wow. What year is that?
1979.
79?
See, PWI didn't come along until the end of the 70s. The Wrestler and Inside Wrestling were the flagship magazines up until then. But then they did other, like Wrestling Yearbook, Wrestling Annual, Best of the Wrestler, Wrestling's Greatest Battles, Wrestling Picture Book, Sports Review Wrestling, etc., Wrestling Album, Wrestling by the Year. London Publishing did a lot of titles. But then there was the Big Book of Wrestling group that had Wrestling Guide, Wrestling Roundup, and Official Wrestling. And then, of course, there's Wrestling World, Ring Wrestling, Wrestling Review, both the original Wrestling Review and then the Wrestling Review that Norm Keitzer started later on. But these classics, Wrestling Review was a hell of a magazine. This is the second issue. The first one with the Graham brothers is on the cover.
Do you remember going to the pharmacy or wherever the newsstands when you were a kid, getting all of the magazines?
Oh, yeah. We'll see. And I started with comic books at the drugstore over here because I was buying comic books from the time I was 5 or 6. And I didn't know there were wrestling magazines. When I started watching wrestling, I didn't know there were wrestling magazines. And then I found one in a secondhand shop while I was looking for comic books. So now I got to go back and get all the back issues of all the wrestling magazines now that I know that they exist. So it took a while. But you could find this shit easier back then. Look at the Bastine brothers, Red and Lou.
The quality is amazing on these magazines, too. They're not even, like, damaged.
Well, I've got some raggedy ones, but I've searched around trying to find better copies. And then Boxing Illustrated and Wrestling News. See, wrestling and boxing were always grouped together. They were both treated as sports, and they, were written about by the same people that did both magazines. For example, London Publishing had a complete line of boxing magazines also. Inside Boxing. And not the boxer, though, but, you get the point. And then here's the Japanese stuff. And these magazines just blew everything else away, especially in the 70s, because not only the quality of the photography and all the big color sections, but just because they covered the entire world. You couldn't read it, but you kind of get an idea of what's going on. And I was lucky enough to get a lot of my stuff. When I started taking pictures, a lot of my stuff got printed in Gong magazine, especially because I was a correspondent with Koichi Yoshizawa. I did this layout of Jimmy Valiant and Joe LeDuc at the Gardens here.
Do you remember the paydays that you would get for getting a photo in a mag?
It was better than Bill Apter. Thank you, Bill. Wonderful Willie. No, for a black and white spread like that is probably about $50, which back in the 70s wasn't bad. And if you had a variety of shit and some color stuff in, the magazines. Where's my Lawler Bockwinkel? It could be a check for a couple of $100, depending on how much stuff you had in the...
How much can you make in a month back then?
Oh, between all the pictures that we were doing at the Gardens, and especially if it was a month where I had my magazine out and I got paid for my magazine that I was having printed, that was a couple of $1,000s right there. So I had $1,000 weeks in the late 70s, early 80s. Some weeks between pictures and ring announcing and, doing stuff for the magazines and etc. Here, this was my stuff in Memphis. It's the first time I saw Bobby Heenan live also. This was 1978. This was Lawler's first shot at the AWA title. Yeah, it was not that hard. I took a cut and pay when I got in the business as a manager from what I was doing as a photographer and doing the magazines and the programs and things. Let's see here. We'll go, but this is a classic. Have you ever read this, Whatever Happened to Gorgeous George?
I have not.
An old-time wrestler named Brother Frank Jarris, who was actually a Southern Junior Heavyweight Champion for Nick Gulas back in the 50s. His son became a sports writer, and he wrote this book about his days of following his father around on the circuit in the old days when he was a kid. And it was actually one of the first mainstream books on wrestling. It was published by a legitimate publisher, Prentice Hall, and out in the bookstores that kind of told you what was going on with wrestling. This was in 1973 when nobody knew, but at the same time it wasn't a knock, it was more of an affectionate look. So this is the Japanese magazine that covered the scaffold match between Jerry Jarrett and Don Green here in Louisville in 1971. And they even have the fold out. That was the first sellout for wrestling in the modern era at the Louisville Gardens. In Jerry Jarrett's and Nick Goulas's promotional time, because the Gardens had sold out back in the 40s, but not in the modern era. This is a classic. Jacksonville, Florida, May 1962, right? Not a very inventive cover, 2 championship matches tonight, but the second match is Karl Gotch versus Boris Malenko. Wow. And the double main event, Don Curtis and Joe Scarpa, Jay Strongbow against the Von Brauners, and Cowboy Bob Ellis and Eddie Graham versus the Assassins.
From there, you went to Mid-South. Bill Watts brought you into the Mid-South territory. Discuss how Bill Watts scouted you and made you a trade, made a trade to bring you in the Midnights to the Mid-South territory. Talk about, I guess, what it was like working for Bill Watts. Compare him to Jerry Jarrett.
It was a completely different kind of territory, Mid-South, than Memphis. Part of that was, Jerry Jarrett's more of a laid-back guy, and a lot of territories were extensions of the promoters. So Jerry's not a bombastic individual. You need to get your shit done. He wasn't going to put up with anything that wasn't right, but, he wasn't confrontational or bombastic. Watts would come in and you knew he was in the room. But also they had a lot bigger towns, a lot more bigger towns, whereas the Tennessee territory had weekly towns like Memphis and Louisville and Nashville and Evansville. Watts's towns, except for New Orleans, were mostly every other week, but you had Jackson, Mississippi, you had Houston, Texas, you had Baton Rouge and New Orleans, and Little Rock, Arkansas, and Oklahoma City and Tulsa. You had some big buildings and some, sizable towns. It's just they were spread out all over the whole goddamn country down there, 4,000 miles a week in the car. But Watts, and this is not just the difference between Mid-South and Memphis, it's the difference between Mid-South and everywhere. Watts was a stickler for everything making sense, everything being credible, everything being run exactly as it's supposed to be run. And he didn't like excuses if something didn't take place. So that's why, to me, that people respected the business there. When the television ratings were huge, it was treated like a legitimate sport. And he held the guys to a certain standard of behavior outside the ring and in public. And he wanted to make sure that the business was, the credibility of same was upheld regardless of, of what else happened. And that's the way he was able to draw those huge crowds week in and week out, year in and year out in, they didn't have a lot of, except for Houston and New Orleans, they didn't have a lot of other pro sports or really great live entertainment in that part of the country in those days. But Mid-South Wrestling ruled the roost, and people, it was well thought of. It wasn't like, oh, you're going to the wrestling stuff, huh? No, it was, hey, we're going to wrestling. It was lawyers, bankers, politicians, more socially mainstream people were into wrestling or respected wrestling then. At the point you'd go to the bank and they'd be saying, oh, good luck tonight. Rather than, hey, have a good show, it was like, hope you win, and they meant it. And, once again, you can't argue with the TV ratings and the success, the number of tickets sold, and the fact that people thought of wrestlers as the toughest guys in town. They were, in that territory, they were today's UFC fighters.
Right. Let's talk about some of the important personalities and some from the outside of the ring and some competitors in the ring, and discuss them and their importance to the Mid-South territory, as well as their own legacies within the context of Oklahoma and the Mid-South area. Leroy McGurk?
Leroy McGurk was the promoter, obviously based out of Tulsa, that started the territory before Watts split off and opened his own company and then finally took the whole thing over. But Leroy McGurk had been a great amateur wrestler, and he was a great pro and was world junior heavyweight champion, but he lost his eyesight, and the reasons for that have been bandied about. Some say car wreck, some say bar fight. We might never get to the true
both eyes.
Well, see, he had been blind in one eye since like childhood.
Right.
So he had one good eye during his athletic career, and when that went, he only had one to begin with. So, but then he became a blind promoter, and that was one of the compliments that Leroy McGuirk would give guys like Gordon Soley and later Jim Ross, is like, I can almost, see the match when I hear you announce it.
How could he trust the gates?
Well, he had people around him that he trusted, see? And then, that's what, when Watts became his top star, because Watts was from Oklahoma, was a hometown boy, was a great football player, an amateur wrestler, and then, he came back home and bought into the promotion. That was one of the things. He found the good old boy network that Leroy had. Nobody wanted to try anything new. Nobody wanted to go out on a limb for anything, and they wanted to do the same old stuff, and that's not Watts' MO. So he ended up, they had a split, and Watts took the Louisiana end of the territory had always been the buttermilk run, the nether regions. You couldn't make any money in Louisiana. Louisiana don't draw. So Watts ended up with the Louisiana end, and he got that going. And meanwhile, McGuirk is up in Oklahoma, which had been the hotbed, and he started starving because his talent was older and his promotional ideas were behind the times, and he just, it was time to go. So Watts ended up eventually taking over the whole territory when McGuirk retired and formed Mid-South Wrestling as it. But in the early days, if you go back and look, Mid-South Wrestling didn't include Oklahoma and parts of Missouri like Springfield and et cetera. That was McGuirk's territory.
Leroy had it. Grizzly Smith.
Grizzly was the agent, the bodyguard, the babysitter. He had to put up with all the guys fucking being frustrated and coming in when he'd fine them $50 because they were 15 minutes late after they'd driven 600 miles or whatever. He lived in his car because Grizzly had a deal. He had gone to Puerto Rico years before when he was a wrestler, and the plane, the landing gear wouldn't come down, and they had to foam the runway and all this shit. And he said if he ever got out of that alive, he was never going to get on another plane. And for years he didn't. So we drove most of the time, but every once in a while we'd break down and buy a ticket to fly to Oklahoma or whatever. He made every Mid-South Wrestling show. I don't remember him ever missing one. For years, not only when we were there, but beforehand and afterwards, and never got in a plane, was always in the car. Sometimes he'd spend 3 or 4 days in the car where he wouldn't even get a hotel room.
That's crazy.
But, he was the guy Watts trusted. If something happened, and he was supposed to be a stooge, because Watts wanted to know what's going on in my company, good and bad. And if Grizzly was there and didn't know about it or didn't tell Watts about it, either one was the same thing. It was not right. So everybody knew if you do something and Grizzly sees you, or you do something and Grizzly finds out about it, Watts is going to know. So then the idea was, how do you keep something from a guy that knows everything and has eyes everywhere and spies everywhere? It was, But Grizzly was even more, he was a big wrestling star, especially in that part of the country, but even more that, he was more important as the agent and just the glue of the thing.
Danny Hodge.
How much time you got? I didn't get a chance to know him then. I'd met him in the late 70s after his car wreck when he was at a wrestling fans convention in Memphis. But I've, been around him a number of times later, but certainly don't know him well like Jim Ross and those guys have told such great stories. But, the best amateur athlete maybe of any type that the United States has ever produced. A guy that everybody says if the UFC had been around, in those days, he would have been the UFC champion. He would never lost an amateur wrestling match, was never taken down, never had points scored against him. How far do you want me to go? A great professional, gave credibility to the business. And just, if you ever read his book, when he had his car wreck that ended his career, he goes to sleep on the back roads of Louisiana, goes off the road, and ends up upside down in the car in the bayou, in a creek somewhere with a broken neck. Doesn't realize his neck is broken. Holds his head with one hand while he climbs out of the car, swims out of the creek, and walks to a farmhouse like 2 miles away while holding his broken neck on top of his shoulders like that.
That's crazy. Yeah. That's a guy you don't want to fuck with.
Don't fuck with Danny Hodge. Yeah, don't fuck with Danny Hodge.
Bad Leroy Brown.
Actually, I'd known Leroy Brown from here in Memphis when he came in '77. It was his first run with that name and that gimmick, and they actually played the Jim Croce song. So he's an asterisk in the entrance music sweepstakes. Gorgeous George used it in the '50s, yes, but in terms of modern era entrance music, the Freebirds were not the first, because Leroy Brown used it before that, and Lawler, for some of his big title matches, had used music every once in a while. So, but yeah, Leroy Brown outdid the Freebirds on the entrance music. I was there, I saw it.
Ernie Ladd.
Big Ernie Ladd. Oh, golly. I loved getting a chance to work with Ernie when we went to Louisiana. He had been the booker and was still one of Watts' trusted advisors, but he was there at the first few TVs when we first went down, and then as Dundee took the booking job, I think then Ernie went over to the Carolinas at that point, but he came back for a few shots. Got to manage him in Houston, which was a big thrill. Ernie in the Midnight Express against the Rock and Roll Express and Hacksaw Duggan, but I'm managing Ernie Ladd in Houston, where he played football for the Houston Oilers, and just got the chance to sit and listen to some of the things that he would tell the guys in the way that he, Dasso, come sit under the learning tree. And he would take apart something that the guy had done in the match, and he'd say, now, why would you do that? And he'd ask him, and he'd make them try to justify it. And then when they couldn't, he'd say, now you understand. Even you do not know why you did what you did. If you do not know why you did what you did, then why do the fans know why you did what you did? Right. Okay, I got you. He's brilliant. He's brilliant. And I've peeked at your questions. One of the questions was, why did Ernie Ladd get the chance to be a booker and be in the office in some places when he was one of the only, if not the only, black bookers in wrestling? And far be it from me to say that wrestling is not a place where there's been, prejudice in the past. But I started thinking, see, to be a booker, you can't just be a booker because you're a main event wrestler. There's been a lot of main event wrestlers never became bookers, right? But there's been some underneath wrestlers that became bookers. And being a booker is not necessarily just something a main event wrestler can do. You may know how to draw money for yourself or how to work a great match, but you may not be able to put it together and put it on paper and do it for other people. And truthfully and honestly, I was trying to think of another black athlete or black wrestler that both had the aptitude to be a booker, wanted to be a booker, because you got to want to do it first. You're not going to do it unless you ask, unless you try. A candidate does not come to my mind, a great black booker that was held back because of prejudice. I can't think of any. I'm not saying there's not any. I just can't think of any offhand. But Ernie just had the mind for the business. He understood the way it worked, and he understood, how to put people in the right positions where they could draw money rather than just doing it himself. And that's what made him unique.
Buck Robley.
Never worked with Buck a lot. He spent a lot of time in the Mid-South. That's where he's most noted for. And I look at it like one of those aberrations, because everybody always said, well, Buck knew Buck was a good worker, and Buck was a good talker, and Buck knew the business, and Buck knew how to draw money, but Buck's worst enemy was Buck, because Buck was one of the boys. And he wasn't going to let the offices and the promoters tell him what to do. Well, if you're the booker, you pretty much have to let the office and the promoter tell you what to do, because they're not going to make you the booker if you're looking out for the boys instead of them. I never saw Buck's genius, but I wasn't there during his run there. But
Killer Carl Cox.
Cox, I got to meet just a couple of times. He was already retired by the time I got into business. I'd obviously seen him and heard him. He was Murdoch's hero, and Murdoch tried to work like him. And Cox was a tremendous worker. He invented the brain buster. He had a tremendous punch, a great gimmick where he actually could be the silliest heel in the world talking to an invisible imaginary friend that lived over his shoulder somewhere, and still had people believe in him and believed he was really crazy and believed that he was evil at the same time as he's doing all this goofy shit. And it wore off on Dick Murdoch too, as a matter of fact. But Cox was an upper level performer, and just a lot of people in a lot of different parts of the country didn't get a chance to see him.
Dick Murdoch.
And Dick was so fucking good. He was a great promo because he was legitimate. He talked on TV just like he was having a conversation with you. He might just yell a little louder if he's having a conversation with you instead of being on TV. And his work was impeccable, even though he looked physically horrible. He was an amazing athlete. He could do the drop kicks and the flying head scissors with that big stomach and the buggy whip arms and the thin legs. His 1-inch punch, not only was his working punch beautiful and would never touch you, but he could throw a punch from this far away and knock you on your ass. It was amazing. The 1-inch punch, that's what a lot of times when he was a heel and you would see as he would walk through the fans, you'd see somebody collapse. It's because they had tried to take a pick at him. He just randomly, that 1-inch punch, and they're done. He's a character we don't have anymore. But there's no Dick Murdochs anymore. But nobody invented him. He invented himself. He never played football for West Texas State. But he would go back and play in the alumni games and have the other players convinced that he played for West Texas State. He never even went to the fucking school, much less played for the football team.
Ray Candy.
I've worked with Ray a couple times and don't have any fucking stuff. I'm trying to think. Good story on Ray Candy. Well, Ray Candy, that's one. Ernie thought that he could get Ray Candy over and draw money with him, and Watts was convinced you'd never draw any money. Ray's good to have on the card, you never draw any money with him. And Ernie put Ray over, I think it was on TV, right in the middle of 1, 2, 3, and holy shit, and I think they ended up getting a Superdome out of it. But Ray Candy probably was at his drawing peak as his run as the Candyman in Mid-South just because of what Ernie did for him.
Boyd Pierce.
I loved Boyd. Boyd was a classic old-fashioned Southern wrestling announcer. And he had the gimmick suits. It was like he was my grandfather, right? Because I'm trying to wear these suits to get heat, and I didn't know he'd been wearing them for 30 years. But he had the suits, even had matching colored pins. His socks, the pins in his coat pocket, and like his notebook would all be the same color to match his suit. And, he fit the regional, McGurk promotion and the Old Time Texas promotions. And then as the 80s went on and they started spreading out, he was a little bit, Boyd was even Southern for Southern people. So he was a little Southern for the widespread audience, but he was a great guy.
What about when Andre the Giant and Dusty would come in as special guest stars on the Superdome shows?
Andre wasn't on any of the Dome shows we were on because he was already, by that point he was exclusive, but Dusty would come in. See, that's the thing. Watts realized he had learned that from Eddie Graham. Dusty learned from Eddie Graham. Kevin Sullivan learned from Eddie Graham. Watts learned from Eddie Graham. You have your roster of your stars and your underneath guys and et cetera, your normal roster, but if you're going to do a big show, a package show, load it up, have each match have some depth on the card where their matches have something behind them, whether it's a title match or a grudge match or whatever. Bring in a special attraction, bring in a Dusty Rhodes or bring in an Andre the Giant. You got 60,000 seats to fill. You got some room. You got some, let's play with it a little bit. And the Superdome shows not only would feature the Mid-South talent, but also guys off of TBS because the cable then was strong, so people would see TBS. He'd bring guys over from Dallas because the world-class TV was syndicated in some of his markets. So it was an international wrestling summit at the time that was befitting of a big arena like Superdome, and it worked.
JYD.
Once again, Watts' vision, Dog was not a good worker, and everybody, knew that. And he couldn't go long, and he didn't need to do much. And when he was in shape, he was awesome. When he let himself get out of shape, he still had the charisma. But he could talk him in the building, and that famous story about when Watts fired Ernie. You've heard that, right?
You could say it for the people that haven't.
Tell it again. Watts had decided that JYD was going to be his next superstar. And see, that's the way the promoters did it back in those days. You decided this guy's going to be my next star, and then you got him there. So he sent him to New Orleans, and JYD was working with Scott Irwin, the Super Destroyer, and Ernie was the booker. And Ernie calls Watts up the next day and says, well, Bill, your boy ain't got it. He's in there with Scott Irwin, one of the best workers in the business. I put him 20 minutes through to see what he could do, and your boy's tongue was hanging out like a long red necktie. He gassed out. He ain't got it. He ain't gonna cut it. And Watts said, you're fired. And Ernie said, and what's more than that? What did you say? You're fired. You're my booker. I didn't send him down there to see what he couldn't do. I sent him down there to see what he could do. He should have beat Scott Irwin in 3 fucking minutes. You're fired, Ernie. Point taken, boss. So he hired him back, a few months later or whatever. But yeah, that was the deal. This guy is going to be my star. You're my booker. Make him my star. Get him over. Don't show me what he can't do. Show me what he can do. That's why Dog is, you say they don't pay JYD by the hour, right? That's because he didn't need to be in there past 12 minutes, or elsewise it'd start, law of diminishing returns.
Fabulous Freebirds.
I'd seen the Freebirds here in Memphis. They worked for Nick first as Pretty Boy Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy. And then when they came to work for Jarrett, they convinced him to use the name Freebirds. And also they convinced him to use the Freebird music, because Nick wouldn't play any music.
Right.
Because Nick's thing was, we want to play music. Well, Nick's famous quote I think them boys are taking them marijuana pills again. He thought, well, they want to play that rock and roll music, I have a bunch of drug addicts at my shows. But when they played I was in Memphis the night that they debuted against Lawler and Dundee and Brian Hildebrand. It was the Wrestling Fans Convention. So Mark Curtis was next to me taking pictures, and we were already friends. And they come out with Freebird playing, and they're wearing the silver robes and they're strutting. I said, I think this shit could get over. And they were a great team, but the problem was they were young, they were inexperienced, and Michael was Michael. And he would say things and get heat with people. So Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham and Danny Davis were the top team. They already had heat. They could work. They weren't going to cause any trouble. So naturally, they booked the Bombers over the Freebirds. Freebirds were underneath and the Bombers were on top. So it wasn't too long that Michael and Terry left and went to Louisiana, and Watts once again saw young guys that he loved to get young guys over. He loved guys like Gordy. It was a big moose that could really go. But he saw that Michael was a shits in the ring. He could talk like $1 million, but he was shits in the ring. That's when he put Buddy Roberts in the deal and made it a 3-man team. But I was keeping an eye on what the Freebirds were doing in Louisiana, and then later on, especially in Georgia, because that was the highlight of our weekend right before I got into business, was to go over to Indiana where they had cable and watch Georgia Championship Wrestling and see the Freebirds, So Freebirds were revolutionary. In Mid-South, they did tremendous business, had great heat, and we came along. The Midnight Express is the only team besides the Fabulous Freebirds really as a heel team to set money records in Mid-South wrestling. And the one we didn't beat was the goddamn dog collar match between Michael and JYD in the Superdome. We came within like $6 or $7 grand of it, but we didn't beat it.
Paul Orndorff.
Once again, Orndorff had started here in Tennessee. I'd met him in '77. Eddie Graham was real high on him as a rookie. I don't even think they debuted him in Florida. They trained him some. I was talking to him the other week, and he said he and Backlund were training together, and he's never been in the shape. He'd played pro football and was never in the shape he was in when he was doing his wrestling training under Eddie Graham, because they had those guys doing calisthenics out the ass. But you could tell from the time Paul was a rookie, he was going to be a star, because you didn't find guys with bodies like that. You didn't find guys that looked like that and could still move like that and were that athletic. He was, he just was green and needing to get the experience. And between working the Carolinas for Crockett and then working Mid-South, he was in the ring with all of the best, and he and DiBiase were just tearing it up at that point. So Orndorff, that's where he really learned how to be a main event player.
Now, you came into Mid-South in 1984, I believe.
Yes.
Let's talk about some of the personalities that you actually worked with in the ring. Pork Chop Cash.
Pork Chop, once again, I'd known Pork Chop from Tennessee. He's older. I just saw him in April at the New Orleans Mid-South Wrestling Reunion. He was older then than people gave him credit for, but he had that incredible body, big spread chest and the big arms. And he'd take an arm drag where it was like he'd go up so far in the air, you'd be able to just barely grab him and bring him down. He'd go way up on the arm drags. He and the Dream Machine were the Bruise Brothers at that time, and they came down from Memphis to work with the Midnight a couple of times, and then Dream broke his ankle, and that was the end of that, which hurt my feelings because I loved the Dream Machine. I wanted to get the chance to work with him more, but Porkchop's a great guy, and he was a great talent and fit once again the territory. People love, as a baby face, he loved to do the jive shit and fucking dance and blah blah blah, and people loved that shit.
Now you got to work with JYD too.
Yes.
Right? Ray Candy, you got to work with Orndorff. Terry Taylor, again in South?
As a matter of fact, Terry was instrumental in one of our angles. Magnum TA was teaming up with Mr. Wrestling 2. And we beat them for the Mid-South Tag Team title, and in the process, the losing team was supposed to get 5 lashes apiece, right? And if it was me, then the Midnight, I got 5 lashes too. 2 accidentally caused Magnum to get beat and then walked off and left him to take all the lashes. So in comes Terry Taylor. Give me 5, I'll take 5. Well, that courageous young man, right? And that's how Watts would get guys over, that courageous young man. He doesn't have any dog in this fight, but he doesn't want to see a man like Magnum TA have to suffer the brunt of all this punishment, so he's going to come in and take half these lashes. Oh, God, we love you, Terry. He had that match with Flair in the Superdome. They went like 40 minutes. It was fucking brilliant. And Terry, athletically, he was at his peak there. He was having great matches. And unfortunately, then, the buyout in '87 with Crockett, and then he went to WWF, and, the Red Rooster was the end of it. And, he tries to put a happy face on it and says, well, more people remember that. More people remember the fucking guy on the Wide World of Sports Open falling down the mountain, the agony of defeat with the skis going everywhere, than they do any other skier, but that doesn't mean that's something you can be proud of. Red Rooster was a big joke on rib on him, ruined his fucking career. Nobody ever took him seriously again. And it was a shame because he was a good wrestler. But then later on, he befriended the wrong element, people with names I will not mention. So now I figure he deserved what he got. No, I mean, I like Terry. I always got along with Terry. And I see Terry riding in the car with that miserable prick. I say, how the fuck can somebody that I actually like stand the existence of this fucking guy? That's why I came up with the Stooge test, and he flunked it.
We talked about that the last time, so we won't get into Terry again. Bill Dundee, he was booking when you were there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did he change at all from his days in Memphis, or was it the same Bill Dundee?
No, Bill hadn't changed to this day from any day. Bill's Bill. Bill does not change. The thing is, Bill doesn't get enough credit for what he did there, because even though Watts was like Vince. Watts was a Mid-South wrestling version of Vince. He's always the boss. He's always the one in charge. And even though he has a booker or he has an agent, Grizzly Smith, he's always the one in charge. But he took input very well. And he not only took suggestions, but he took outright work that Bill would do, the stuff that had worked in Memphis that had never been done in Mid-South. But at the same time, he'd tweak some things to make them even better. And whereas in Memphis, the old blindfold battle royal was a spot show thing where, you'd get the guys to work twice and add an extra match, and it didn't cost anything, and it was a throwaway for the spot shows. He took that idea from Dundee, Watts did, but he made it the main event in his big towns, and he played it straight. And he said, we're going to have 20 guys, and they're all going to be blindfolded, and they're all 250 pounds apiece. And the only way that they can be eliminated is by being thrown over the top rope to the concrete floor while blind with a hood over their head. And the winner gets $20,000. We're going to back the ambulances up literally to the arena, folks, and watch them be carried out in meat wagons all night long. This is the goddamnest thing you're ever going to see. It drew. So Bill opened him up to, Dundee opened him up to more creative finishes, younger guys, more action, smaller guys, some of the Memphis Zabada, but it all drew even better there than it did in Memphis because it had never been done there, whereas it had been done numerous times in Memphis, and the bloom was off the rose. So Dundee was the booker for the most financially successful 18 months that Mid-South Wrestling ever had.
What are your early memories of Jim Ross from Mid-South?
I like JR pretty much almost instantly. Just meeting him for the first time, had no idea we were going to be friends for 30 years, but I liked the way that, for example, when they had me do packages with the announcer where we'd go back and look at some tape, JR would always want to sit, okay, we're going to do this, and we're going to say this, we're going to do, and then we're going to go to that footage, and let's try not to go more than 45 seconds here or whatever. Shit, there's some structure to this shit. Somebody else likes to take notes. And then he'd see me writing in my book, right? Because I still have all my books. I'll show you those in a minute too. Where I would write the match we had and the placement on the card and the house and the payoff and the road expenses and the finish that we did and what we might come back with or what, so we didn't do the same finish in the same place twice in a row, whatever. So we bonded over that because we were preparation freaks. And then that's when I first got to do commentary with him and enjoyed that also. So
Ted DiBiase.
Ted was in and out the year that we were there. I had been a fan of his because I'd seen him, from the late 70s. And, then it was a thrill to get a chance to see him because once again, he got greater fame as the $1 Million Man, but athletically and in the ring, he was having his best matches at that point in time. And when he came in, it was a boost in the arm. It was something special.
Magnum TA?
Magnum, that's the first place I met Magnum, and we would go on to see each other again in Charlotte. And, Maggie, once again, he probably, I don't know if he'd been wrestling 3 years at that point. He didn't have that long a career. He started in Florida, and he worked a couple of spots, and then boom, he was on top in Mid-South, and that's where Dusty saw him, and then he imported him to the Carolinas, so he was destined from day one. But once again, where do you find a guy with that kind of body and that kind of look? They're puppies with big paws. They're rookies, they're green, but they'll get experience, but you can't teach somebody to look that way or to move that way. So Magnum, it was fun getting a chance to work with him from the start and seeing him develop from the babyface kid that Wrestling 2 was kind of bringing along to, then becoming a single star in his own right and then moving on to Crockett and going to be the champion until the wreck.
Mr. Wrestling 2.
2 at that point was on his way, pretty much, he was about ready to retire. JR actually said they were originally, when they turned 2, the thought was that they might turn Magnum. But he said, look, 2 is in his 50s. He's close to the end. He's grumpy. He don't want to sign autographs. He don't want to talk to fans. He's the one you need to turn heel. So they turned him heel, and it worked, and it got Magnum over as a babyface better. But I was thrilled the first time I saw 2 without his mask because we'd been working with him for like a month every night. But I hadn't seen him without his mask because, number one, he wore the mask to the building. He never took it off in the locker room. He showered with it, and he left the mask, or left in the car with the mask still on. But also, we weren't, babyface and heel locker rooms were mostly separate. So most of the time that we wrestled our opponents, we never actually saw them except while we were in the ring. So after about a month, I'm sitting in the back seat one day reading my magazine. Dennis is driving. He said, look, there's 2. And I looked up, and there's this little bitty shitbox car that 2 had. It got like 80 miles a gallon. Dennis knew what he looked like because he'd worked with him in Georgia years before. And as we go by, I'm like a puppy dog hanging out the window. And there's 2, and now I saw why he wore the mask. Because Johnny, he looked old when he was young. And now that he's old, he still looks old. But he had the great body, but it just balding and the whole thing. So he's tootling in this little car, and he sees me. I'm like,
That's great.
He had to know he thought I was crazy anyway, but then he had to know it after that. But I'm like, I just saw Wrestling 2 without his mask on. And that actually, we were in the same territory for almost 6 months together and worked a program for over 2 months, and that was the only time I ever saw him without his mask on.
Butch Reed.
Butch was a classic. Butch and Dog loved to cut promos on each other, and Butch was very verbally capable of cutting people to shreds if he wanted. He was a great athlete too. And see, Butch, it was great because we were handling the tag team side, us and the Rock and Roll and/or the Fantastics, but there was great singles wrestlers, whether it be Dog and Duggan and TA and Terry Taylor on the singles side, or Butch and Nikolai Volkov and Darso and DiBiase on the heel side. So Watts could be, 3, 4, 5 matches deep, especially on the big shows with the programs that he had, and they were all great talent. And, the people in the area, they bought those guys as the biggest stars in wrestling.
Steve Williams.
And Dr. Death. Got a chance to manage him when they first switched him heel. It was because of me paying him off on the hair match thing and everything. But he was real green when we first got there as a babyface, and it was like being grabbed by him was like being grabbed by a thing from another world, right? It's like just the strength was ridiculous. But he was very green. His matches kind of tentative, but then over the next year and a half, especially when they switched him heel and then teamed him up with Teddy, and him and Hercules Hernandez were a good team too. And talk about Jesus Christ physically imposing. Between Dr. Death and Hercules Hernandez, I felt very safe, even in ringside in Mid-South Wrestling with those guys next to me.
Go ahead.
But with Doc, he instantly, once that he was in that main event mix and in programs and working with all that top talent, he got it. And he was such a great athlete and he was dedicated that, he transformed himself from 84 to 87. He was world's different worker.
What are your memories of the Irish McNeil's Boys Club where they taped TV?
Not fond. No, it was a great atmosphere, but it was hot in the summer, cold in the winter. The dressing rooms were all the way up this long flight of stairs, so when you made your entrance, it was like forever to get to the fucking ring. And the run-ins, people could see. People had time to read the newspaper from the time you left the door till the time you got to the ring. And the poor baby faces are supposed to be in the ring all busy, like we can't see you. People have been screaming for 45 seconds or a minute, he's coming, he's coming. But it was a good place to do TV just because, every 2 weeks they would come and they would pack the place. But it wasn't the most opulent television facility.
The Superdome.
I was only there 4 times, and we had to sneak in because they didn't have specific talent parking at that point, as I recall. So we had to sneak in so people wouldn't fuck our cars up. And once we got in, I couldn't really go out and look around because, we always stayed hidden mostly from the fans. And then we had to go to the ring on a golf cart because it was so far. And I didn't wear my glasses to the ring, and the lights were turned down. So when I got in I was in the Superdome in front of 25,000 people, couldn't see past the 8th row. So I don't know what the fuck it looked like yet. All I could hear was a lot of noise and to see a lot of black and go, okay, this is going to be a payoff.
Let me ask you about after you left the territory and you went to work for Crockett. Did you still watch the company? Did you follow the TV?
Yes.
At all? Okay.
See, that's the thing, especially when we first went to work for Crockett and moved to Atlanta. That's when Joe Pedicino had the Superstars of Wrestling block on WATL from 8 o'clock on Saturday night until 2 a.m. Sunday morning. He showed Memphis, he showed Mid-South, he showed, I think, WWF syndication, he showed Dallas, different territories. Continental was in there. He would excerpt and highlight some other shit. The only wrestling from the time that VCRs and tapes were invented until the 90s, when everything went out of business, the only wrestling that I didn't watch was the WWF. I say, and that I hate to it's not like I'm bitter or whatever. I'm telling you the truth. Even before I ever thought about being in the wrestling business, I saw the Madison Square Garden show, didn't like that. Then the 84, the Tuesday Night Titans stuff and the TNT and the funny skits. I'm like, this is fucking silly. It's going to kill the business. Never liked it. I thought it was entertainment wrestling. They were making fun of it. Never liked it. I would watch the gimmies and the have-tos like Savage and Steamboat and Patterson and Slaughter because you got to see that stuff. But for the most part, all the time I was in the Carolinas, I watched Continental. I watched Mid-South. I watched Japan. I want to see if I can steal any new tag team moves. I want to see what the fuck's going on, who's cutting great promos. I couldn't bring myself to watch the WWF. It was fake. It was phony. It was too gimmicky. It was cartoony. It was funny. And most blatant in my eyes, they were actively making fun of the business with all these goofy fucking food fights and shit. And that's why I'd never wanted to really work there, never aspired to work there. I didn't call them, they called me. But later on it became, they were the straight guys and the other guys were the silly guys. So it was like, right. But people are surprised to hear that. I was never a WWF fan, never watched it. It was the kind of wrestling I didn't like. It was the only wrestling I didn't watch. Never wanted to work there, just ended up there because I had other common enemies. But I don't mean it to sound like, Cornette fucking hates those guys. It just, no, I didn't like that kind of wrestling, don't to this day. That's why it just never worked out. Yeah.
I want to ask you a couple names. You were already gone by this point, I guess, in time. Big Bubba Rogers?
Well, Bubba in Mid-South, yes. But Dusty was so high on Bubba. Dusty thought Bubba was the greatest, and that's why when they bought the UWF, he sent Bubba down to be, UWF champion. I'm not sure I agreed with that, just because, I thought they could have done more with the UWF and the way they assimilated the guys onto the roster and everything. There could have been more unification, but at the same time, I can see, especially with hindsight now is one thing, but hindsight works both ways in that it can be 20/20 or it can be rose-colored glasses. And a lot of fans these days go, well, if only they had done better unification matches with the UWF guys. Here's the problem. The Carolinas were doing good business, and all those guys were over in the Carolinas, the Crockett guys. The Mid-South territory wasn't doing any business at that point in time. That's why Watts sold it. The economy was fucking south. Nobody was buying any fucking tickets. The TV had got spread too thin, et cetera, et cetera. The charm was off of Mid-South wrestling at that point. And so was this group of guys going to draw money against the Crockett guys in the Carolinas? Maybe, but the Crockett guys were already drawing money in the Carolinas. Were the Crockett guys going to draw money in the Mid-South territory against those guys? No, because nobody was drawing any money down there. So, it could have been done better, but maybe then again, it wouldn't have been that big a deal to begin with.
What about One Man Gang?
I liked Gang. Gang was the third person I managed after Sherry Martel and Dutch Mantell. When he was Crusher Broomfield, I had him for like 6 weeks. Great guy, fun, friendly, remains so to this day. I saw him in New Orleans. Just his size, but the way he could move was amazing. And Gary Hart really took him from just a guy that could move around and do some good shit to really making him a great gimmick and a great, a main event talent in Dallas. He really did a great job with him. But, and he was different. Once again, he was shaped different, moved different, looked different.
Did you like Akbar as a manager?
Yeah, I did. I liked Akbar.
Did you find him boring?
Well, I liked Akbar, so I liked Akbar as a manager, but yeah, you twisted it out of me. He was a little on the boring side to me because I didn't grow up with Skandor Akbar as a main event player. So all those people in that territory in Texas and in Mid-South, they did. So he was a main event wrestler. So then later on when he becomes a manager, okay, that carries a little more cachet. I just come in on the tail end of things and see, well, he doesn't take a lot of bumps and he doesn't do a lot, but that was his style at that point. But I liked Ak as a person. He was a lot of fun to be around. Once
again, Eddie Gilbert, who was a great heel in Mid-South.
Well, that was after...
Right, after you're gone.
We were already gone, but yeah that's where really the Watts first entrusted some booking chores to him, and like the head that Eddie had for the business, and sort of used him like they used Piper in Atlanta a few years earlier, as kind of like a player, coach, announcer, manager, wrestler, all things rolled into one.
When Eddie worked for you in Smokey, was he pretty much already gone at that point in time, mentally? With his demons, or?
I don't think he was ever gone mentally. What had happened was, he and Todd Gordon had a falling out.
Right.
And Eddie was home in Lexington, Tennessee. And he wasn't even working the Memphis territory. And at the time, this was, the start of 95, and, talent was starting to get short. I was starting to see, okay, I'd had launched a hell of a crew with the Heavenly Bodies and the Rock and Roll Express, Tracy Smothers, Dirty White Boy, the Armstrongs. Following that up was difficult. It was almost impossible to change talent because I had a great crew, but if I lost any of them, whoever I replaced them with was not going to be as good because I pretty much had the good available talent.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking, Eddie's sitting over there doing nothing. That's why I got his number and called him. And I'd made the pitch. I said, look, I've got this big kid that Dutch has recommended in Puerto Rico. His name's Glenn Jacobs, but I'm going to call him Unibomb.
Right.
Because he had the kind of like the Doomsday, Jason, Friday the 13th, Jason,
right.
Humongous. That he was in that vein. I said he needs the young guy to cut the promos and lead him because or a small guy to cut the promos, small, cocky, loudmouth, a veteran that can lead him. He's a big green kid. He can learn. If you want to put your mind to anything else while you're over here and you say anything, you want to give me some ideas, I'm not stingy on the credit. If you want to get back into booking scheme, whatever the fuck, Eddie, come over and help me out.
You respected him that much?
Well, yeah, because why would, it wasn't like I had to do anything. If he said, well, goddamn, let's do something outlandish, I'm still the boss. I still say no. But, yes, he had a great track record as a booker. He could work. He could talk. We need talent. Come over here any way you want to help me out, Eddie. Whatever the fuck. He makes the TV, does the 4 TVs, fucking great match, great fucking promos, gets fucking Unibomb established. And I never heard from him again. And a couple weeks after that, I realized I hadn't heard from Eddie, and I called, and I think I left a message. No, I hadn't heard from Eddie, and the Knoxville show was a couple weeks away that he was going to start on full time. And I heard he was in Puerto Rico, heard a result, so I called and got Tommy. I said, Tommy, Eddie's in Puerto Rico. I said, he's going to be back for Knoxville, isn't he? Oh, I'm sure he will be. Non-committal. I'm like, well, do you know when he's going to get back? I'm not sure when he's going to get back in. I said, well, please tell him to call me. Come to find out, he went down there, he'd taken the booker's job.
Yeah.
And just never came back. And that's why I had to, spur of the moment, I got Al Snow to come and fill the Eddie Gilbert role with Unibomb as his partner, but he never gave notice, or there was never any falling out. He just made the TVs, and then they offered him the job as booker in Puerto Rico, and he just went and took it and stayed there. So there was never any argument because I never saw him again.
What is the legacy of Mid-South? And then we'll wrap Mid-South up and jump over.
Oh, God. Once again, the legacy of all of these strong territories is the same in its area, in that that's what people still remember. They've seen wrestling for 30 years since then, but it was never as good, it was never as big, it was never as popular, it never drew as well, it was never as mainstream. But I think also Mid-South, even more than Memphis. Memphis says that everybody got started in Memphis, and it's true. Everybody from Hulk Hogan on, they got started in Memphis. But I think that Mid-South is the territory that made more guys stars, because whereas Memphis you could get your start, Mid-South was the place where Watts took young guys that were hungry, that wanted to draw money, and put them in main event positions and made them draw money for the first time and showed them what it was like and taught them how to do it. So Memphis started a lot of talent, but Mid-South made a lot of stars. And you think of all the young guys that had never been in main event spots there that got their first chance and delivered under Watts. He was like the Bear Bryant of pro wrestling, anywhere from Ted DiBiase to JYD to Butch Reed to the Midnight Express to the Rock and Roll Express to on and on and on. That's what he wanted. He wanted young guys that were durable enough to work that schedule and let those fans beat the shit out of them and go in there 7 nights a week, fucking 30 and 40 and 50 days at a time without a day off, and perform to the utmost of their ability for the love of the game. And then, as they used to say, you'll go to Mid-South Wrestling and you'll make twice as much as you'll make anywhere else and half as much as you ought to make. And that's what we did. I was 22 years old. Where else a 22-year-old manager been in business 18 months going to make $100,000?
It's crazy. It's a lot of money.
And learn at the same. They paid me to learn everything about the wrestling business, because that's where I learned to keep finish at books, and that's where I learned to read TV formats, and that's where I learned to keep track of interviews and where they played in the shows, and et cetera, and how to figure a house, how to figure a payoff. I used to be, we'd be in the arena, right? And Bobby'd be in the ring, and he'd grab a headlock on somebody. He'd see me looking at the house. And I got to where I could scope out each building, where I knew kind of what the house was going to be from, the track record of before. And I'd look around, and Bobby'd look down at me, and I'd do this. That meant we were going to make $300 for that show. And he'd tighten up that chin lock a little harder, right? Or if he looked down at me and I did this, $500. He'd get up and he'd start putting the boots to the guy, right? Or if it was a nice house and I did this, that meant we're making $1,000 tonight. He'd get up and go into a goddamn 16-phase high spot. Tick, tackle, leapfrog, drop kick, whatever.
That's awesome.
And I got to where I could figure our payoffs with it, a couple $100 for the total check for the week.
And you were there for about a year, right?
We were there from November '83 is when we started on TV, and we finished up in December of '84.
Yeah, because I was looking at the one thing you have on your wall, and you made like $20,000 a month. Almost 20. It was like 7.
Well, that was with the Last Stampede. The series of Last Stampede matches where Watts came out of retirement, there were 14 of them. But we were wrestling, as you can see, between April 3rd and May 15th, we had one day off. May 2nd. One day off in 6 weeks. As a matter of fact, I think my worst string was, I figured it out from my Midnight Express book, I worked 103 days in a row, some double shots, 2 shows, but 103 days without a day off at one point in time in Mid-South Wrestling. And we were so burnt, we asked for time off, and they gave us Houston off, Tulsa off, New Orleans off, all the big payoffs. We made Crossett, Arkansas, but they gave us the other.
I was going to ask you, how do you deal with that? How do you not get fried?
Well, you got fried, but we didn't actually have time to realize how fried we were, because we would get up literally we lived in Alexandria, Louisiana, which was in the middle of the state, so we would get up in time to take a shower, pack our bag, and meet each other where we were going to leave at noon or 1 or 2 o'clock, and go to the show and do it and get home at 3 or 4 in the morning. That's if we were going to come home, and we'd get another 8 hours and turn around and go somewhere else. And incessantly.
Did you travel to any other territories back then, or did you just stay?
When I was a kid, I got to go to Cincinnati a time or two to see the Chic show, but the territory was always, mid-'70s, it was already on the way downhill. It wasn't what it was just a few years earlier. There was like 500 people at Cincinnati Gardens, right, whereas before there would have been 5,000. And we went to Indianapolis quite a bit, because that's just right up the road. So to see the Bruiser shows at Expo Center or Market Square Arena. And, otherwise than that, there wasn't, any place to go south except the same territory, unless you went to it. I went to Atlanta for the WFIA convention and a couple of times to shoot matches there. And
but you never went down to Florida or anything?
No, because, in those days, it was like, Jesus Christ. A, I didn't have an inn to take pictures. B, I wasn't going to drive 20 hours and, But there was so much wrestling. There was 5 territories within a 4-hour drive of here. Why would I need to? This is old stuff from Atlanta. And I love this because Jerry Graham was a big card in Atlanta in the 50s. This is 1956. But then mid-60s, Don Fargo versus Lou Thez. That had to be a hell of a fucking match. Gunkel teams with Kozak. Southern Title Online. I've got an extensive selection of Atlanta stuff. Not only the recognized office going back to the 60s, but also some of the Rare Ann Gunkel stuff. Here you go, San Francisco. The Sharp Brothers meet Brown in Brazil. This is from January 1954. And the Sharp Brothers were, Iron Mike Sharp's, his father, Mike and Ben Sharp. But the San Francisco Winterland was where they held the matches in San Francisco before not before, but they didn't always run the Cow Palace. And once again, these are programs that they would cover wrestling and boxing at the same time. But Bobo Brazil, Al Costello, the singing wrestler. Bobo Brazil in the main event in 1954, and he was in the main events in 1984. Oakland Wrestling Friday night. Ricky Dozan defeated Pedro Godoy. Yeah, you can see, look at this schedule. San Francisco Winterland on Tuesday night, Los Angeles Boxing on Tuesday night, Hollywood Boxing on Saturday night, Long Beach Wrestling on Thursday night with Warren Bockwinkel.
Who was Warren Bockwinkel?
Nick's father.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Los Angeles Wrestling at the Olympic on Wednesday night, Sacramento Boxing on Tuesday night, Oakland Wrestling on Friday night. It was, literally you could work every night in pretty much the metropolitan area. Got at the Legends of the Ring deal, and last year in Charlotte. There's always new stuff coming in, and I haven't folded it into the collection as of yet, but actually fans sent me this. It was great because Mark and I were working on our new book, and just in time got this: Sputnik Monroe versus Al Spider Galento from Memphis, 1959. And this was also right during the big run with Sputnik Monroe and Billy Wicks. And this was the Tennessee Championship tournament that they ended up doing the big gate when they met in the finals. So we were able to stick that in our book real quick. And then later on, Don Green and Lynn Rossi on the cover of this one from 1962. I love all the Tennessee stuff. Anybody out there with old Tennessee stuff, let me know. I'll fight Mark for it. Where do we leave off? Okay. This, Dory Funk versus Monty Ledoux, the Clovis Armory in Clovis, New Mexico, December 1948. This is when Dory Funk had just moved to West Texas from Indiana and was in the process of becoming the top star in the territory. And basically it was a three-match card. Olin Boynton against Eddie Gideon, Benny Trudell against Milt Olson, and Dory Funk against Monty Ledoux. So you can see it was a huge, literally huge, star-studded event. The 1948 Wrestling Annual covering 1947. I like this because this, you can say, George Strickland, who was a young man then, but who was the guy who got Dr. Sam Shepard, the Cleveland osteopath accused of murdering his wife, got him involved in wrestling when Sam Shepard married George Strickland's daughter. But these guys were the generation right before the TV stars, because these guys were on top in 1948, and then all of a sudden TV came in and a whole new bunch of guys got on top. But George Curtis from Vicksburg, Mississippi was a local promoter there for Bill Watts for years. But George C. Culkin, his wrestling name was George Curtis, but he was the promoter in Jackson, Mississippi. The original Dutch Mantell.
Which is not.
That's where Dutch got that name, or where Dutch was given that name. But this was the original Dutch Mantell. Doesn't look too much like him. Now all these guys, their names have been, except for Londos, their names have been forgotten, because there's Frankie Murdoch, though, Dick Murdoch's father, because this was a generation of guys that were on top before TV. Leroy McGurk, he made his name as a promoter because he was already out of the business in 1950 after his accident. Anyway, this was the Atlanta Omni program for the undercard of the Ali Inoki match with Wepner and Andre the Giant. Bing! These I found, and I thought they were kind of cool because you don't hear much from the state of Washington. But this is from Yakima, Washington from the late 1940s, 48, 49 on these. And there's the Swedish Angel was in the main event against Yukon Eric. So that must have been an interesting and stiff main event.
See Jerry Lawler's album down there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Here's one. You get it? There's one. There's his album with the Nunnery Brothers. Jimmy Hart and the Gentrys, Keep on Dancing. More Gentries, Cinnamon Girl, the Midnight Express soundtrack. As a matter of the Midnight Express disco single. It lasts 13 minutes and 6 seconds. Adrian Street's album. The Jesse Ventura picture disc from the 70s. Of course, we can't forget Pencil Neck Geek. And the first wrestling album. And the second wrestling album.
You still listen to them?
The novelty has worn off. Yeah. Oh, look at this one is cool. Honolulu, 1956. Ricky Dozan and his partner, who I can't pronounce the name, against Gene Kiniski and Lord Blears. Look at that. Kiniski was like a rookie at that point. And the guys would stop off in Honolulu, hence why Ricky Dozan was there, because that's when the guys were starting to go to Japan, because American Pro Wrestling started in Japan in 1954. And the guys would go over, they'd stay in Honolulu for a week or whatever, work, then go over and then come back and catch it, coming back the next... Don Badelman later became Don Curtis. First match, Tony Morelli versus Dick Beyer, the Destroyer. These are Old Florida, Tampa, Orton versus Steamboat. Winner meets Thez next week. And this is a cool one. Houston, 1963. Thez versus Ladd. Look at Ernie Ladd.
Super young.
What a fucking athlete, right?
Looking back on all these old territories, which were your favorites?
Yeah,
Memphis.
Memphis, because I grew up watching it. But at the same time, so many of them would have been my favorites if I got a chance to see, the matches there or whatever. And everything had its own flavor. So it's hard to pick one because you got it, it was literally, wrestling was the same. It was wrestling everywhere, but it was presented a completely different way with completely different talent, completely different style, almost, in every territory.
Now, if you were to go back in time and choose one territory where you never got to work that you wish that you could have, where would that be?
I wish I could have worked for Eddie Graham in Florida, just to say that I'd, done that. I wish I could have worked for Sam Muchnick in St. Louis. By the time we got to the Kiel Auditorium, he was already retired. So I'd love to work for Sam Muchnick in St. Louis. I'd love to work for Eddie Graham in Florida. But, then if you start extrapolating like that, I would have loved just to say I did work for Dick the Bruiser in Indianapolis. Now, of course, according to what Bobby Heenan says, the money wasn't very good, but you could say I worked in Indianapolis for Bruiser. Here's just a ton of these old sports newses. But these things, Texas wrestling, the state of Texas at one point was 4 different territories. And they all the towns had individual programs and different titles. So, like wrestling was the title of the program for the Sportatorium in Dallas in the late 50s. But then the sports news was Fort Worth. And then later on it changed to the Sportatorium Wrestling Program. And then the Waco Arena and the Wrestler in Fort Worth. And so, over the years, this was a lot of cool shit that you got to read. That's another thing. Programs, there was more stuff to read in this program for, how much was it? Fucking probably 10 cents than there is now in the $25, event souvenirs that they sell you. Here's a reprint, of course, of The Fall Guys, which is the Bible of wrestling.
What exactly is that?
You've never read The Fall Guys?
I've never read it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I know.
The Fall Guys was written in 1937 by Marcus Griffin. It was the first expose of wrestling. But Marcus Griffin was a sports writer. And let's see, actually, what... reprint of an edition published by the Riley and Lee Company out of Chicago, 1937. Scott Teal did this reprint. But basically, he was a sports writer, and he told the story of how the Goldust Trio, Lewis and Sandow and Mont, invented wrestling. They invented the controversial finish to come back for a rematch. They invented the idea of working a program. They invented the idea of working an angle, having a circuit, blah, blah, blah. The formation of modern day professional wrestling was done in the 20s and early 30s by these guys, and Marcus Griffin is the first one who exposed it. And of course, conveniently enough, after the first expose and the World War II years came the first fucking wrestling depression. Wrestling didn't draw in World War II because it had been exposed and people knew there was something going on. And the war didn't help, and then it took TV to bring wrestling back. But during the World War II years, like I said, the only thing that drew, maybe besides the freak show matches, was Wild Bill Longson in St. Louis, where wrestling was treated more like a sport than anywhere else in the country. And he averaged 10,000 people a show for the entire period of World War II in St. Louis because they were serious about what they fucking did. So The Fall Guys is a book that everybody should read if you are involved in the wrestling business. The Hells Angels in England, Bobby Barnes and Adrian Street. And they had nothing to do with the bikers. They didn't even know. Adrian told me they just came up with it. Oh, it'd be cool. Hells Angels. They had red outfits with white interiors, or white outfits with red interiors. So they'd be angelic on one side, and then they'd spread their cape and they'd be devilish. Hells Angels.
I think he told us that when we did our interview with him. Yep.
A wrestling program from England with Dynamite Kid on the cover, which is iconic. And Montreal, 1958, with all of these are the faces: Edward Carpentier, Eddie Quinn, the promoter, Killer Kowalski, Luthez, and Yvonne Robert. So that's kind of iconic from Montreal. This Wrestling Illustrated, I can't figure out how to display it. Can't put it in a bag. But they had these inside gatefold pinups, and Kowalski autographed that for me. Which it almost looks like it was done on there, printed on there that way. But yeah. And here actually is another. This was from 1930. Oh gosh, I believe it's 38, but look. Wrestling Exposed. Look shows you tricks of the trade.
So that's been going on since day one.
Yeah, but the reason why that everybody that was smart in wrestling never enjoyed having an expose come up, because it's all great publicity as long as they spell your name right, wrong? No, it's not. Nobody liked having exposés come up because every time that the business was exposed, business went down. It was not good for business historically. Every time shit like that happened, business went down, and more people got smartened up, and more people were looking for shit, right? So you had to be more careful. And over a period of time, that does not bode well. The only time that an expose never really hurt the wrestling business was Mansfield and the 2020 thing and the whole WrestleMania thing, because it was just such a huge swell of publicity and everybody was going apeshit over it, and it was a fad. It was the goddamn hula hoop. And at that point, people didn't care that, I always knew it was fake, or they didn't care, or whatever the fuck. But eventually, after all the fads settled down, then everybody still remembered, yeah, the guy said he fucking cut themselves with the razor blade and all that shit, and it still wasn't good. It was never any good for the fucking business. Eddie Mansfield, if you're watching this, fuck you, you piece of shit. Just I did it for the boys. You were a middle card guy with very little fucking talent that couldn't get over even in mid-sized territory, and you exposed the wrestling business and fucked with a lot of guys' money because you were jealous because you couldn't get fucking booked because you weren't good enough. Fuck you. Okay, now that we've covered that, one of my favorite pieces here, the Amarillo Civic Center, October 28th, but it was 1993. Dory Funk Jr. and Dick Murdoch versus the Heavenly Bodies in the show that the Funks ran out there. And what a fucking house they had, and what a reaction from the crowd. It was insane. And this was my first autograph book when I was a little kid. And I think I got it at the drugstore for $1 or whatever. But Tommy Gilbert, Eddie Marlin.
What are your memories of meeting guys the first time?
What, Jerry Jarrett? That's the first time I met him. What you would do is you would stand in the back of the arena like where the guys came out from the locker room area, if they went that way, they were going to the ring. But if they went that way, they were going to the concession stand to either get a beer or a hot dog or whatever. So if you planted yourself right here, you could catch them going to the concession stand and you could get the prized autographs. And as you can see, clearly, that's exactly what I did.
Anybody a dick to you?
Say again now?
Was anybody?
Oh, anybody? No, not really, because, see, well, the heels would never come out. The baby faces, if they got caught being rude to a fan, they'd probably get chewed out, right? And the heels never came out because they would have got stabbed if they had anyway. And you wouldn't ask a heel for their autograph because why would you want a heel's autograph? Because that would be like, coercing with the enemy or whatever.
Right.
So,
sacrilegious.
Yeah, so no, they weren't. The baby faces weren't allowed to be assholes back in those days, and the heels weren't allowed not to be assholes. Here we go. Let's go around the corner. This wall, and you shot a lot of it already, but a lot of these I took, like the color pictures, mostly except for the one of Lawler I took, but this is kind of like a wall of people that I was a fan of when I was a kid, and down here, and then these are some of the guys loosely that I worked with later on, so it's not hard and fast that way, but some of this stuff is like these old Tony Lanza pictures of Thez and Rogers. Those were cool. I like those.
A lot of the guys thanking you personally, too.
The Jerry Lawler records, I got all of Lawler and Jimmy Hart and Handsome Jimmy Valiant's singles from the Memphis territory. Fine selection of wrestling food-related products. Elio DiPaolo's marinara sauce, JR's ketchup and mustard and jerky, and that's a classic right there. That ringsider with Bullet Bob's picture on the cover and that was the Hulk's first program cover. Of course, Roughhouse Fargo autographed it. I'd rather have Roughhouse Fargo's autograph than Hulk Hogan's, but I took that picture also. So, bing, bing, bing. My first Kentucky manager's license. That bad boy in 1982 would set you back $5.
It's pretty expensive.
But you were authorized by the state at that point. This was the nameplate on my office at Titan Tower on the door. Bob Orton Jr.'s WrestleMania cast. He gave me that for helping train Randy. Because the boys had all seen my collection, so he heard about it through the grapevine and said, here, this will be good for your room.
And I see Randy on his 8x10 thanked you personally for everything you've done for him.
Yeah,
I just saw it.
There he is. Yeah, there he is. As a matter of fact, where... well, we'll find it. Here's some good stuff also. The Arena magazine with Strangler Lewis and Londos on the cover, but then there's a ringsider from Atlanta from 1946 with Herb Welch on the cover. This is actually the program, Volume 1, Number 1, for the first edition of Ray Fabiani's promotion at the Philadelphia Arena. That's from 1938, where they were holding a tournament, and the winner would get a shot at Jim Londos for the World Championship. And a couple of these tickets, like Rocca versus the Golden Terror in New Jersey, and this promotional card for Vern Gagne versus the Sheik, but in Boston. So a classic AWA match in the Boston Arena.
Oops. I'm just reading the Nova.
Oh, no, he went on and on and on. I'm glad he had a lot of fucking room on that picture. Yeah, fuck Linda Miles. Oh, golly. Let's see. Now, when we go back poster-wise, let's see, anything of interest here. Oh, who is this? Can you get the Long brothers, Johnny and Jack Long? You know who that is?
I do not.
Jack Long is Harley Race. Johnny Long was an old pro who they used to put guys with when they were, green rookies.
Right.
So, okay, he can teach them. And for that run in the Tennessee territory, Jack Long was Harley Race. That was probably 1963, 4, somewhere around there. Let's see here. Always like a piece of Lawler artwork. They sold the shit out of this.
Austin Idol's awesome.
Head coming out of a toilet.
Is that a legit signed poster by Andre, or is that
No, these were in
printed?
They're printed because these were in the Japanese magazines.
Okay.
They were fold-out inserts, and you didn't get good shit, like that here in the States. See, they're so big and everything. So the Japanese magazines were the place to get the big posters. The blow-up of the ad that Alex Karras wrestled Dick the Bruiser at the Olympia in Detroit in that famous match that got out of hand and didn't draw both. Let's see here. Classic West Palm Beach, Don Carson versus Eddie Graham. San Jose, some Mascaras and Mexican wrestling posters, Little Smoky Mountain stuff. I love these old British posters, especially Adrian. Adrian was classic. But let's see, where is he? Here we go, Chris Adams on this one. Quick Kick Sammy Lee. Do you know who he became?
I do not.
Tiger Mask. It's Sayama. See, here he is. Sammy Lee, when they were advertising, he was supposed to be a martial arts expert, right? And the only martial arts expert anybody knew was Bruce Lee. So hence Sammy Lee.
Got the big rub.
Martial arts expert in true tradition of Bruce Lee from Japan on world tour. And that's where he first met those guys like fucking Mark Rollerball Rocco and those guys that he later on would bring over to Japan to work with him. And let's see, more Carolina stuff. And then one of the great Dennis Corluzzo extravaganzas of all time.
That was probably there.
Oh, shit. And actually, this is not related to wrestling, but just while we're here, these are old Sunday comic sections. But when I say old, I mean they're old Sunday comic sections. From the Nashville Banner, 1937, I've got several of these, and this is Bern Hogarth Tarzans. Bern Hogarth was one of the artists most associated with Tarzan, so you cannot find these bad boys anymore. I have a few of them there. Oh, and wait, I got to go back down this other way. Are you a comic book fan at all?
I personally am not, but I'm sure a ton of people watching this are.
You've seen the Avengers.
Yes.
Have you ever seen slow developing rib? Here we go. Have you ever seen the Avengers #1? And to follow that up, the comic book fans are just nutting right now, by the way. Avengers #4, the first Silver Age appearance of Captain America. And basically, here's Avengers #1 through 100. All of these white long boxes are comic books, and there's about 200 in each, and there's 50 long boxes. At one time, before I started selling them several years ago, I had a run of every Marvel superhero title from 1962 to 1975. Everything. Sold a lot of them off, but as you can see, I still have a lot more to go. So if any Marvel and DC fans out there, I got 13 long boxes of Marvels and 15 of DCs left. So we can do some business. Let's see, little odds and ends. I showed you the Beatles color forms. Let's come in this way and see what else we can get into. Oh, and here I've had this since I was 12. I sent a fan letter to Johnny Weissmuller from an address in a magazine and got that back. A postcard size autographed picture.
Now this is the room where I said it needs to...
Hallelujah!
Exactly.
Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Let's start on the inside. These are some of my favorite death threats. And these were reprinted in my Midnight Express book, but some of my favorite death threats, and then actually, this is not only my first publicity, but the check that my dad paid for me with, and a few congratulatory notes on my birth. And this, if you get in close on this, that's my first paycheck receipt and my first booking sheet from the Memphis territory when I first got into business, and a sketch that Lawler drew of me. He said, "Here, let me draw you." I'm like, "Okay." He said, "Don't move now." And he's drawing away, and I'm like, "Oh," and he showed it to me. Old dick face there. But I figured it was kind of interesting that I would have, my first week I was only booked in 2 places, TV and Memphis. And you get paid for TV because that was promotional. So I only got paid for Memphis. So my first week in the business, I made $50 and I was a dick face. So I thought that, I guess you had to be there.
Oh, it's good.
Anyway, come on in. Let me flip the door around. Oh, and this, Bobby actually gave me this when he was up at the house doing a shoot up here one time before. He wore this jacket on a variety of big shows. And then on the other side of the coin.
No, that's the infamous.
There's yeah. And it's amazing what the color that blood will turn over 25 years. But that's the actual Paul Lee whacking me over the head with that giant brick cell phone business. I was playing with framing, so and ignore the fact that this is crooked because it's falling down and I got to take it out and fix it. But for example, this is a collage of our last Stampede paychecks, the Houston program, the picture of the Superdome, some tickets from the Superdome, and the list of the attendances and gates that we did at all the dates of the last Stampede tour. And this is the Starcade 86, a picture of me hanging off a scaffold, the lineup, the financial information, our paycheck receipt. Same thing for Starcade 85, Great American Bash. Here in the Charlotte Observer, I proved that I was equally over in Charlotte as Neil Diamond. We got co-billing on top above the masthead.
You miss these days the most? The 86 Crockett days?
Yeah, because, it was, business was so good, talent was so good, we were having a ball, we were making a ton of money. How could you possibly fuck something like that up? Oh, some bitch, I forgot they did. They fucked it all completely up. But anyway, this was one of my favorite rackets. This racket is tied to this Associated Press article, Wrestling Fan Knocked Out at Ringside. The guy came over the rail and went after Bobby, and Bobby ducked and waist-locked him and tried to hold him, and the guy was reaching around trying to get Bobby in the face, so as he bent over, I took this opportunity to come around the corner with the racket and caught him right like that. And he let go of Bobby and dropped to his knees, whereupon the security guards that were rent-a-cops finally got there, and he was juiced like Tommy Rich and Buzz Sawyer in the 80s. And they take him to the front door and just said, "Okay, go away. This guy's gushing blood. He's just attacked a member of the show." And they just took him to the front door and kicked him out. So he came back in. Now he's completely soaked in blood and he looks like a zombie. And we're still wrestling the Steiners. And Bobby looks behind me and goes, "Corny, look out." And I turn around and there's this guy like a horror movie pointing at me, and he's starting to get woozy from blood loss. So sunset flip, we got the fuck out of there. And the guy collapsed and we left, and as we went to the interstate, we went the wrong way. So we had to turn around and come back by the building. Cops, ambulances, they're loading the guy in the ambulance, everything but a helicopter with a searchlight, right? And they couldn't find us because we had left. They thought we were already gone. They didn't know we got lost.
Any lawsuits come out of that or no?
No, never heard another word from them. Well,
Statue's got to be up by now.
See, there were 2 stories. My story was that the guy came over the rail and attacked Bobby, which is actually what happened. And his story in the newspaper was he was standing by the barricade taking pictures when suddenly I just ran over for no reason and began pummeling him. But anyway, there's 2 sides to every story. So this is the Midnight Express wall. See these, right? Sam Muchnick these was the Office set. I found out from Larry Matuszek. I originally thought there was a couple, that Bob Brown and Bob Geigel and Pat O'Connor had, but this was the Office set. It's a bound set of every St. Louis program from Muchnick's first card in 1945 until his retirement in 1982. And I got these when Pat O'Connor passed away. His wife Julie had some stuff that she wanted to sell, and Harry White got a hold of me because he knew I'd be interested. But look at that, his very first show, and then all the shows following. And you get Billy Darnell and Buddy Rogers and Killer Kowalski and Don Eagle and Orville Brown and Leroy McGurk and Bobby Bruns and et cetera, all the way through the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. But what makes it unique in the world is then I took it to the Bad Blood pay-per-view in St. Louis in '97 and got Gene Kiniski, Sam Muchnick, Lou Thez, Jack Briscoe, Harley Race, Dory Funk, and Terry Funk to sign it, and then got Flair a couple years later. So all the modern era NWA champions and Sam Muchnick before he passed away on all of these programs. Oh, and by the way, you thought those payoffs were something. These are Xerox copies of the Ledger book from the St. Louis Wrestling Club, right?
Right.
So, for example, here these guys got payoffs for this show, but I'll find a good one. Let's see. Oh, and by the way, in the St. Louis office, Bob Geigel, Vern Gagne, Pat O'Connor, Harley Race were all partners, right? This was actually a couple of months after Sam Muchnick retired. So just out of the St. Louis Wrestling Club, it wasn't a territory, it was just the city of St. Louis. This was their profit that they were taking. Bob Geigel, $15,000. Vern Gagne, $13,000. Pat O'Connor, $9,400. Harley Race, $15,000. They do that like quarterly. And then, let's see, where's, yeah, there's, no, wait. Gosh. Slow developing rib. Here you go. June 30, 1982, Ric Flair and Dick the Bruiser had an NWA championship match in St. Louis that probably did either a real good house or a sellout because their payoff was $5,841 each for the NWA title match. That was the main event. Muchnick would pay 33% of the house religiously to talent, 16% to the, or 32%, 16% to the main event, and 16% spread over the rest of the card. So the main event on a sellout or a big house in an NWA title match in St. Louis was worth between $5,000 and $6,000. Here's another, and 3 months after they took the previous profit out, here's Gagne, $13,000, Race, $15,000, Geigel, $15,000, O'Connor, $6,400.
So how much do you think Rick was making back then? For
Here you go, Race and Flair, $54.45 a piece. That's from October. And then here was just like a regular show. It apparently didn't do very well because Bruiser made $1,747 and Murdoch $1,747. Ric Flair made only $1,164 with Ted DiBiase.
Spent that at the bar that night. For Crockett, now he was
Harley Race and David Von Erich, $5,222.52 apiece. Go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was going to say for Crockett, he wasn't guaranteed. It was all for the house too.
Yes, up until like '86 when Vince started handing out contracts, and then it changed the way that Crockett did everything to try to keep people. But no, there.
So what was a typical payday you think for Flair back in '85?
Where?
Say the Omni.
It's hard to tell. What did it draw?
Right.
See, that's the thing. If that's why guys worked hard to get business up, and they worked hard to make challengers if they were the champion. You wanted a hot challenger because you couldn't draw unless you had somebody to wrestle you. So guys wanted guys to come in the territory and be able to draw and make money. And because then they would make more money.
Right.
So, it was
everybody was making money.
If St. Louis drew shitty, you might get $1,200. If it drew great, you got $5,000 or $6,000. Here at Race and DiBiase, $5,390 a piece. A sellout in Madison Square Garden on a title match was worth like $5,000 or $6,000 in those days, if not more. So the NWA champion, I mean, they weren't all like that. The NWA champion for every, Kiel Auditorium in St. Louis also had to go to Kansas City or someplace like that. But the NWA champion was a $3,000 or $500,000 position in the 70s and early 80s when they were traveling all over the place. And the schedule would kill you. But yeah, those are all the St. Louis programs. Some of my classic videos of various territories, places, and things. And this is my knick-knack shelf, because I got a little bit of everything. I like knick-knacks, as you can clearly see. Flair got me that poker machine. We went to the NWA convention in Las Vegas in 1986, and I started playing the video poker machines. I was having fun. Only for a quarter. I was playing it like a video game, right? So he got me that for Christmas because I was wrapped up in it.
Were you pretty close with Rick?
Yeah, I mean, Rick, he was the reason why we were there, really. He and Dusty both, because Dusty and Rick had both seen us working in Mid-South and both put the word in, with Crockett for us. And, then he was the one who asked me to be on the booking committee when he, got the booking job until Herd ran him off. So, yeah, I appreciate everything that Rick has done for me, because he definitely put words in for us for great spots, and he got me my first booking position. Maybe I ought to choke him for that one, though. I'm not sure. The Smoky Mountain belts up there, shit. It's tilting a little bit. Can you see it? I can't reach that far. Shite. Hold on here.
That's also the skipper's hat that you wore on Memphis TV, correct?
Yes, exactly. One of the classic skipper's hats. Here we go. I might have to bring these to Charlotte this year for the photo ops, with the Heavenly Bodies being reunited. And believe it or not, I don't know if I can reach that one, but you can see it up there, but the diamonds in the Smoky Mountain heavyweight title belt, those are cubic zirconias that my mom got as like free gifts from Finger Hut back in the 70s. And she had them laying around, the house here in a little pouch. And I said, hey, you going to use those diamonds? Well, those aren't really diamonds. I said, I know, I need them for something. And of course, my Mid-Atlantic Legends Hall of Heroes plaque, right next to proof that I not only main evented in Montreal, but also George Chuvalo. Wait a minute, where is he? The match with Owen Hart. George Chuvalo was in his corner against Ray Rougeau, who was managed by this local Dino Clavette. He was another local boxer or whatever. But I actually got to manage Owen along with George Chuvalo.
This is what, 96?
That was 96. And if you're not a boxing fan, you have no idea who George Chuvalo is. The OVW wall, which fairly speaks for itself. And a picture of me and Jim Ross doing commentary on OVW TV, and I'm talking and he's not. So that's definitely a crime. I shouldn't have done that.
Speaking of Jim Ross, I just want to, what was the most valuable lesson Jim's ever given to you?
Jeez. The ones that I actually listened to rather than that I ignored and should have listened to. Gosh, JR has been so good as far as announcing, just as in any facet of wrestling. He's had so much experience, but I think probably he taught me more about announcing than anything else, and it was great to be able to do color with him, in WCW, and then we already had practice by the time we got to the WWF. Everybody liked our work together, of course, except Kevin Dunn, because we were too Southern. All we did was just know everything about the product and want to get the guys over. But it was so easy with JR. We were doing two 1-hour shows, voiceover at the studios on Thursday morning in Stamford in an hour and a half, because you didn't need to stop. We just did it like it was live, and it was such a thrill, especially when later on I had to work with either Shane McMahon or Michael Cole when he first got started. Holy mackerel, that was brutal. Timed those editing sessions with a calendar instead of a stopwatch. Has a lot of knickknacks up on top there. There's my wardrobe collection up at the top. From everything from the original, the well thought out Midnight Express pennant that Mid-South Wrestling sold, which I bet you they just sell 5 of those things. I don't know how many they got made, but I can't imagine they sold 5 of them. I don't know why they got them made to begin with. And some of our different t-shirts. I love the Starcade 86 Skywalker shirt because I have, giant jacked arms in the cartoon. And some of my pay-per-view outfits. Boom, boom, boom. Let's see.
Tracy Smothers blanket.
Yeah. Actually, I got this at Gatlinburg like in the 80s. And I'm just a sucker for those soft blankies. Let's see. This is the Smoky Mountain Wrestling Ball, which everything is mostly self-explanatory. I love the Night of Legends show was my favorite show. Obviously, we got such great publicity on it and everything. But even the Japanese photographers used to love to come to the Smoky Mountain shows because they could come over for a week and they could go to ECW, they'd go to Smoky Mountain, they could get like 4 or 5 different territories back when there was such a thing. The SS Cookie Hut.
Nice.
And here, in one of my prouder moments, at Huge Ass Burgers, this is the Huge Ass menu for Huge Ass Burgers in Lexington, I actually have the Cornet's Racket on the menu. A double baby jazz patty with American cheese, caramelized onions, pickles, bacon, mayo, and an egg.
What about a can of Sprite or on the side or?
Well, you can order whatever drink you want. They don't, But I love the logo. That's a great logo. Huge Ass Burgers. Can't beat that with a stick. Boom. Let's see. And here's more pictures that I'm trying to get organized. This is for the eventual book. I took that in 1982, sun shining. But as we've already seen, I got plenty of pictures for books. It just, I've got to get all this stuff together, but this whole chest is full of wrestling pictures.
How long did it take you to organize all of this?
Well, it's still not organized. It's basically, it's separated into color, black and white, and posed in action, and otherwise everything's still up in the air. It's going to take quite a while, as you can see, but I got a couple of books worth of stuff in there. My Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I want you to know there's been many a vicious battle waged there. Okay, this is my Slammy, and Stacy actually got mad because the movers scratched it somewhere or another when I was moving a few years ago, like it's real. But actually, what's even better is that's the Photographer of the Year Award from the Wrestling Fans International Association from 1978. And in here, I got a kick out of this because not only it's Christine Jarrett's handwriting, and that's her initials, Christine Jarrett, CJ, Nick Goulas, $100. This is what I got paid for pictures from some of Nick's money from Christine Jarrett in 1977. And then these tickets, if I could pick them up, from Nashville in the 50s. Christine Jarrett sold these because that was her job, selling the tickets for the matches every week. Right. So she actually had these in her hands before I was even born. So I thought that was cool. And let's see here. My fish is named Tommy because when I was a kid, we went fishing with my Aunt Lola and Uncle Tommy, and Uncle Tommy caught a big fish and he was trying to get it in and it broke the line and took off, right? Took his fly and everything. So the next day we go back same lake and I'm fishing, all of a sudden, Jesus Christ, I catch one and I'm hauling that thing in, and some bitch, when we got it in, it still had my Uncle Tommy's fly in its mouth. So I named it Tommy and had him stuffed. Let's see, the legends at one of our OVW shows at the Gardens, Jackie Fargo, Dundee, Rocky Johnson, Handsome Jimmy.
Who's that, Pat Lanza?
Pat Patterson, Duke. Mad Dog Vachon, Crusher, and Blackjack Lanza. Owen and Davey. The Rock and Roll. Here, this was actually the St. Louis pay-per-view with Sam Muchnick and Dory and Fez and Briscoe and Kaniski and Terry and Harley. And look at Dustin. Dustin Runnels jumped his big ugly ass in there on my picture. I'll never forgive him for that. It will never be over. It will never be over between me and you, Dustin Runnels. It will never be over. Me and Maurice White of Earth, Wind, and Fire. And we're almost back where we came from. This of course is the award wing. All the various awards and trophies that I've received. The very prestigious another WFIA Photo of the Year award, another WFIA Photo of the Year award. Pro Wrestling Illustrated, every 10 years they'd give me the Manager of the Year award just for whatever reason.
Besides yourself, who was your favorite manager in the business? Bobby?
Bobby, yeah. But I mean, it's not saying anything bad about like Jimmy Hart, when I was a kid watching Sam Bass with Jerry Lawler and Dr. Ken Ramey with the interns and Saul Weingroff with the Von Brauners. But I stole tons of stuff from Bobby because I watched him, on Bruiser's show when I was just a kid. And so a lot of the stuff you saw on TBS, me trying to tear the phone book in half and only getting, like the first 4 pages, that was Bobby Heenan's stuff. It was an homage to the Brain. I don't know which way to look with all the stuff he's got going on. No. There's me and Stan with the Vivid Girls, Ginger Lynn, Lonnie Sanders, and Jamie Summers with the Temptations. Actually, at one of the LPWA girls, that was at one of the NAPTY conventions. ZZ Top, Black Crowes, Earth, Wind, and Fire, Maurice White, and Philip Bailey. Cat Collins got me back in Charlotte for that one. I was thrilled. And me and Dan Severn and all the gold. These are my booking books from 1983 to when I stopped giving a shit. But, well, as you can see, 2010, 2011 is about when I stopped giving a shit. But these are the WWF books because Vince liked everybody to have the same kind of book and use the same kind of pencil, and everything had to be laid out the same kind of way. But for example, this is, what year is this? And see, we would draw it all ourselves because it was just a big ledger book. So you spent a lot of time just doing your book work to get your book ready. And this would have been 96, I believe, yes. Well, we'll find out real quick. Yeah, Royal Rumble 96. But you would put, for example, Baltimore. There's the card. There was the gate. There was the last date in the building. You'd have a next date over here if there was a next date. And on and on. But before I got the big books, they had these little bad boys. And I used to tell the guys at OVW, call me at home, and if you get me, ask where I was on May 20th, 1987. I'll tell you what the fucking match was, what the result was, what the gate was, what the payoff was, and what my road expenses were. And this is the reference material. Here's my Smoky Mountain books. And I won't even be able to get all these back in now, but that's the reference material for all of my books and things that I do because I'm organized like that. For example,
do you think you have an obsessive compulsive disorder when it comes to wrestling or no?
Oh, I've got major OCD. Are you fucking kidding? I've got OCD. Did you see my toiletries in the bathroom? Yes. They're in a row, right? Oh. Stacy laughs at me when I do my notes for I'll every week on Monday morning I'll sit down with a piece of notebook paper and I will Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for the next week. Okay, here's everything I got to do. I'll write down shower and dress.
That's awesome.
She's right. Do you really need to write down, take a shower, and get dressed? Well, it's part of my day. Pick a date in 1986.
July 26.
Hold on here. July 26, 1986, the Great American Bash in the Greensboro Coliseum. We were the semifinal match in a steel cage, the Road Warriors and Baby Doll against me and the Midnight Express. Baby Doll knocked me out. The house was $257,000. And that morning, we did Atlanta TV, which paid $40. and we spent $30 on a taxi, $10 on food, and $9 on dry cleaning.
That is awesome.
And the payoff is not listed because it was part of the Great American Bash payoffs, which were done on one check, which is over here on the wall. And that's why if you go over here, see, in July of 1986, some shows were not bashes. There were only 14 Great American Bashes.
Right.
So the rest of the month was just regular shows. So, for example, July. We were actually off August 6th. Imagine that. July 14th, Wilmington, North Carolina. We wrestled Dusty Rhodes and Magnum TA. It was not a bash, but it was a $39,000 house, which was a sellout at the football field in Wilmington. It was a record house. And let's see, we got the heat on Dusty. Magnum made the comeback, went into a four-way. Dennis stopped Magnum, went to slam him, but Dusty pushed him over with TA on top, and TA pinned him 1, 2, 3. $20 for a taxi and $25 for dry cleaning. Gaffney, South Carolina, the next night was a $17,800 house. It was a sellout in advance. And that's where we did the TV taping. We had a dark match with Dusty and Magnum where we did the Wilmington finish and then did 2 TV tapes.
Amazing.
But anyway, we got paid, like for Wilmington, we made $550. For Gaffney, for TV, we made $600.
Each guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about for the
That's
whole
what I'm saying.
team.
Right.
Yeah, $600
Okay.
a piece. But that was not the bash payoffs. The bash payoffs were done on one check at the end of the bash tour. So, for the 14 bashes, we made $17,320 minus a $20 license fee. But for the month of July, with the regular shows, the entire month we made $22,960 a piece.
So you got paid the same amount as the
Yes.
boys, okay.
Before contracts.
Wow.
No guarantees. That was payoffs based on the house that drew. And a promoter has never been noted to overpay the talent.
Right.
So we probably should have made more than that, but we didn't. But still, who's going to argue with 23 grand a month in 1986?
What led you and Bobby and Dennis moving on to work for Jim Crockett? We talked about it in our shoot interview, but some people might not have seen that one.
Well, shame on them.
They better order it off our video.
Actually, when we were working for Watts, both Dusty and Flair had come in at various times, and Dusty was the booker, but Flair was Crockett's, talent scout and goodwill ambassador. He always wanted the best talent to come to the Carolinas. So that's what we were talking about earlier. Main event guys that were secure in their own ability and knew that they were good weren't jealous of guys coming in. They wanted good talent to come to their home territory because the stronger the talent was, the bigger the houses were, and the more money everybody made. And so we were kind of in a good position because Dusty was not only the top babyface, but also the booker, and he liked us. And Flair was not only the top heel, but also the traveling world champion, and he liked us. So we pretty much get a job with Jimmy Crockett anytime we wanted to. So when they told us that we were finishing up in Mid-South, Flair had always said, he'd given us Crockett's office number and said, here, call anytime. So they didn't tell us we were going anywhere or that we had a spot, anywhere else. They just said, okay, you're going to be finished. Your year is up. Scaffold matches. So I was nominated by Bobby and Dennis to call Crockett and say, hey, we want to come work for you. So I did and got a starting date. As soon as I got a starting date, came home, I believe it was for Thanksgiving. It was right before we were going to finish up. But I came home for Thanksgiving, and I'm here in Louisville, and Dundee called and said, well, Watts wants you to go to Dallas because he's got a working relationship with Fritz, and we can still bring you over for the Superdome in Oak City or whatever. So we got to start date in Carolinas for Crockett. Oh, geez. So now I've got to call Jimmy Crockett back and tell him we can't start for him because Watts wants us to go work for Fritz because he wants to keep us close to where he can get us back for big shows. And then I think I'm going to start an international territory war because Jimmy Crockett said, well, okay, it ain't the first time that Watts has screwed me. Oh, please, no. Right. So I get out of the fucking job for Crockett. We go. And as a matter of fact, while this was going on, we made the first TV in Dallas and went over there and gave our notice the first night in. Yeah, we're going to go work for Crockett. Well, that's how they heard about it, blah, blah, blah. But when we first got to Dallas, we were like, Jesus Christ, we were used to this well-oiled machine, Mid-South Wrestling, and you know, it being a big-time, well-run promotion, and we get to Dallas, and Dallas is a big city, but they were still, you know, the Freebirds had popped the territory with the Von Erichs, and they were doing outlandish, I mean, ridiculous business in Dallas, just undreamed of business in Dallas. But the company was still, it was a small roster of guys. It was a limited schedule. They only ran about 4 or 5 days a week. Most of the time, you know, we enjoyed the rest, but and the short trips. But at the same time, we were only making, we were there in Dallas for 6 months, and we averaged $1,000 a week. That was the shits. So we appreciated the short trips and we appreciated the time off, but we were used to now making money, and we didn't want to lose our momentum that we had. We were the hottest new heel team in the business by languishing in Dallas, because they weren't going to put us in the ring with the Von Erichs. That's where the money was. Right. Because we were making $1,000 a week. The guys working with the Von Erichs were making 2 or 3 times that. So Gino and Chris and gang, you know, they were set, but we were working with the Fantastics every night. Much better matches. But the money wasn't there because you didn't get paid unless you were the Von Erichs or worked with the Von Erichs. So after we spent a little time there, and then the thing with Watts fell apart, where the talent trade, well, they were running the Superdome and we were in the fucking rodeo arena in Corsicana, Texas. Well, what the fuck, right? Right. And they're running Oak City. A couple of times we went to Oak City and Tulsa and made more that day than we made in Dallas the rest of the week working their territory. So finally, we, you know, okay, we tried it. It's been nice. We got to go over here. And the last straw was the payoff for Texas Stadium. We worked the tag team title match at Texas Stadium on a $250,000 house and got $800 a piece. And that's what, okay.
You knew you got worked, yeah.
So then we called Crockett and said, please, may we come home, Uncle Jimmy? And he said yes. So.
Well, let's talk about the different members of the Crockett family. Let's talk about Jim Crockett Sr.
Never got to meet him. He passed away in '73, but he was, from everything I've heard, he was always well respected. You know, his word was his bond with the wrestlers. He was one of those promoters that didn't like to show off the money that he had. He drove the same beat up old car around town because he used to tell people, if the fans see me driving up in a big Lincoln or a Cadillac and there they are in an old Ford and they're giving me their money, does that look good? He wanted to be one of the people. He had an office for years, like I showed you on the letter in there. His office was a bar and grill, and he would sit at one of the back tables and, you know, conduct business. So for, you know, 40 years he held Jim Crockett Promotions together. They did Holiday on Ice. They did the Harlem Globetrotters. They did wrestling all around the Carolinas. They had the minor league baseball team. You know, Jim Crockett was a big deal businessman in Charlotte.
What about Junior?
Jimmy, obviously I met him when we first went to work there. He had stepped up and originally when Jim Sr. died, his son-in-law, John Ringley, who was Francis's husband, was the guy that was tasked with running the company. Jimmy was still fairly young, but then Ringley got booted out of the family when they found out that he was running around on Francis, and so then Jimmy became the head honcho. And Jimmy, you know, I like Jimmy. I think he should have had a better, and he's even admitted this in the documentary, he should have had a better handle on his business because he let it get away from him. And in that expansion period, they were going too far too fast and everything was selling out, but they were spending money too that they didn't get back. The TV revenue and the pay-per-view, Vince sabotaged them. That didn't come about. If they had stayed in the Carolinas and stuck to what they did best, you know, they would have been unbeatable because Vince couldn't buy a fucking crowd in the Carolinas in the 80s. Hulk Hogan didn't draw shit in the Carolinas in the 80s because if you notice, the places that Vince took over were places that didn't have a strong local promotion. He owned the West Coast and he owned a lot of the Midwest, but Chicago was neck and neck. Chicago was a great wrestling town. Baltimore and Philly were neck and neck. He had most of the Northeast, but down in the South, where they were used to good, competitive, hard wrestling, a lot of action, colorful characters, but really legitimate-looking work, he couldn't buy a house in the 80s. It took till the late 90s when everything had been scorched for years before the WWF finally caught on in the South. So Jimmy, if he'd have kept an eye on his business a little better and not tried to expand over the whole country, I think he'd have done a lot better.
What about Jackie?
Didn't have a lot of personality either. Jimmy was
Cut and dry?
He was cut and dried, motherfucker. Dry as a nun's cunt, as they say. Jackie was the one Jackie was one of the boys. Jackie was the one at the Waffle House at 4 o'clock in the morning with the rat blowing him under the fucking table. Right. Everybody in town knew Jackie is the fun one of the Crockett's.
What about David?
David was not fun. David had a stick up his. I like David. David would get cranky with me, especially when I would say off-color or ribald things on television. But he had to be a babyface, wanted to be a babyface, wasn't a good television announcer, but he got that spot because he was in the family. He wasn't a bad person. It's just that he rubbed the fans the wrong way with his commentary, and he wasn't an over-the-top, gregarious personality. Let's put it that way.
And then there's Frances.
And there you go. I didn't know Frances that well. Okay. She was always nice to me.
Dusty Rhodes was the booker when you debuted. Talk about Dusty, not as a wrestler, but as a booker, and how he interacted with the Crockett's to make the JCP machine run.
Dusty was, once again, he was a creative guy. He was a genius at the big picture. He had JJ for the details and the penmanship. He was the director. He was making the movie. And then JJ or somebody else would put the cameras in the right place or make sure the script was finished or the details or whatever. But, Dusty, he was one of the 2 or 3 most successful bookers in the wrestling industry of the 80s. So what does that tell you? He was fucking good because that was one of the hottest periods and he was working for the biggest company. Yeah. Now, a lot of people have said Dusty, he would draw a $100,000 house and he'd spend $80 to do it rather than, draw a $60,000 house and only spend $20 to do it. Which one's better? Well, but at the same time, once again, the big picture stuff and promoting a big show and the big rivalry and just the little things that got guys over as stars, Dusty was a master at, especially when it came to himself. He was one of the 3 biggest box office attractions of the decade. I
was going to ask you to discuss Dusty as a wrestler and how his placement as a main eventer and talker helped, or did it hinder his booking at times? And how you as a main eventer, performer, later in Smoky Mountain used what you saw firsthand to temper how you may have used yourself in Smoky Mountain.
Well, multi-part question. Dusty was an amazing athlete in his younger days. And see, that's what a lot of people remember Dusty from 87, 88, 89. He was already in his mid-40s. And his weight was already out of control. And athletically, as an in-ring performer, he was not what he was in the late 60s and all through the 70s. But if you go back and watch those old 70s films, he was never Mr. Universe, but he was a hell of an athlete. He was a great baseball player. He could do pretty much anything. He was fast. He had fire. He on his comebacks, he was a whirlwind in the ring. He was a mean motor scooter and a bad go-getter. And he could do these things, and that's why he electrified the crowds. And later on, by that period of the mid-'80s, you can sit back and say, well, it would have been great if Dusty had just concentrated on being a booker and not been a main event star, but they were also in a wrestling war. And when Dusty Rhodes, even though he's in his mid-40s, is one of the 2 or 3 biggest box office attractions in wrestling, and he's also the booker, and he's in a wrestling war against a company that is bigger and has bigger resources, etc., are you going to take yourself out of the ring, especially with, all the old gunfighters think they can still do it until the last day they get outdrawn? Dusty was convinced that he was still the guy to draw the money on top on the babyface side, and I'm not sure that he wasn't right. So even though his work had gone down a notch, his promos were better than ever, and he was known and recognized as a main event name anywhere in the country. So Did he go too far? Did he not take himself out of the ring? Did he put himself over too much? Probably. Looking back on it, it's a trap that you fall into. I didn't have that problem in Knoxville in exactly the same way because I wasn't a wrestler. And I certainly wasn't a babyface, so I wasn't like going out and putting myself over. I put my teams over a lot, but if you go back and look at the results, my teams did jobs probably just as much or more as anybody because it was a fucking territory. Everybody's got to win, everybody's got to lose. I figured myself in on the top programs because who else have I got that can cut the promo that I can cut and explain the fucking issue or whatever, right? And also, sometimes, here's what I'm probably the only booker in the history of the world stupid enough to do this. I'd put myself in the ring as a wrestler and take heat off of myself as a manager on these spot shows or in these handicap matches because I felt like I could get a little extra out of it and maybe sell an extra 20 tickets and I didn't have to pay another guy on the card because it was me. So I'm working myself harder than I'm working the boys when I'm the booker because I don't have to pay myself and I can get somebody else over. That's when you're a performer, but you're also the booker. You know you're not going to hold yourself up for more money. You're not going to walk out on yourself. You're not going to no-show yourself, and you're not going to tank it because you're in a bad mood or you're hungover or you're not feeling good because it's your fucking town. But then again, that also leads to overexposure and or not getting out of the way at the right times, and you got to be aware of that. But sometimes there ain't no easy answer.
Let's talk about some incredible Charlotte personalities who were a big part of the company before you even started in that territory. George Scott?
Good God. The only time George Scott I'd known, obviously, he and Sandy were a great team, and then George was supposed to be the architect of the Mid-Atlantic wrestling resurgence when he switched it from a tag team territory in '74 by bringing in Johnny Valentine and Wahoo McDaniel and Flair and making it a singles territory and going for a higher level of talent. I think that he was noted, and I've debated this point with Tommy Young, who was there, and Tommy half-assed kind of agreed with me. I think he was noted as a great booker because he was an excellent judge of talent. He was able to pick the guys that he needed in the territory, the Blackjack Mulligans and the Steamboat. He picked good talent and let them do what they wanted to do. He was not like moving every chess piece and manipulating everything. He was assembling a great talent roster and letting them do what they wanted to do. Hey, Wahoo could say, I did this angle with fucking Greg Valentine in Texas and it drew a bunch of money, so let's do the same thing here, because nobody fucking knew. It's a different territory. Yeah. That's the way the bookers in the old days booked, is the job of booker was more assembling the right crew of talent and then letting them do what they did. As Dutch Mantel would say, they're the team, let them run the fucking play. And once you could pick good talent and guys that would get over and put them in the right positions and let them do their thing with each other and it made money, then you got the reputation as a good booker. You didn't have to, okay, I'm going to think of this convoluted angle and I'm going to write every word of this promo and give it. Then nobody did that then, because the guys knew what they were fucking doing then. Now you have to write everything out for guys because they're never given a chance to learn on their own and fucking ad lib because there's no such thing anymore. So anyway, to answer your question, George Scott, I didn't like him when he was booking for WCW when they bought the company. I thought he fucking had Alzheimer's. He buried us and we quit, and then he finished up. They fired him before we actually finished up. But I never saw the genius of George Scott as a booker.
Rip Hawk.
Jesus Christ, you're going way back. Hawk and Hansen, Sweet Hansen, were one of the early top tag teams. It was a tag team territory in the late 50s, especially all through the 60s. The Kentuckians, the Assassins, who were the Bolos there. Hawk and Hansen, Bronco Lubitsch and Aldo Bogny, Johnny Weaver and George Becker. The Carolina territory, even before it became the Cadillac of territories under the Valentines, Wahoos, and Flairs, and etc., it wasn't a huge money territory, but it was a giant territory. They made big money. In North and South Carolina and Virginia, just 3 states, and states that weren't that big in the 60s, they were running 2 or 3 towns a night. They would have guys in the territory that would go off on the other loop, like they'd be in Norfolk and Richmond instead of Charleston, South Carolina, and fucking Savannah or whatever. And you'd be in the territory with guys, you wouldn't see them for 2 or 3 months. They had so many towns running, and they were all weekly towns. So when you think about that, to have 2 or 3 different crews in a 3-state area and run 7 nights a week, multiple shows each night, it was a great territory.
Right.
And they needed, all the tag teams kind of fed that. So, then Hawk later on, when they brought Flair in, Flair was Rip Hawk's first tag team partner. Or not Rip Hawk. Hawk was Flair's first tag team partner. Let's try that again. Say that 3 times fast.
And we'll talk about Rick coming up too. So, Johnny Weaver.
Rags Weaver. We called him Rags because one night Robert Gibson's back was out, and Johnny had to fill in and work with Ricky as the Rock and Roll Express, and they put the bandanas on. It looked like he didn't carry the bandanas off as well as Ricky and Robert did. So Bobby Starr called him Rags Weaver. Johnny had been the young, fiery babyface that they brought in to team up with George Becker. When George Becker, the veteran, the top star, was getting older, and he was in his 50s, and he'd been on top, and he was also the booker. They needed the young guy to sell and, have the fire and everything, and then give George the tag. And then gradually, over a period of 30 years, Johnny went from the fiery young babyface now to he's the veteran, and he started running towns for Crockett. And later on, when Crockett sold to TBS and Johnny retired and started working for the Mecklenburg County Sheriff's Department, he was the one that transported prisoners to all the other jails in the state, because he knew the back road to every town in the Carolinas, and everybody knew who Johnny Weaver was. So he was a local celebrity. But after 30 years on TV in the same area, you're a household name. So he was a great guy. He kept I wish I could see his book. He had kept a finished book from all those years, from the late 50s, early 60s in that territory up to the day he got out of the business. And I don't know whatever happened to it, but that would be some fucking finished book.
Penny Banner
was Johnny's wife. She was not only one of the top girls in the 50s, but also athletically. She was a great looking girl in her day, but she was primarily known as one of the most athletic girls. When in those days, if a girl was decent looking, they'd break her in, and Moolah had fairly low standards. But Penny was not only good looking, but she was also really athletic, a world-class, female athlete. So she was on top for quite a while, and then married Johnny and got out of the business after a while, but still everybody knew in the territory who she was.
Paul Jones?
And also she dated Elvis. She's the only female wrestler.
I didn't even know that.
Back in Memphis, back in the late 50s, early 60s, at the Ellis Auditorium, they had a big curtain on the stage. And once the matches would get started, Guy Coffey, the manager of the building, would get the Iggy, and he'd go to the stage door, and he'd sneak Elvis in, and he'd hide behind the curtain on the stage and watch the wrestling matches. And that's why
Randy Hales might have told us that, I think.
And you remember when he always wanted the girls to wrestle down in the jungle room?
Yeah.
Because he liked wrestling and he liked girls, so he liked girls wrestling, and he dated Penny Banner a time or two.
Ivan Koloff?
Uncle Ivan, just a great gentleman. Never a cross word, never any issues with anybody, always the voice of reason. He was a great performer in his day. He had problems then with toward the end of his career with his ankles, and his the way he worked hard. He was a bigger guy when he was young, but he took big bumps and he worked hard, and so he tore a lot of his body up. But all the guys respected him. He had always been a star everywhere he went for the previous 20 years. So in the locker room, obviously everybody gave him the respect he was due, but if he said something, chances are it was probably something that everybody went along with.
Paul Jones?
I like Paul, but Paul was a leftover from the George Scott regime. Paul was George Scott's guy. And he was a great wrestler when he was younger. As a manager, a little bland, probably not the greatest promo, but he always had the spot there because Crockett was beholden to him, because he'd always been one of George Scott's guys, and he'd drawn a lot of money there. And so if you notice, Dusty always put him, because Handsome Jimmy was not going to have a great classic wrestling match, but he was over like God to the people, right? So he was in a constant, never-ending program with Paul Jones's guys, because that way you could get the bad wrestling match that would have some interest.
Right, get it out of the way.
Get it in there, and and Jimmy could save it. But I guess Paul's swan song was when TBS bought the company. They brought George Scott in. He immediately made Paul an agent. And that got Paul some heat with a lot of the boys. And then when George Scott was gone, then Paul was gone finally, because now Jimmy Crockett wasn't there to save him, and
Right.
But I will say, Paul, one time, we had a manager's bunkhouse match. It was
Philadelphia, right?
Well, we did them in Philadelphia, Atlanta, Greensboro, Columbia, South Carolina, because Dusty loved the bunkhouse battle royal. But at one time we had so many managers, he decided to have the manager's bunkhouse. It was me and Oliver Humperdinck were the only two baby faces.
Yep.
And then the heel managers were Gary Hart, J.J. Dillon, Paul Jones, Paul Heyman, maybe one other one in there too. And of course, babyface needs to win something like that. And me and Hump only being the only two baby faces, and Hump was not high up on the card at that point, so I was elected to win all the managers' bunkhouse battle royals. Having said that, Paul E was easy. He just wanted to get the fuck out of there because he was scared he was going to get hurt. So we'd do a little something in the corner, and he'd climb to the top like he was going to come off on me. I'd punch him, and he'd take an easy bump, and then I'd be in there with the rest of the guys. And in Greensboro, the Greensboro one came down to me and Paul Jones, and he beat the piss out of me for about 2 or 3 minutes, and it was quite stiff with the knees on the chest and everything, not dangerous, but stiff, and put me over in Greensboro, which is like goddamn Jerry Lawler putting a manager over in the Mid-South Coliseum. Paul had been the scene of some of his greatest triumphs, so I have to admire him for that. He waltzed me across Texas first,
right,
and I was black and blue a little bit, but he put me over, which had to be a bitter pill to swallow in Greensboro, but he did it.
Thunderbolt.
If I only had time. No, the story is that Thunderbolt was a great promo. He was a lousy worker. Well, he was a good worker. He was a lousy wrestler. He was a good worker. His working has nothing to do with wrestling. He's a great promo, quite militant, got that, reputation. And that's the problem, is it depends on who's telling the story in those old days. Whether it be Bearcat Ryder, whether it be Thunderbolt Patterson, were they being held down by the racist promoters that didn't want a black man to go too far? Or was it that once the black man got just as far as he could get, then he wanted more money and he wanted to hold people up and he didn't want to do jobs or whatever, and that's why the promoter didn't let him go any farther? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? Which came first, the guy that didn't want to do the job or the guy that got fired? I don't know. But Thunderbolt drew a lot of money in different places, but he never had long runs because he always had some issue with the office, and it generally involved him being black and being downtrodden upon, even if he was in the main events.
Right.
But having said that, there's a famous story, if I only had time, there's a famous story about at the end of the Saturday night TBS show. They were going to be at a spot show that night in Carrollton, Georgia. And at the end of the show, they'd always run the baby faces out there for the group interview, right? Say a little something about whatever. And they told Thunderbolt, the last minute of the show, Tommy's going to talk, whoever, and you plug Carrollton. Because if we say the word Carrollton, the house jumps up. If we plug Carrollton on TV, it's always a better house. Just say, Carrollton, Carrollton, we're coming to Carrollton tonight. That's all you got to say. He gets out there, Tommy Rich does his thing, and the other babyface does his thing, and finally Thunderbolt's got the last 20 or 30 seconds to plug Carrollton, and he looks at the camera, and he goes, oh, Lordy have mercy. If I only had time. And they're off the air. He just saying.
That's awesome.
And that's the thing, you didn't know what the fuck. Sometimes he didn't know what the fuck he was saying, but that promo connected with people. It sounded like he meant it. Even if you didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, he meant that shit.
By the way, I was looking at your pen and I popped huge.
Oh, yes, that's a Bolin special. I have the door magnets.
Now, that's from our first shoot interview I ever did with you, right at your house? Is that where they got the image from? That's awesome.
I have the door magnets I put on the car. We have the pin, the Cornette face pin, of course the T-shirt, and I actually have a notebook also over there. Oh, and wait a minute, the Cornette face headphones. The Beats by Bolin. He made me of course, he's selling my face on the other headphones.
We have another face that you did in the last shoot. We haven't put it out yet. It's awesome.
I got a new face?
Yes.
I've been waiting for a new face.
You know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. All right, let's talk about Blackjack Mulligan.
Blackjack Mulligan, I wish I'd have gotten to work more around him because, you know, Barry, his son, Barry Windham, was, at one point in the 80s, was the best wrestler in the world.
Definitely.
And it was such a treat to watch him and Bobby Eaton because they would do things to enhance their degree of difficulty. Like we'd do Fayetteville, North Carolina or whatever, and everybody'd be bored and it was a Monday and there might be 1,500, 2,000 people there. It's a Monday night, small crowd, what the hell. When we were working with Ronnie Garvin and Barry Windham for the U.S. Tag title, Bobby and Barry would get in there and they would have a match on their knees. Barry was so tall anyway, right? Barry would take a shot, he'd go down on his knees and he'd be selling his face and Bobby would come charging at him and suddenly Barry would scoop Bobby up and slam him while Barry was on his knees. And then Bobby would feed back up and come at Barry and Barry would arm drag him while he was on his knees. And then he'd get up and then he would shoot Bobby off. And as he shot Bobby off, Bobby would go and hit the second rope, not the top rope. He'd go down on his ass and hit the second rope and bounce back. And fucking Barry would come off his knees and drop kick him. And Bobby would go back into the second rope again. And they're having this goddamn match on their knees or on one leg or backwards or upside down or whatever. And the fans are going crazy. And they looked better doing it than the guys that were trying to have a real regular fucking match. And so, Blackjack, they brought him in when TBS bought the company and they hired George Scott as booker. First thing he does is bring Blackjack Mulligan in. And this is where George Scott's head, he was, talk about me being stuck in the old days. At least in my old days, fucking shit drew money, right? But he was so far in the old days, he figured, a lot of these prima donna wrestlers, they're not going to want to do what I say, so I'm going to bring Blackjack in. Like Blackjack Mulligan working for Turner Broadcasting, his big media conglomerate, is going to take the guys in the back and slap them around if they don't want to do the job, which he would, and get away with it, because who the fuck's going to say anything to Blackjack Mulligan? But that's the way George Scott was thinking. Nobody was going to say anything to Blackjack, right? But at the same time, nobody was arguing at that point about doing fucking jobs. It's just the goddamn company was falling apart. So anyway, that's when I got to work with Blackjack for a little while, and he didn't stay long. He saw the lay of the land and went back to fucking Texas or Florida or wherever he was at in about 6 weeks.
Sandy Scott.
Loved Sandy. Sandy, you know, some brothers are completely different, and that was George and Sandy. And they're both Canadian, so Sandy had that dry sense of humor. But still, at the same time, Sandy you could trust. Sandy was honest. Sandy'd tell you what he thinks. You know, he was completely, and they didn't speak for the last like 25 years of their life. Maybe 30, no, they probably didn't speak after the mid-60s. So it was longer than that. I talked to people when they hired George, Sandy was still, because he worked for Crockett running towns. And he was still working for TBS when they bought the company and hired George. And the day in Atlanta when George got in the elevator and Sandy was already in the elevator was the first time that they had seen each other in like 15 years and they didn't fucking speak in an elevator.
That's crazy.
And I was always on Sandy's side anyway, though. And Sandy was great at, you know, at running the towns, checking up the box office, the building, everything was always right. And he kept records too. That's why in Smoky Mountain we always went after and never could get TV in Greenville, South Carolina, because that had been one of Sandy's towns, and he still had the box office statements. In 1986 alone, Greenville, South Carolina grossed over $700,000 for like 40-something wrestling shows. And 6 years later, we're trying to get TV on there for Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Then, my God, can it all have gone away that quickly? Well, yeah, it did. But still, at Greenville, South Carolina, which was just a Monday night stop for half the card, the other half would be somewhere else at another town, and we're talking about a $750,000 a year town.
Gary Hart.
Uncle Gary. I feel almost bad because, not even almost, I do feel bad. I was a young whippersnapper and didn't fully respect Gary in the NWA in the 80s at the time, because it was like, well, geez, he doesn't really work that hard at ringside. He doesn't really put the baby faces over. He doesn't really sweat a lot, you know. But then, especially getting to know him later, but then reading his book, and then just the benefit of, as I've learned more about the history of wrestling. Gary drew a lot of money. Gary was a great creative booking mind. He was a heat-getting manager. He was really credible. He was perfect for the 70s. As we opened up a little bit in the 80s, maybe he wasn't quite as flashy. But he knew how to get the most out of the talent that he had, whether he was managing or whether he was booking them. Of course, he engineered the Von Erich Freebird thing, even though Ken Mantell took all the credit for it. And, you know, he had been in a lot of important, prominent positions for a lot of big money territories and big money players, and seen a lot of stuff, you know. So I found a later appreciation for Gary's talent. I always liked talking to him in the locker room or on the plane. And I always liked flying with Gary, because once again, same thing as flying with Flair. How many people you know been in 2 plane crashes, right? So I'm sitting next to Ric Flair and Gary Hart.
You're surviving.
Yeah, I got to be fucking safe. What are the odds now?
Nelson Royal.
Nelly was a great guy. What a worker he was, and just a dynamo. I remember that he came into to Memphis when he was World Junior Heavyweight Champion, had a series of matches with Bill Dundee. They'd go 30 minutes and just boom, and they'd do the headlock takeover, fucking head scissors, kick out and do it again, but they'd do it 8 times in a row and faster every time. His mat work looked good. His shit was stiff. It probably hurt, but it looked good. He was always a good athlete. He was in shape. He took it seriously. He was a great guy. You know, he had the Western store out there, so later on, as he semi-retired, he started training guys in the barn and ended up training a few, Colt Steele and David Isley and those guys. And you know, he was a good guy. He was a very friendly, nice, just normal Nelly.
Now, 85 to 88, you come in to work for the company, and we're going to talk about a bunch of different guys that you've worked with. Started off with the best, Ric Flair.
Woo! You know, what can you say about Rick that nobody has said? I think he wasn't the best promo, and he wasn't the best worker, but he wasn't the best looking, but he was the best package. Nobody had as much of everything as Rick did, and plus just not only the drive and determination, but also just the freaky fucking genetics. A human being was not meant to take that much punishment every night for that long under those conditions with that little rest for that many years. I don't know how the fuck he did it. And you know, with the athletic commission doctor, anywhere there was a commission, would do the pre-match physical, take your blood pressure, you take your pulse, and all that shit. He's a marathon runner. At 240 pounds, he had fucking the lowest resting pulse. And this is a locker room of fucking world-class athletes that played pro football or fucking blah, 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 done this and done that. He was on top of everybody as far as his pulse rate went, his blood pressure. He worked 60 minutes and come in and be like he just walked up the driveway from getting the mail. He was up at 6 o'clock in the morning with the belt in the bag, right, and the fucking 3-piece suit, combing his hair in first class while everybody's sitting there going, oh fuck. And he's the last one out of the ring that night at 11:30 after he just went 45 minutes or an hour, and looking to go to the fucking bar somewhere, and he didn't sleep for 15 years. I don't, you know, and genetically. You should not be able to do that. And that's a guy who broke his back in a plane crash and then is still wrestling 9 years later every once in a while. So,
Magnum TA.
Would have been the world champion. Everybody knows this. We're not breaking any new ground. If it hadn't been for the wreck, scared the shit out of me. They passed us. If I'm not mistaken, Dusty was riding with him because they're coming back from Greenville, South Carolina. And they passed us that night, and it was kind of rainy, and it was, you know, late, and whoosh, they go by in the Porsche, because, you know,
right.
I had fucking, what did I have at the time? I had a T-Bird. I had a T-Bird. Bobby had a fucking used fucking Lincoln, and Dennis had something roundabout like that, and everybody else in the fucking territory had a BMW or a Porsche. when you went to Crockett's office for the promo day or a team meeting, it looked like a fucking Porsche dealership. Me and the Midnight Express were the only ones that had cheap cars because we just, we remembered working Tennessee. It's not always going to be great, but they passed us in the Porsche, and then I guess he had dropped Dusty off and was headed home, and just a freak thing, and it wasn't even speeding. It was just the weather, the road, and the fucking. And they said actually if he had not been in such insane physical condition, he wouldn't have lived. But as it was to do the surgery on his neck, they had to cut through so much muscle. That was almost a hindrance. It saved his life, but then it hindered him from getting in there. But Magnum was just starting to really be more of a polished worker. The reason why that they started the belly-to-belly 60-second win series was because he was still so green when he first debuted. They didn't want to expose him. They wanted to get him over quick, make sure everybody knew he was dominant, but not leave him too many, holes to expose himself. But he was growing into that, where he had those matches with Tully, and he was working with the top talent every night. So even though he'd only been in the business 4 years at that point, he was already on the fast track.
Tully Blanchard.
Arn used to call him either Eddie Munster or the Wombat. Tully was so legitimate because almost nobody hated Tully in the locker room, but Tully got on everybody's fucking nerves, especially Arn's. Flair loved Tully. And that's why everybody else accepted Tully and liked Tully. But
I hear that a lot.
But at the same time, he was a great wrestler, had it in his genes, loved the business, understood from his father what was going on, could talk, and was a real, true heel. He didn't want people to like him. And he got a great amount of heat, and he was that average guy that, fuck, he don't look so tough, I could take him. All those rednecks would say that, and he'd get heat out of that. But he was a great performer, and he and Arn as a team were, top notch.
Next guy, Arn Anderson.
I always saw something in Arn. The first time I'd seen him, we were in Georgia when Dundee did a thing in '83. Marty Lundy was just starting out. No, he had gone to Mid-South as Marty Lundy and then come back, and he had just become Arn Anderson, but they weren't really doing anything with him. And they gave us our notice. They were closing the whole territory down, sending us all back to Tennessee. And I remember it was in Columbus, Georgia, just for a fucking hoot. Dundee said, well, fuck it. Arn Anderson's the only one that's staying, so I can't remember how he did it, but some way or another, he ran every heel on the card out that night and had Arn fucking beat him somewhere or another, just one after another. His work was impeccable. His promos were tremendous. Who reminds me of Arn now, and I've told him this, and he almost got a hard on when I said is Bobby Roode. Because look at his body language and his posture and the way that he's always in command of himself and he knows where he's at in the ring at all times. Arn was a tremendous wrestler, tremendous performer, but the promos were great. The look that he had, he could make people believe that what he was saying was true. He looked like a badass, because many people in Rome, Georgia will testify that he is. But at the same time, he could put that face on and backpedal and the place would blow, So anytime we got a chance to do anything with Arn, I loved it.
The Road Warriors, Hawk and Animal.
You had to work their match, but they had better matches with the Midnight Express than with anybody that tried to have a regular match with them, because basically the formula was let each one of them do their power spots and bail out and sell in the middle of them, and then get one of them down and get the best of heat you can until finally the other one makes the tag. And usually it's fucking Hawk making that comeback, and then just fly. And that's, anybody tried to change that formula, they were fucking up, because then, they weren't getting the most out of the Road Warriors. And the reason why I think we drew more money with them than most people was because nobody believed the Road Warriors were going to lose, because they never did. And nobody believed the Road Warriors were really going to get beat up, because they almost never were. But if you could get a team hot enough that the people wanted to see that team actually die, and then put them with the Road Warriors, there was your money. So the Midnight had enough heat that the people wanted to see them, the Road Warriors, on the scaffold. They wanted to see them throw the Midnight Express and me off the fucking scaffold and us break like the pumpkins. And anytime they try to put Barbarian and Warlord or any team that was big like the Road Warriors in and have the irresistible force to immovable object, it didn't work. It had to be the Road Warriors versus Tully and Arn, or the Road Warriors versus the Midnight Express, or some smaller team that could work their match and at the same time had some heat. But and Hawk and Animal, neither one ever had a problem selling for us.
I was going to ask you that, yeah.
No. They sold great. They went down for the fucking racket. They sold for the guys, especially Bobby, because they knew that the Midnight ultimately was making them look like $1 million. And as a matter of fact, when they were ready to leave, when Hurt had run them off in, March or April of 90, their last house show run was somewhere in Memphis and in St. Louis against Bobby and Stan. And they went over wherever it was. I got to look at my book, but wherever it was. And then the next night in Memphis, they went to the office and they said, no, these guys are from here and they're staying. Let's put them over. And the office was so gobsmacked. They're like, well, we're changing the finish to put the team that's staying with you over instead of us. But even though the Road Warriors were leaving, the office was mad. So they put us over in Memphis, 1, 2, 3, right?
Right.
The only job they did on the way out. Then the next night in St. Louis, the office comes back to him. This one, Hurd was really fucking with us and says, no, do the finish that we sent. They wanted the team leaving to beat the team that was staying. So the Road Warriors still said, fuck you, we're not doing it. So they did a deal where fucking Paul Ellering jerked me in and Paul pinned me. And we weren't even in the match. So they still didn't beat the Midnight, but the office still wouldn't let them change the finish to do a favor. Can you imagine this? Now, 20 years later, 25 years later, the Road Warriors are offering to do a job and you won't let them, right? Who? Jim Hurd. There you go.
Figure. Nikita Koloff.
GQ Ball. Arn used to call him, Nikita, when he first got there, he was a bodybuilder from Minnesota. He didn't want to spend any fucking money, right? And he lived like a monk. Actually, Cat Collins, the guy that introduced me to Rick Rubin, my old DJ friend, was roommates with him in Charlotte for a while. And with another couple of the boys also. Nikita saved like his first 6, 7 months of paychecks from Crockett. Just put them on the fucking headboard of his bed and never cashed them. Threw their bookkeeping into shit, right? Because he didn't want to spend any money. He had like fucking $60,000, $80,000 of fucking checks stacked up.
That's a great story.
So finally, all he did was train and wrestle, right? So finally, as he gets on top and he starts getting the lifestyle a little bit, now all of a sudden we noticed he went out and he bought some nice clothes. Now he's wearing some nice clothes. And Arn used to call him Cue Ball because of his head, and they would joust, and Arn would just get Nikita just ready to fucking just die, just strangle him. But he'd call him Cue Ball. Well, then we started wearing the nice clothes, he started calling him GQ Ball. And Nikita would use the voice, the accent on the plane, on Crockett's plane. And he'd be going, yes, and Uncle Ivan, and Arn would look and go, GQ Ball, it's just the boys. We know you're Scotty Simpson from Minnesota. But that was, Nikita was in it, but that's the same as wrestling too. Wearing his mask to the building for 5 miles. You got to be, dedication.
Wahoo McDaniel.
I loved Wahoo. Once again, people, and I hate to say, I don't want to sound like I'm insulting Wahoo, but people saw Wahoo 86, 87, 88, that last run on TV. He was fat, he was old. Wahoo McDaniel was one of the best athletes that ever stepped foot in the wrestling ring. He was one of the best athletes that ever stepped foot on a pro football field. He was amazing in his younger days, in the 60s and the early. I've got a film transfer from 1974 where Wahoo McDaniel does the upside down bump in the fucking turnbuckle better than Flair ever did on his best day. He was an amazing athlete. He could run, he could play golf, he could fucking shoot, he could wrestle. He was tough as shit. And he was a wild-ass personality, too. He and guys like Murdoch and those guys, they fit perfectly with each other. I mean, he drank a quart of motor oil on a fucking bet in college. After he ran 26 miles from, this is a famous story.
I didn't even hear this.
He went to the University of Oklahoma, right? He ran the 26 miles from Oklahoma City to Norman or whatever, just on a bet. And then, double or nothing, drank a quart of motor oil.
How did he survive?
It's Wahoo. when he turned heel and he had heat and fans would come at him, he would use the chops against the marks. He would actually, one of those knife-edge chops would knock a fucking attacking fan over 2 rows of fucking chairs. And, you know, he was one of the toughest guys that ever got in the fucking business. And Flair was in love with him and idolized him because of all that. But Wahoo's the one that worked for Vern. He was a main event guy everywhere he went. He worked for Vern and then went down to the Carolinas for George Scott and said, hey, there's this kid in fucking Minnesota working for Vern. It's really going to be something. You ought to bring him in. And it was Flair. So if it hadn't been for Wahoo, Flair would not have got booked in the Carolinas, and what the fuck would have happened?
History would have been changed.
That would have been different.
Ole Anderson.
Moldy Ole, wrestling's grumpy old man. Everybody thought I didn't get along with it. And I was hot at Ole for most of 1990, to be quite honest with you. Because, you know, when they hired him as booker and he started bringing in the muscle guys and the green talent and the cheap guys, and he was trying to recreate the Road Warriors, and it just
with Al Green and all.
Yeah. But Ole Anderson, once again, was one of the great talents in the history of the business and one of the great bookers. It left him. The business changed, and it changed quick, and it changed completely. I mean, he thought that I was too fucking. He was so traditional. He thought that I was fucking outlandish.
He was still in the bubble.
Yeah, everybody says now that I'm fucking old-fashioned and I'm a goddamn traditionalist. Well, I'm Vince Russo compared to where Ole was thinking. But having said that, the Anderson brothers drew money in the Carolinas and Georgia and people say, well, why didn't they ever go anywhere else? Why the fuck did they need to? It's like Lawler leaving Memphis. They could bounce back and forth from the Carolinas, whereas I've already said it was a tag team territory where they were working 2 and 3 nights or 2 and 3 shows a night in a 3-state area, and Atlanta, where he was able to get the book and have points in the offices and have say in fucking creative. And they literally were a top tag team there and world champions for fucking on and off pretty much for 10 years. Why would you go anywhere else? His promos were incredible. That the promo that he did on Atlanta TV when Dusty turned on him, or when he turned on Dusty in the Omni in 1980, is I used to show at wrestling school and tell the students here, this is exactly what wrestling is. You know, he succeeded at a high level for a long period of time and had points in the office and was probably in the 70s as a top wrestler and a booker making $250,000 a fucking year, I would suppose. To me, that means he was pretty fucking good.
J.J. Dillon.
J.J. once again, J.J. Every Dusty Rhodes needs a J.J. Dillon because J.J.'s kind of like me. He got in the business. He refereed. He managed. He was a better wrestler than most of the guys that he managed. Not the Horsemen, obviously, but some of the other fucking guys. He was a better worker than they were. But he wrote everything down. He kept his books. When he wrote his book, he still had all of his records, even from before he was anybody. And, you know, that he had the mind to work in the office, to work in the booking department, to not just go out there and manage and perform, or wrestle and perform, but to put the shit together and know how it's supposed to go. And I always enjoyed working with JJ. And boy, I got to say, when we got to do that brief little angle with Tully and Arn, and I got to do the interviews back and forth with JJ, that was, and once again, with not guaranteed payoffs, but we were on contract at that point, but the payoffs for the houses, that little brief period where like 8 weeks we got to work with Tully and Arn, Dusty had built it, the match you've never seen. That match had never taken place, and when we pulled the trigger on it after the TV angles and everything, we did $140,000 in Richmond, Virginia with Flair and Luger, and then Tully and Arn against the Midnight. We did fucking Big House in Atlanta with them. We did a Big House in Philadelphia with them. Our checks were coming every 2 weeks at that point. Yeah, every 2 weeks. And I remember one check we got, which was for like 8 or 9 days in a 2-week period, was for $6,500. And that was just with the first round of matches. I'm thinking, boy, when we get in the stipulations and we get in the cages and we get in the fucking 6-mans and all that, holy shit, this is going to be bigger money than the Rock and Roll Express program. And they went to fucking New York.
Yep.
And I was like, oh, God damn it. And there we were sitting there with like a spare prick at the wedding, as Adrian Street would say, with our fucking Pete in hand. But yeah, we went from the fucking double main event position with these fucking big fat checks, just enough to get us interested, to, okay, well, they're gone and you guys are the champions. And now you work with Bobby and Tommy again. Okay.
Who did you like better, Bobby and Dennis or Bobby and Stan? I'm sure you get asked that a million times.
Yes, and it's like naming your favorite children. I'm not going to say, but here's the thing. Each combination was perfect for the time that we were there. Bobby and Dennis were a main event heel team that the object was to get enough heat to sell tickets and draw money, and we did. And then Stan was more cosmetically pleasing and friendly for the TV and pay-per-view era, and that was when we had been moved down from the very top heel team to, okay, your guys' job is to have the best match on the show except for Ric Flair. And that was, most people remember Stan because the TV matches and the pay-per-view matches survived better, with videotape and et cetera, than the stuff that was not taped so much with Dennis. But I would say the team with Dennis had more heat, and the team with Stan and Bobby was more TV friendly for the modern era.
Rock and roll, Ricky and Robert, and including Dusty pushing Ricky as a singles. What are your memories of?
Well, Ricky was so fucking popular, and a lot of it was Robert got short end of the stick on that because Robert who sells like Ricky Morton? Hoot would be on the apron waiting for the tag, and he'd make the comeback. And see, a lot of people, once again, go back and watch those matches from 84, 85, 86. Robert Gibson moved like greased lightning, and he was in fucking shape, and he was doing backflips, and goddamn, it was like they were quicker than a hiccup. And Robert carried his part of it, but as the rock and roll evolved, everybody wanted, we even experimented with getting the heat on Robert, giving the tag to Ricky. It just never fucking worked. Ricky Morton had to sell, and so Robert had to get the tag. So most of the attention was on Ricky because he was in the ring more often, especially for that long period of time. And especially when he was selling like he was going to the electric chair and those people were wanting to leave the fucking front row and climb over the rail and get everybody involved in it, right? And he's looking out and mouthing the words, help me. But truthfully and honestly, it took both members of the package to make the Rock and Roll Express, but Ricky was just so fucking hot that they decided as part of the Great American Bash 86, Flair would ask to work with guys he wanted to work with. So like he asked to work with Bobby Eaton. When he was the booker in 89, he specifically booked himself on TV with Bobby Eaton because he wanted to work with Bobby. Bobby didn't know anything about it, right?
Clash of Champions, right?
Yeah. Well, no, before that was a Sunday night main event. They did 2 matches.
Okay.
And then they did the Clash of Champions, I think,
out of 3?
91 or whatever. It was 2 out of 3 falls. But the fucking Flair puts down, okay, world title match with Bobby Eaton on Sunday night TBS main event. And it did like one of the highest ratings that the Sunday night show had done in 2 or 3 years. And Hurd griped and complained, well, who's Bobby Eaton? Why should he get a title match? Why didn't you beat him? Because Flair didn't want to beat him. We did a DQ.
Right.
So goddamn Rick said, all right, we'll book it a fucking again. Bring it back and I'll fucking beat him and it'll do another good rating. And I came up with a finish. Not only did he beat Bobby, but he whacked me with the racket and beat up Stan and then beat Bobby. So he left all 3 of us laying, did another big rating, and Hurd griped about it again. But I digress. They wanted to recreate the thing with Ricky in the summer of 86 like they did with Steamboat and Flair, because Ricky was so popular. That's why they did the deal where they raked his face on the concrete and Ricky toweled his skin off and everything. God, it looked horrible and must have felt even worse. And he challenged Flair in some of the bigger towns in the territory for the summer bashes.
Baby Doll.
Oh my God, I love Baby Doll. No, she was a pill to deal with in those 86 bashes because...
Stiff?
Good God. And see, she used to complain about me being stiff, but she was hurting herself on me. She swung at me one time, and I love you, doll. In St. Louis, it's Dusty Magnum and her against me in the midnight in a cage match in the main event. And we're supposed to do a spot where I miss something and they tag her in and she comes and I turn around and she swings at me like a slap and I fall backwards on my ass. She barely misses me and I run and tag out. When I turn around, the slap that was supposed to miss caught me right here, dislocated my jaw. Okay. In Raleigh, I'm running around the ring. Ellering's chasing me, waiting for Baby Doll to come down and punch me. Well, I'm coming around the corner and I see that long aisleway. She's not there yet, so I'm going to make another trip around. Wait till she gets there. I make another trip around, but now she's panicked. She's late. So as I'm looking back like this at Paul Ellering, seeing her about to turn around so she can punch me, she just runs and goddamn drives the fucking point of her fist into the base of my skull and knocked me out. She knocked me out a couple times. Oh, and then in the, I think it was the Orange Bowl in Miami. She runs and she tackles me, and I'm running from her so she can tackle me, but she tackled me so hard, I'm going down face first. I put my hands to catch myself, and my elbow went up and hit her and chipped her tooth, and she flew home to get her dentist to fix her tooth because I was so reckless that I chipped her tooth. But I love you, Baby Doll, but in cold weather when I chew, my jaw still cracks when I think of you. But we drew a lot of money.
Tony Schiavone.
That's another time, by the way, we had to start carrying guns with us. When we did that deal where I hit her the one shot in the stomach with the racket.
Right.
And then they said, oh, Baby Doll may never be able to have children again. And Dennis said, well, locked and loaded because we didn't know what was going to happen. We had heat over that. They believed it.
Tony Schiavone?
I like Tony. I always got along with Tony. He doesn't do much. It doesn't do anything with wrestling these days. He's put that behind him.
He did a convention about a year ago, and that was about it.
And actually I Twittered him here not long ago because he Twittered a picture of Huge Ass Burgers in Lexington. He was there for a game, and he just loved the sign. And of course, because I'm on Huge Ass or whatever the fuck. Anyway, I saw it and Twittered him back, hey, I can fix you up there if you ever come back into town, let me know. And I hadn't heard from him, but he was a great guy, and he was a good announcer. He started out in baseball, real sports, but he moved over to the wrestling. And one of Arn Anderson's funniest lines, and imagine how much room that takes in. We're at the airport one day, going to fly on Crockett's private plane, right? And we would all get there at Butler Aviation. We'd all get there and congregate and everything, and then we'd get on the plane together. And well, we're all standing there, and here comes Tony Schiavone's car, and his wife at the time was driving it. And he had 5 kids then. I don't know, he may have a whole goddamn orphanage now. I don't know what he's got. But they're in a station wagon, and he opens the door, and there's this caterwauling sound of these 5 kids and their shit bouncing off the windows inside. He slams the door again in total quiet, right? It was just so funny. And as he looks, he gets like a browbeaten man with 5 kids or whatever. He's carrying his bag up the steps of the airport, and Arn said, Schiavone, you must have enough cum in you to shampoo a buffalo. God, what a visual, right? That's the greatest visual ever. I've always remembered that to this day. But Tony, I think Tony got his nose out of Snoot when JR came in and they put JR on the TBS show. And, you know, because Tony had been the guy for quite a while, but at the same time, it's Jim Ross. You know, that's the thing. If I was a manager in a territory somewhere and somebody didn't even say to me, but just did, hey, you know, we got Bobby Heenan, so he's going to be in the main event, and you're going to be over here on the card, what the fuck am I going to say, right?
Right.
Now, if it's goddamn, you know, give me the name of a manager I don't like that I can insult. If it's Joe Schmo, then I'm going to be hot because I know I'm better than him. But I can't be hot if they put somebody on a more important spot than me and they're better at what that spot entails doing than I am. I can't be mad at that. And that's so, if Bobby Heenan was, you know, on top of me as a manager, or Jim Ross is on top of me as an announcer, or whatever the fuck, I can't argue with that.
Tommy Young.
Or if Tommy Young was on top of me as a referee. Maybe I shouldn't say that way. Tommy was the best referee ever. Once again, so light years in front of everybody else. He made it an art form. Nobody else can do it that way. I've never seen anything like it. His facial expressions, his body language, just the way he went about things, his efficiency. He looked like he was really taking it seriously. He made good matches better.
Just the way he sold.
Yeah. And I mean, there were a lot of great wrestlers. Mark Curtis was referees. Mark Curtis was a great referee. Nick Patrick, Errol Hebner, Ronnie West. I could go on, but Tommy was in a class by himself.
Jimmy Valiant and Big Mama.
We had known, Jimmy and Felicia were married for quite a while, and so we'd known him in Memphis because Handsome actually made my mom Handsome Jimmy Jr.'s godmother because he was born when they were working in Memphis. I took his first baby pictures, and she was there. He's like, Thelma Lou, you can be the godmother. And Felicia, that was before she got
the implants?
The horrible case of arthritis.
Yeah.
She was actually quite flat before But, I liked them both, but Jimmy has found happiness in the arms of another woman for the past 25 years. But Big Mama, the one thing she didn't have down, she did not inherit in the family the promo from Handsome. And that one where Jimmy had gone off and all of his street people were looking for him, and then they showed
Boogie Woogie Man is
Big
down.
Mama, and she said, hey, Boogie Woogie, I've looked for you in the bars, I've looked for you in the cars, and here you are. It was so bad, all the guys were they didn't want to hurt Jimmy's feelings, and they played it. It's the only time I ever saw him take anything off TBS on the Saturday show. Because it was taped in the morning and shown in the afternoon, but there was no post-production whatsoever. So whatever happened, unless somebody said fuck,
right.
It aired like that. They took that promo tape off the show and didn't air it. And hey, as a matter of fact, they one time, after I burned Ronnie Garvin, this was after the Challenger, right?
Right.
I come out to do the opening promo on TBS, and I said, and Ronnie Garvin, your face went up like the Challenger. And suddenly, all the studio lights went off, and you heard everything go, it was like somebody pulled the plug, and one of the camera people said, Dusty wants to see you. I go back in the control room, he said, don't talk about the Challenger kid. Do it again. It's the only time they ever stopped anything on TBS television was, awesome. I was pushing those envelopes.
Bob Caudle.
As Jim Ross called him one time, the epitome of a white man. And he was talking, if he was going to interview the Raging Bull and Hector Guerrero with their sombreros or whatever, he said, hey, you got these Mexican guys over here, and here's Bob Caudle, the epitome of a white man wearing brown shoes. Bob everybody loved him. He was a professional. He knew what he was so smooth. He was like your uncle coming into your home on the wrestling show every Saturday. He'd been around the Carolinas for so long. He lived there, and everybody knew him, and they trusted him. He wasn't like he was a guy that was hyping some shit, trying to make you buy it. He was just calling the action, and good old friendly Bob describing what you were seeing. And so they believed when they believe in the announcer, when you go to Sears, you're going to buy a fucking refrigerator, right? Do you want the guy in the fucking appliance department saying, you got to get this now. You got to get this before midnight tonight. This is the greatest refrigerator that's ever been made, and it'll freeze your ice, and it'll do this. Or do you want somebody to say, this one is the most durable, the longest lasting. It'll give you better energy efficiency, and at the same time, it'll keep your food cold. It's very dependable. That's your salesman, right? Your announcer is your salesman. If you don't believe in the fucking salesman, you ain't going to buy the product.
It's true. Michael Hayes and Jimmy Garvin.
Jesus fucking H. Christ. That was miserable trying to work with them. I like Michael. Jimmy actually was cheap like me in the Midnight. So he and Precious and me and Bobby and Stan, over that period of time, would always get the cheap rental car and jam in 5 at a time to go to Atlanta TV and blah, blah, blah. And, Bobby had known Michael and had ridden with the Freebirds going back 10 years before that in Atlanta when they first got together. But when they tried to put together the new Freebirds, Michael had visions that the old glory was going to be revisited, even though they didn't have Buddy and they only had Terry part-time. And Jimmy had gone from a position here to where he thought, okay, now I'm going to be in the main events. And Jimmy, had been a cowardly chicken shit pretty boy heel all this time, and now he's trying to work as a fucking tough guy heel, a badass at 5'10" and 205, and was on vitamins and supplements, trying to make himself get bigger, which was leading to him being cranky. And Michael didn't want to sell shit, even though he was a heel. And they thought they were going to, relive the Freebirds' glory days. And they didn't. It didn't get over. And, one time, which hurt my feelings, and to this day, I've changed the way I felt about Jimmy Garvin. I was a babyface, because that's when the Midnight was running as a babyface, and I was also managing Dr. Death. And I can't remember, it was when it was the booking committee, the summer of '89, before Flair took over. So it was JR and Eddie Gilbert was on the committee and everything, and they laid this deal out. The Midnight wasn't even there that night. It was in Savannah, Georgia, I believe, where Dr. Death was going to be involved in something, and I was out there because of Doc. And anyway, the Freebirds were going to hit the ring, unbeknownst to us, and here would come Jimmy Garvin, and he'd pickle me, and I'd take a bump out, and they'd get some heat on Doc, and then here come the rest of the baby faces and save, and the Freebirds take off. Well, Jimmy comes in the ring, and I see him coming, and he's steaming, right? And he hits me with a good working punch, but he's steaming. He body checked me to the point where he knocked me down. I had no choice but to take the bump. I was going to take it anyway. I roll out on the floor and lay there and selling until the fucking baby faces hit and make the save. And then I get up and I'm selling and I'm holding my ribs, and I have one of the baby faces fucking help me to the back, right? Jimmy's in the back cutting a promo on me. What are you doing? You just don't sell my shit. You get right up. I laid there, then I fucking sold, then I got helped back from one punch from a guy smaller than me, and he was cutting a promo on me because I didn't sell enough, because I should have been carried out, I guess, on a spatula. And I asked Eddie, I said, what the fuck is wrong with him? He said, he's shooting the fucking shit, blah, blah, blah. Don't worry about him. And it just pissed me off, because all the times that we'd been friendly and all the time, and my wife at the time actually was best friends with their nanny that they hired to watch their kid while they went on the road and everything. So we'd been over to their house and everything. And he's going to cut a promo on me because I didn't fucking die when he punched me once. So it all led up to the big blow up in Boston where Doc beat the fuck out of him with that chair. And which the story in capsule form, it was a 6-man with Terry, Gordy, and Michael and Jimmy against Dr. Death and Bobby and Stan. And I'm in the corner, and of course I hated it when I'm a babyface, but I got no opposing manager because now I'm a spare prick at the wedding.
Right.
And they get a long set of heat on Bobby, and then they beat us. I think they beat Stan. And then while we're licking our wounds, they jump us again after the match like they're going to get some more heat. And Doc kind of was fucking tired of this. So he goes and gets a chair to run him off, and Jimmy Garvin don't want to back up from Dr. Death with a fucking chair. And Doc had had enough anyway, so Doc raises the chair back into the old Boston Garden wooden chairs, right? Starts whacking Jimmy Garvin over the fucking head. And I heard whack, and I heard Jimmy Garvin go, fuck! And Doc goes, fuck with me! Whack! Fuck! Fuck with me! Whack! Fuck! And he's beating Jimmy Garvin. Pieces of the chair or Jimmy, one or the other, were flying in the air. And Jimmy is backpedaling. He don't want to turn his back on this guy, but he's backwards like this, holding his arms up. He cut him up, dinged, I think chipped his elbow, maybe cracked his wrist, whatever the fuck. So they take off, and now here goes Doc. Now we're going in the back. Oh, this is going to be good. Now we got Terry Gordy on one side, Dr. Death on the other side. Fuck! All I've got's a tennis racket, right? And the Freebirds were in the back first, and then here comes Bobby and Stan, and fucking Doc's in the lead, and it could have got ugly, but suddenly, Bobby Eaton, of all people, who never says anything and never gets mad at anybody, looked at him. He's known them all for fucking years, especially Terry, and goes, hey, we ain't just here to get y'all motherfuckers over. Bobby Eaton's upset. Shit, there must be a reason for this. And everybody just, and Jimmy took 2 or 3 days off and didn't fuck with Dr. Death anymore. But yeah, it was good. Fuck with me. Fuck with me.
That's a new story nobody's ever heard before.
The Battle of Boston. Yeah, it's in the Midnight Express book, really? The Midnight Express and Jim Cornette 25th Anniversary Scrapbook, available at jimcornette.com. But that was a hairy one.
What about Ron and Jimmy as a tag team?
I'm sorry, Ron and Jimmy?
Yeah.
I enjoyed them better than the fake Freebirds because they were totally different, but contrast is good with tag teams. And they had worked together on and off for so long, they knew each other well, but Ronnie had his thing, Jimmy had his thing, but it worked together because people knew there was a family alliance of some sort.
Sting?
Loved working with Sting back then too. He was enthusiastic and excited about everything. He didn't really have a long background in wrestling, as we have come to determine. But once again, you can't teach people to look like that. And he was a great athlete. And Flair was salivating at the opportunity to take this. Once again, here's Ric Flair wanting to take a younger, stronger, better looking guy and make him a fucking star, because then he's got somebody to draw money with. And it worked with Sting, especially in that First Clash Champions match, tremendously. Worked a little bit less with Lex.
I was going to ask you about Lex.
But that was the thing in the Trinity, the good, fast, cheap thing.
Right.
Flair, Luger, Sting. Flair versus Sting drew. Flair versus Luger drew. Luger versus Sting didn't draw. What's the matter with that picture?
Varsity Club.
I thought it was fun because, Steiner, everybody used to think Scotty was the normal one and Rick was the nut. And now, as the years have gone by, it's completely flip-flopped. But it was a great gimmick, and they were legitimate, and it gave Rotunda a little bit of color. And, of course, Kevin being in there was the furthest thing from a college jock, but it worked,
Al Perez.
Yeah, Al was a good guy. He was, in and out. Gary liked him. He was a good-looking guy. Maybe never lived up to his full potential, but
I think he was missing charisma.
He looked great, but it didn't transfer over to the people. He looked great standing there. Let's put it that way.
Bobby and Tommy, the Fantastics.
Athletically, in the ring, they were better than the Rock and Roll. We had better matches, better technically wrestling matches. We had better matches with the Fantastics. The only problem the Fantastics had was they suffered from the Rock and Roll Fabulous Ones disease. Anywhere the Rock and Roll went that the Fabs had been, the Rock and Roll didn't get over because they'd already seen a Rock and Roll kind of tag team. Anywhere the Rock and Roll Express had been, the Fantastics didn't get over as strong because but when the Fantastics went to Dallas, if you notice, go back, where's the only place in the country the Rock and Roll Express were not really on top at that period of time? Dallas. They went in a couple times, but they'd already seen Bobby and Tommy. You had Ricky and Robert were more the originators, and you had Ricky's amazing selling, and they had the name first, the main event name, but the Fantastics just were both. Tommy Rogers was an amazing athlete, and he's paid for it since then. He's had everything replaced, I guess, knees and hips and everything, but his shit was just fantastic. And Bobby,
No pun intended.
no pun intended. And Bobby not only had that fire, but could throw that punch and was just gave his life to the wrestling business. Bobby's like me. We can go to the Charlotte Fan Fest and have more fun buying old programs and fucking talking about old wrestling shit than, anybody else in the building. So anyway, they were great to work with. That's why when we had worked with them in Louisiana, we saw that. They didn't get over in Louisiana because it was the Rock and Roll and they'd lost a loser leave. But then they go to Dallas and they get over, and it was a night off every night working with them. It was so easy because the fans there were so hungry for anybody that wasn't a Von Erich that they loved them. And then that's why we asked Dusty, that was part of our contract negotiation in the spring of '88 with Crockett. When we had nobody to work with and business and payoffs were down, we wanted more money and we wanted to get to bring a team in that we could work with. And so Dusty let us bring in the Fantastics for that U.S. tag title run, and we got more money. So we didn't just want more money, we actually wanted to contribute. So we wanted people to work with. And the same thing when Tully and Arn left. That's why we asked Dusty to bring Dennis and Randy and Heyman in. I'm the one who got Heyman booked in goddamn WCW. And everybody said, oh, they're jealous of each other. No, I got him a fucking job because I needed Genghis Khan over there, or elsewise I couldn't be a babyface. How am I going to turn babyface unless I have the most despicable human being in the world opposite me? And since fucking Hitler was dead, Heyman was the other obvious choice.
When was the last time you talked to Paul?
Probably, I saw him at the Davis Arena when they were sending him. I was still with OVW because they were trying to run me off, and Heyman was coming to OVW because they were trying to run him off. They knew he wanted to be in New York writing that show up there, and the last thing he wanted to do was come to Louisville, so that's where they sent him.
Right.
And they knew that I wanted to be here and didn't want anything to do with their shit, and that's why they wanted to run me off out of here. So we were laughing with each other about how that we're in the same place, both because they're trying to run us fucking off.
Some of the enhancement guys, Italian Stallion, the Mulkeys, and George South.
I coined the phrase Mulkey Mania. I'll take credit for that. Randy and Bill were just two of those guys that get over because they stand out. Nobody had ever seen anybody take an ass kicking like the Mulkeys. They were so enamored of the wrestling business and wanted to be in it so bad, and when they finally got a chance to be on national television and their hometown fans in Anderson, South Carolina are watching them, but people are seeing them all over the country, yes, throw Randy out of the ring. He's not going to touch ropes or shit. He's going to fucking land with a thud that you can feel in your shoes on the studio floor, right? Hit Bill. He's not just going to take a flat back bump. He's going to take a flip all the way over and land on his fucking face. They went the extra mile. And they, as Dennis Condrey said, they took a classic ass whipping. So guys like that, and it was natural. They're blonde. They're wearing yellow fucking trunks. Mulkey Mania is running wild. And it was a joke to me,
right.
You know, because I always, see, that's another thing. The job guys, they come in and Ronnie Garvin would stretch him and take the guy's finger and stick it in his own ass and make him suck it or whatever, pick his own nose with his own finger and then make him eat it or whatever. We would do all these embarrassing things, not painful, but demeaning things to these guys on camera, but I would always mention their name in commentary, and I'd always make up, say, you know, Pablo Crenshaw became Pablo Cruz, and I'd make up something about them, or I'd fucking say something about them that their friends and their family would hear, and they're getting some attention, so they would go the extra mile for the Midnight Express. With the Mulkeys, Jesus Christ, we could have literally strapped them in an electric chair and they wouldn't have complained. And, you know, so I loved those guys, and we had the match with them in Anderson where we almost got lynched because they wanted us to beat them in their hometown. But, you know, to this day, when I see them over there at the Fan Fest reunions or whatever, that people still have Mulkey t-shirts. Yeah. Stallion, you mentioned, man with the world's largest head. And who else did you mention?
George South.
George South. George, you know, is a tremendous worker. He just never got the break while the territories were still around, and he wasn't the kind of guy that Vince was going to push or whatever. Right. But they'd get mad at Flair all the time because he'd get George South on TV and he'd go like 8 or 10 minutes with him. It'd be like a Starrcade main event. And they're like, it's fucking George South, Rick. Can you just beat George South? But he's so good.
Memories of working either your first Starrcade or the first Cracker Cup events? Oh,
well, I definitely, the first Starrcade was at the street fight with Miss Atlanta Lively and Ronnie Garvin, and that's the only street fight ever to feature a heel team in tuxedos against a fucking French Canadian and a transvestite where all four of them bled. It was a goddamn bloodbath with a guy dressed as a woman.
I remember hitting that videotape and just watching it over that match over and over and over again.
And it, you know, I was depressed that was our first Starrcade and it wasn't going to be a great wrestling match because you got a guy to fucking, you know,
right,
and drag and et cetera and handsome. But it got a lot of attention, and when the people saw us come out, I had the idea, let's get tuxedos. We'll go to the street fight in tuxedos. And people saw that, they're like, oh, these motherfuckers. But if you notice, we always had our worst match of the year on Starrcade. Starrcade 85 was Jimmy Valiant and Miss Atlanta Lively. Starrcade 86 was a scaffold with the Road Warriors. Everybody remembers it, but the match sucked. Starrcade 87 in Chicago was scaffold with the Rock and Roll Express, because that's when Dusty was running low on ideas, apparently. And Starrcade 88 was the only pay-per-view match with the Midnight, the original Midnight. That was the best match that we had on a Starrcade, and that was the one that nobody fucking saw. Nobody saw that, but they moved it from Thanksgiving night to December 26th.
Go figure.
So that we had a good match there and nobody saw it. And the other Starrcades that we made all the fucking money for and is so famous, that was the worst match of the year.
I guess to finish up with Crockett, what do you think killed the company? We talked about it a little bit earlier. Just the spending?
They were, unfortunately, the one thing that Vince has always had over everybody else was he had incredibly competent office people, not wrestling people, but office people, always working for him. And Crockett, besides the fact that he wasn't running a race where people were trying to catch him, he was running somebody else's race and he was trying to catch that guy.
Right.
They bought too many territories too fast. Kansas City, Florida, UWF. He's denied it, but I've heard this story. I heard it from Sandy Scott, and Jimmy's denied it, but they had the same old accountant that they'd had from the time they were a 3-state territory, that they're running all over the place, supposed to be getting this pay-per-view and TV money in, and he didn't know how bad in the weeds they were with what they had going out versus what they had coming in. Until I understand they wanted to buy a new plane or something, and they said, well, raise a couple $1 million. He went and said, we don't have a couple $1 million. We're $2 million in the hole. It's the first time Jimmy knew, according to what I heard, there was a problem. Jimmy's denied it. He's taken the responsibility on himself. People said it was the accountant. Well, it was a lot of things. It was buying too many territories. It was fucking going to too many TV tapings instead of house shows. It was absorbing a lot of talent at the same time as there's naturally ebbs and flows. And as hot as 86 was, parts of 87 were hot and parts of 87 sucked. But they had a lot of new mouths to feed. They'd spent a lot of money. They didn't realize where they were at. They were trying to open up the West Coast. And by the time that they realized where they were at, in early 88 and started talking to TBS about selling, then all of a sudden the 88 Bashes did big business, and the Fall with Tully and Arn and the Midnight was doing even better. And David and Francis and Jackie were trying to talk Jimmy out of selling. But it was too late at that point, and it went through. So unfortunately, the wrestling product business was not strong like it was in 86 and 87, but most territories would have killed for 87's Jim Crockett business.
Right.
It wasn't the wrestling that wasn't good, that wasn't drawing, that wasn't interesting. It was the company wasn't run efficiently, and they tried to do too much to chase the other guys instead of take care of their own shit, in my opinion.
In hindsight, is there anything that could have turned the tide and saved JCP from the end?
Yeah, quit buying so many fucking airplanes. You have a better account and keep a better track of what the fuck's going on. It got ridiculous. You know me and flying, right? I never liked to fly anyway. Right. I didn't mind riding in Crockett's plane because it was a commuter jet that was refigured to seat 14 people with captain's chairs, and it had video and had fucking stereo and everything. But I could sit on the jump seat with the pilots in the cockpit, and if they're smiling,
right,
and they're hey, I know, okay, we're not about to fucking die, right? But they were flying the plane from Charlotte to Greenville, South Carolina. J.J. Dillon called me one afternoon at 3:30 on a Monday and said, be at the airport at 5:30. For what? I'm in Greenville tonight. Well, we're taking the plane. You're taking the plane to Greenville? It's 100 miles. It costs like $2,000 an hour just to fucking rev that bad boy up, right? And they flew a plane 100 miles. They were taking planes everywhere. The fucking parking lot looked like the goddamn Porsche dealership. They didn't have to spend all the money they did. It wasn't anything like WCW in 2000. You know, they weren't spending that kind of money on talent or production or anything, but for the time, that was a lot of money to fucking spend that we could have got around. I drove and beat the fucking plane, by the way. I left my apartment and was there before the guys left the airport, landed, got cabs, and got to the building in Greenville. You know.
What is the legacy of JCP in the Mid-Atlantic region?
Probably the strongest anywhere. The Charlotte Fan Fest bears this out. Of all the strong territories in the country, whether it be Memphis or whether it be Mid-South Wrestling or whether it be, you know, for a while, Chicago, most of the 20th century, was one of the biggest drawing wrestling cities in the country. But the Carolinas is special. Just from not only the local television for that 15-year, 20-year period being everywhere and huge ratings, but then even back to the 50s and 60s before that. Everybody in that area that was born between 1950 and 1980 grew up with a family member as a wrestling fan, watching wrestling on TV, going to the wrestling matches live, friends did, talking about it in school. It was fucking cool. Imagine a wrestling fan fest where everybody is into wrestling and loves it, but there's 10,000 of them at the Greensboro Coliseum once a month. They were wrestling crazy. They saw the best talent. And still to this day, Ric Flair's the fucking biggest sports hero in the Carolinas, and everybody knows the wrestlers' names of that time period, and the fan fest still draws. So you could probably say that, I would say that wrestling had more of an impact on the Carolinas than anywhere else in the country. It's almost like a Mexico-El Santo relationship. You know, they're going to be the last ones to forget because they had the biggest territory of them all. So they're going to be the last ones to forget. It was the biggest territory. It was the best talent. The only people that could fight Vince. And that's once again still, it took Vince 10 years after Crockett went out of business to draw a fucking house to Carolinas because they didn't want to see that phony shit. They wanted to see the real wrestling. And that's, unfortunately, that's a big part of why wrestling is miserable today, because if you look back, the same style of wrestling didn't appeal to every part of the country. And wrestling was never hot at the same time all across the country and all the territories. You had hot points and you had cold points, and you had territories with good talent, territories with bad talent, and blah, blah, blah. But nothing was there. Now everything's the same because they see the same show and the same touring crowd. Well, the same kind of shit don't appeal to people in Florida as it does in Texas and in Minnesota and et cetera. So right off, you're trying to shoehorn something down people's throat. And then you have to realize that different areas are going to get hot for different reasons and at different times, which is why you used to go into one territory and the ultimate blow-off is the Texas death match, or the ultimate blow-off is the cage match, or the ultimate blow-off is the Indian strap match, or the chain match, or whatever the fuck, because different things got over because of the things that had been done in that area. Now it's all the same. It's cookie cutter, boom, 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 and everybody's kind of like, blah. There's nothing to fucking hook them because there's nothing that's being tailored specifically for them. That's what wrestling was supposed to be. It was supposed to be presented. The promoters educated the fans to the style of wrestling that they were most comfortable presenting, and they educated their fans to that so that the fans would buy that so that it would work in their best interest. Well, sooner or later, you eat steak all the time, you want a fucking piece of chicken or a goddamn cheeseburger. And now they're seeing the same shit all over the place. It don't work everywhere. So without territories, without different styles, without different promotions, that's also where the guys learn to work. You know, they would spend the fucking 6 months in the Carolinas and they'd learn to actually wrestle. And then they'd spend 6 months in Tennessee and they'd learn to fight and swing chairs. And then they'd spend 6 months in Texas and they'd learn to bleed.
Right.
And whatever the fuck. And pretty soon, after 5 years, you had a nice, well-rounded fucking piece of talent. Now they learn from the same people, the same shit, blah. Same.
Well, at least there's a library of Jim Cornette.
Or you can come here to the vault on the outskirts of Louisville, Kentucky, and you can read about the last 100 years of wrestling, and you can watch the last fucking 100 years of wrestling.
Well, I want to personally thank you for inviting us to your house, and it's been a great experience. And unfortunately, I guess you're not ever going to be able to let the public in here, but hopefully this video will let them see.
We got a problem with zoning, charging admission, and then there's the parking issue. You know, we got to increase the parking, but it's been a pleasure to have you here at the house. Please empty your pockets and pull your socks off on the way out, and everything will be just fine.
Not a problem. Thanks again.